Good evening and welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight. As the gentle crackle of the cozy fireplace fills the background, we're so grateful to have you here. It's the perfect time of year to unwind with calming stories, and we hope you've had a wonderful day. Thank you for choosing to spend your precious time with us. Relax and enjoy. Story 1. In the quaint village nestled amidst rolling hills and babbling brooks, the air was perfumed with the scent of wildflowers and the distant echo of the blacksmith's hammer. Here, in a cottage draped in ivy and surrounded by a sea of lavender, lived Lila, a young girl whose heart was forever entranced by the magic of stories. From the moment she could walk, her feet would lead her to her grandmother's side, where she would sit, wide-eyed, as tales of their family's rich heritage unfolded like a tapestry before her. Her grandmother's stories were more than just words. They were a symphony of the past, each note a memory, each pause a moment of reverence. The crackling fire in the hearth seemed to dance in time with her grandmother's voice, casting flickering shadows that played across the walls like ancient spirits come to life. The aroma of spiced tea, simmering gently in a pot above the fire, blended with the scent of burning wood, creating a comforting cocoon for their evening storytelling. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves swirled like a myriad of tiny dancers in the brisk breeze, Lila's grandmother beckoned her closer. Her eyes, a piercing shade of blue that mirrored the sky at twilight, held a depth of wisdom that seemed to span centuries. "My dear," she said, her voice a gentle caress against the evening's chill, "it is time for you to learn the secrets of our ancestors." As the words settled in the air, her grandmother reached for an ornate wooden box that rested on the table. It was a relic in itself, beautifully aged, its surface adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to tell stories of their own. Symbols Lila had never seen before danced across the wood, their meanings as mysterious as the skies on a moonless night. The box was cool to the touch, its aged surface smooth, yet somehow pulsing with an ancient energy that Lila could feel in her fingertips. The box opened with a soft creak, revealing a delicate necklace. Its pendant, a vibrant azure gemstone, glowed with an ethereal light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the beating of Lila's heart. "This is the Tear of Avalon," her grandmother explained, her voice imbued with a reverent hush. "A sacred relic that has been safeguarded by our family for centuries." Lila's fingers, trembling with a mixture of awe and trepidation, traced the intricate etchings on the pendant. As she did, a warmth spread through her, a gentle yet profound connection to something infinitely larger than herself. It was as though the necklace was a key, unlocking a hidden chamber within her soul, one that had been quietly waiting for this moment. In the days that followed, her grandmother shared stories of their ancestors, wise women who had walked these lands with a grace and understanding that seemed to transcend time. They had been keepers of ancient rituals, custodians of the delicate balance between humanity and the earth. Through her grandmother's words, Lila was transported to moonlit solstice ceremonies, where the air hummed with the energy of the seasons, and sacred groves where the spirits of the forest whispered their secrets to those who would listen. Each tale was a thread, weaving together a tapestry of belonging that enveloped Lila in its warmth. She came to understand that her family's legacy was not merely a collection of stories, but a living tradition, a testament to the resilience and wisdom of those who had come before. The Tear of Avalon was not just a relic, it was a beacon, a guiding light through the shadows of the unknown. One misty morning, the world cloaked in a soft silvery haze, her grandmother led her to a secluded glade. The path wound through the woods like a ribbon, the air alive with the scent of pine and the sweet melody of birdsong. At the heart of the glade, a crystal-clear stream flowed with a gentle, rhythmic grace, its surface catching the light like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "This is our sacred place," her grandmother whispered, her voice almost lost amidst the symphony of nature that surrounded them. "Here, we can connect with the essence of our ancestors." Kneeling by the water's edge, the dew-kissed grass soft beneath her knees, Lila felt a profound stillness embrace her. The whispers of the wind, the gentle melodies of birdsong, and the rhythmic flow of the stream wove together into a harmonious symphony, a lullaby of the earth itself. In that moment, she felt the boundaries of her being dissolve, as though she were part of the very soil and sky, a leaf on the breeze, a ripple in the stream. It was a connection that transcended words, a deep reverence for the natural world and its intricate cycles. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and crimson, Lila realized she had uncovered more than just her family's legacy. She had discovered a profound connection to the world around her, an understanding that she was part of something greater, a tapestry woven by generations of those who had come before. With the tear of Avalon nestled against her heart, she knew she would carry this wisdom forward, a steward of the ancient traditions and a guardian of the beauty that surrounded her. From that day forth, Lila walked with a renewed sense of purpose, her steps lighter, her heart fuller. She understood that the lessons of the past were not mere relics to be preserved, but living, breathing teachings that resonated in the present, guiding her towards a life of harmony, respect, and wonder. And as she shared her grandmother's stories with others, she knew that the legacy would endure, a beacon of hope and a reminder of the profound beauty that lay in embracing one's roots and cherishing the world around us. As the seasons turned, the village began to notice the change within Lila. Her presence became a source of calm and inspiration, and she found herself surrounded by villagers, eager to hear the tales of old and learn the ancient ways of living in harmony with the earth. The stories that once echoed only within her family's cottage now reached the hearts of many, weaving a new tapestry of community and connection that promised to endure for generations to come. One evening, as the village gathered around a communal bonfire, the flames casting a warm glow on eager faces, Lila stood before them. Her voice, steady and melodious, carried through the night air, weaving stories of old with the lessons she'd learned from her grandmother. The villagers listened, enraptured, as she spoke of the bond between humanity and nature, of the wisdom held within the earth itself. The night grew late, but the embers of the fire still glowed brightly, mirroring the light of hope ignited within the villagers' hearts. It was then that Lila realized her journey had only just begun. As a new custodian of her family's legacy, she was not only preserving the past but also shaping the future, guiding her community toward a path of unity and understanding. In the days that followed, Lila began organizing gatherings, where the villagers would come together to share their own stories and learn from one another. Under her guidance, they revived forgotten traditions, planting gardens that flourished with the wisdom of old, crafting tools with respect for the land, and celebrating the cycles of the moon with joy and reverence. And so the village flourished, nestled amidst rolling hills and babbling brooks, united by a shared sense of purpose and a deep respect for the stories that bound them. Lila's heart swelled with pride and gratitude, knowing that her grandmother's legacy would continue to shine brightly, a beacon of hope and harmony for generations yet to come. To deepen this bond and solidify her role as a leader, Lila decided to hold a special ceremony at the glade, inviting the entire village. The morning of the ceremony dawned crisp and clear, the sky painted in hues of delicate pinks and vibrant golds. Villagers arrived with offerings of harvested grains and woven garlands, eager to partake in the event that promised to link them more closely to the land and their ancestors. As the village formed a circle around the stream, Lila stepped forward, the tear of Avalon gleaming at her throat. Her voice, filled with a quiet strength, called upon the spirits of the earth, invoking blessings for the community. As she spoke, the air seemed to shimmer with a subtle energy, and the villagers felt a warmth spreading through them, a shared connection to the land and each other. The ceremony concluded with a shared feast, where laughter and stories mingled with the fragrant steam of home-cooked dishes. It was a day that marked the beginning of a new chapter for the village, one where ancient wisdom and contemporary life blended seamlessly. Lila understood that this was the true essence of her family's legacy, not just the preservation of stories, but the creation of new ones, woven from the threads of community, nature, and time. As the sun set on that momentous day, casting a gentle glow over the gathered villagers, Lila felt a profound sense of fulfillment. She was not merely a keeper of the past, but a creator of the future, ensuring that the magic of stories and the wisdom of the land continued to thrive in the hearts of all who called the village home. As the village embraced this new era, Lila's role began to evolve. She became an advisor to those seeking guidance, her wisdom rooted in the teachings of the past yet applied with the insight of the present. The villagers, inspired by her leadership, began forming small councils to address their needs, from nurturing the land to educating their children in the ways of harmony and stewardship. Lila watched with pride as her community blossomed, their bonds growing ever stronger. One evening, as Lila sat by the hearth in her cottage, a gentle knock echoed through the quiet room. It was a young boy from the village, his eyes wide with curiosity and a question burning on his lips. "Lila," he asked, "how can I hear the stories of the earth like you do?" Lila smiled, her heart warmed by his eagerness. "To hear the stories of the earth," she said, "you must first listen with your heart. Feel the wind on your skin, the earth beneath your feet, and the songs of the birds in the air. They speak to us in their own way." The boy nodded, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. As he left, Lila knew that the legacy she cherished was alive and well, passed down through the curious hearts of the next generation. And so, the village continued to thrive, each day a testament to the delicate balance between past and present. Lila's stories, rooted in tradition yet ever-evolving, became a living tapestry of the village's journey, a continuous thread connecting all who called the village home. As the stars twinkled above the rolling hills and babbling brooks, Lila sat by her window, the tear of Avalon glowing softly at her throat, and whispered a silent prayer of gratitude for the stories that had shaped her and the future she was helping to build. Yet as the village settled into this harmonious rhythm, not all was as serene as it seemed. A new challenge loomed on the horizon, one that tested Lila's resolve and the strength of the community she had fostered. One day, a traveler arrived, his clothes tattered and eyes weary, but filled with a spark of urgency. He brought news of a distant village, one threatened by the encroachment of industrial progress that threatened to uproot the ancient forests and sacred groves. He spoke of the plight of the villagers, their cries for help echoing through the land as they sought allies to preserve their way of life. Moved by the tale, Lila felt a stirring within her, a call to action that resonated with the very essence of her being. She gathered the villagers and shared the traveler's story, her words igniting a collective spirit of determination and empathy. Together, they devised a plan to aid their distant brethren, drawing upon the wisdom and strength of their ancestors. Lila led a delegation to the threatened village, her heart filled with hope and purpose. As they journeyed through the countryside, the bond between the villagers grew stronger, united by a shared vision of preservation and respect for the earth. Upon their arrival, they were greeted with gratitude and relief, the villagers embracing them as kindred spirits in a common cause. In the days that followed, Lila and her companions worked tirelessly alongside the villagers, sharing knowledge and crafting solutions to protect the land they held dear. Through their combined efforts, they were able to halt the encroachment and restore balance to the community, an achievement that resonated far beyond the borders of the village. As Lila returned home, her heart was filled with a deep sense of fulfillment, having not only preserved her own heritage, but also extended its reach to uplift others. Her actions had sparked a movement, one that united villages across the land in a shared commitment to honor their roots and protect the earth. In the quiet moments that followed, Lila reflected on her journey, the tear of Avalon nestled against her heart, a constant reminder of the legacy she carried. She understood that the stories of old were not just echoes of the past, but living guides for the future, empowering her and her community to face the challenges of their time with courage and wisdom. And so, the village thrived, its spirit unyielding and its bonds unbreakable, a testament to the enduring power of stories and the strength of those who dared to listen. Lila's journey was far from over, but she embraced each new chapter with an open heart, knowing that she was part of a tapestry that spanned generations, woven with threads of hope, love, and unity. Story 2. In the gentle embrace of the cosmos, where stars sang their ancient lullabies and planets spun in a harmonious ballet, there existed a quaint little planet known as Timbra. Unlike the other celestial bodies, Timbra glowed with a soft lavender hue, wrapped in a misty aura that shimmered like a dream. Its inhabitants, the Timbrians, were renowned for their wisdom and kindness, their hearts as vast and welcoming as the endless sky above. On the opposite side of the galaxy, nestled amidst the swirling nebulae, lay the rugged and fiery world of Volcara. Its surface was a tapestry of crimson and obsidian, sculpted by the relentless dance of volcanic forces. The Volcarans, with their robust frames and fiery spirits, were known to be formidable, their courage as fierce as the molten rivers that crisscrossed their land. One day, as the universe hummed its eternal melody, a peculiar event unfolded. A mysterious cosmic current swept across the galaxy, intertwining the fates of these two disparate worlds. It all began with a Timbrian named Lyra and a Volcara named Thorn. Lyra was a gentle soul, her heart attuned to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stars. She spent her days tending to the vibrant gardens that bloomed in abundance on Timbra, each petal and leaf a testament to her tender care. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, always searching the skies for new wonders. She often wandered to the edge of the lavender forests, where she would sit and listen to the symphony of nature, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of celestial birds, and the gentle murmur of the streams that glistened under the twin suns. Thorn, on the other hand, was a stalwart guardian of his realm. He patrolled the tumultuous landscapes of Volcara with a steadfast resolve, ensuring the safety of his kin from the capricious whims of their volcanic home. His outer demeanor was as tough as the obsidian he walked upon, yet beneath it lay a heart as warm as the molten core of his planet. He spent his evenings by the fiery rivers, watching the lava flow and contemplating the strength and resilience required to protect his people from the planet's unpredictable temperament. One fateful evening, as the twin moons of Volcara cast their silvery glow upon the land, a portal of shimmering light appeared in the sky. Drawn by the celestial phenomenon, Thorn approached with caution, his curiosity piqued. Simultaneously, on the other side of the galaxy, Lyra watched in awe as a similar portal opened above Timbra, its brilliance reflecting in her wide, wondering eyes. Without hesitation, Lyra and Thorn stepped into the beckoning light, their hearts filled with an inexplicable pull toward the unknown. In a heartbeat, they found themselves standing together on a strange, ethereal bridge that seemed to stretch across the stars themselves. The air was thick with luminescent particles that danced like fireflies, casting a gentle glow upon their bewildered faces. "What are you?" Thorn's voice rumbled like distant thunder, his posture defensive. Lyra, momentarily taken aback by the imposing figure before her, replied softly, "I am Lyra, from the planet Timbra. I mean no harm." Thorn studied her with narrowed eyes, his inherent wariness battling against the sincerity he sensed in her words. "I am Thorn, of Volcara," he said gruffly. "How is it that we stand here between worlds?" The question hung in the air, the only answer a faint whisper of stardust swirling around them. Realizing the cosmic bridge was fading, they knew they had little time to ponder the mystery. Instead, they focused on the task at hand, discovering a way back to their respective homes. Thus began their journey across the celestial bridge, each step taking them deeper into the cosmos. As they walked, they shared tales of their worlds. Lyra spoke of Timbra's lush gardens and the serene melodies that floated through its fragrant air, while Thorn recounted the fiery beauty of Volcara and the raw, untamed power of its volcanoes. Initially, their conversations were stilted and cautious, like the tentative notes of a new song. There were moments of misunderstanding where Lyra's gentle nature clashed with Thorn's fiery temperament. Yet amidst these differences, they found glimmers of common ground. Both held deep love for their worlds and a shared sense of duty toward their people. Their path led them through a series of trials, each more challenging than the last. They navigated a field of floating asteroids, their surfaces shimmering with cosmic frost, requiring Lyra's agility and lightness of step. Later, they traversed a river of molten light, the heat so intense it could only be withstood by Thorn's natural resilience. During these trials, they learned to lean on each other's strengths. When Lyra faltered, Thorn offered his unwavering support, his presence a steadying force. And when Thorn's temper flared at the obstacles they faced, Lyra's calm voice soothed the flames, guiding him with gentle wisdom. As their journey continued, so too did their understanding of one another deepen. Lyra discovered that beneath Thorn's gruff exterior lay a heart that yearned to protect and nurture, much like her own. Thorn, in turn, saw that Lyra's gentleness was not born of fragility, but of a profound strength that could weather any storm. Along their journey, they encountered a celestial library, a vast expanse of floating tomes and scrolls, their pages illuminated by the glow of distant galaxies. Here, the history of countless worlds was recorded, etched in the language of the cosmos itself. Lyra was drawn to a tome that told of the ancient bond between Timbra and Volcara, a bond long forgotten by their people. The knowledge that their worlds were once united filled her with hope and a sense of purpose. Thorn, meanwhile, discovered an ancient scroll detailing the trials they faced on the bridge. It described how these challenges were designed to test the strength of character and the unity of spirit. This revelation deepened his resolve, a silent promise to see their journey through to its end. One evening, as they rested beneath the twinkling canopy of stars, Thorn turned to Lyra and asked, "Why do you not fear me, as others might?" Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "Because I see the truth of your heart, Thorn. It burns with a fierce light, but it is a light that warms, not harms." Her words wrapped around him like a comforting embrace, dispelling the shadows of doubt that had lingered within. In that moment, Thorn realized that friendship was not forged by similarities alone, but by the willingness to see and accept one another for who they truly were. As they rested, a sudden shift in the cosmic energies around them signaled the presence of an ancient guardian of the bridge, a spectral entity that appeared as a swirling mist of colors. It was said to judge the worthiness of travelers, allowing only those with pure intentions to pass. The guardian's voice resonated in their minds, a chorus of harmonies that echoed through the vastness of the cosmos. "Why do you seek passage across the stars?" it asked, its tone both gentle and probing. Lyra and Thorn exchanged a glance, their bond now as strong as the bridge they stood upon. "We seek to return to our worlds," Lyra answered, her voice unwavering. "But in our journey, we have found something greater, a friendship that transcends the boundaries of our homes." Thorn nodded, his eyes meeting the guardian's ethereal gaze. "We have learned that our differences are strengths, that together we are more than we could ever be alone." The guardian paused, its form shifting in the starlight, as if considering their words. Finally it spoke again, its voice like a gentle breeze that carried the scent of distant worlds. "Your hearts are true, and your bond is a beacon of hope. You may pass with the knowledge that your friendship is a light that will guide you, no matter where the stars may lead." With the guardian's blessing, they continued their journey, their hearts buoyed by the affirmation of their bond. Their path led them to the heart of the cosmic bridge, a radiant nexus where the energies of the universe converged in a dazzling array of colors. Here, they would find the means to return to their worlds, but the thought of parting weighed heavily upon their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of their departure, Lyra reached out and took Thorn's hand. "No matter where we are, our friendship will always be a bridge between our worlds," she said softly. Thorn nodded, his grip firm and reassuring. "May the light of our bond guide us wherever the stars may lead." With those words they stepped into the glowing portal, their hearts entwined by the threads of friendship they had woven together. In an instant they were whisked away, transported back to their respective planets. Back on Timbra, Lyra looked up at the sky, her heart filled with a newfound warmth. She knew that across the vast expanse of the galaxy, a friend was watching the same stars, their shared journey a cherished constellation in the tapestry of their lives. And on Volcara, Thorn stood upon the obsidian cliffs, the wind carrying with it the gentle echoes of their time together. He felt a calmness within, a sense of connection that transcended the distances between worlds. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, Lyra and Thorn discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, much like the universe itself, was infinite and eternal. And so their story became a whispered legend, a gentle reminder that even amidst the vastness of space, hearts could find one another and forge a bridge of light and love. Yet, beneath the tranquil surface of their worlds, a deeper resonance began to take shape. The cosmic currents that had once intertwined their fates continued to ripple through the galaxy, awakening ancient energies long dormant. Unknown to Lyra and Thorn, their journey had unlocked a hidden potential within their planets, a latent power waiting to be harnessed. On Timbra, the lush gardens began to bloom with an otherworldly vibrancy, the flowers radiating a luminescent glow. The Timbrians, guided by Lyra's newfound wisdom, discovered that these blooms held the power to heal and rejuvenate, a gift from the cosmos bestowed upon them. Lyra embraced this revelation, dedicating herself to nurturing this newfound connection between her people and the universe. Meanwhile, on Volcara, the volcanic forces that had once been a source of danger transformed into a wellspring of energy. Thorn, now seen as a visionary leader, guided his people in harnessing this power to forge tools and structures that could withstand the planet's fiery temperament. The Volcarans, inspired by Thorn's courage and insight, thrived amidst their volatile landscape, their spirits as unyielding as the obsidian cliffs. As the years passed, the legends of Lyra and Thorn's journey across the stars became woven into the fabric of their cultures, a testament to the enduring bond that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. The once-forgotten connection between Timbra and Volcara was rekindled, and the two planets began to forge a new alliance, united by the shared legacy of their celestial bridge. In a pivotal scene, a grand council was convened between the leaders of Timbra and Volcara. Lyra and Thorn stood side by side, their presence a symbol of unity. The air was filled with anticipation, a palpable electricity that mirrored the cosmic energies that had first brought them together. As they spoke of their journey and the lessons learned, the council members were moved, their hearts touched by the enduring friendship that had blossomed between their worlds. As the council deliberated, an elder Timbrian rose, his voice carrying the weight of history. "Let us not forget the bonds we have forged," he declared, his words resonating with a timeless truth. "Our ancestors once walked a path of unity, and now, through Lyra and Thorn, we are reminded of the strength we possess when we stand together." The Volcaran leader, a towering figure with fiery eyes, nodded in agreement. "The flames of our courage have been kindled anew," he proclaimed, his voice a rumble of volcanic power. "Together we shall forge a future that honors the past and embraces the possibilities of the stars." With the council's blessing, an alliance was formed, a bridge of cooperation and mutual respect that promised a future of shared prosperity. The cosmic currents that had once intertwined the fates of Lyra and Thorn now wove a tapestry of hope and unity across the galaxy, a beacon of light that shone brightly amidst the vastness of space. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, the worlds of Timbra and Volcara flourished, their hearts forever intertwined by the bridge of friendship and unity that Lyra and Thorn had forged. Their story became a beacon of hope, a reminder that even amidst the vastness of space, the bonds of love and friendship could light the way forward, illuminating the path to a brighter future for all. In the quiet aftermath of the council, a new journey beckoned. Lyra and Thorn received a summons from the cosmic guardian who had once tested their resolve. This time, it was not a test, but an invitation to explore the deeper mysteries of the universe. The guardian appeared to them in a vision, its form more defined, an ethereal being woven from the very fabric of the cosmos. "You have proven your worth and the strength of your bond," it said, its voice a gentle chorus. "Now, there is more for you to discover, secrets that lie beyond the known realms." Intrigued and eager to learn, Lyra and Thorn embarked on this new adventure, guided by the Guardian's presence. Their travels took them to the edges of the universe, where the stars themselves seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the secrets of creation to be unveiled. In these uncharted territories, they encountered beings of light and shadow, guardians of ancient wisdom who shared tales of the universe's birth and the cosmic forces that shaped their worlds. Through these encounters, Lyra and Thorn learned that their journey was part of a larger tapestry, a cosmic dance that had been unfolding since the dawn of time. They discovered that the bond they shared was a reflection of the universe's own harmony, a testament to the interconnectedness of all things. Their exploration culminated in a celestial gathering, a convergence of beings from countless worlds, each sharing their knowledge and experiences. Here, Lyra and Thorn stood as representatives of their planets, their story a beacon that inspired others to seek unity and understanding amidst the stars. As they returned to their worlds, Lyra and Thorn carried with them the wisdom of the cosmos, a gift that would guide their people in forging a future where differences were celebrated and unity was cherished. The cosmic currents that had once intertwined their fates continued to ripple through the galaxy, a reminder that even amidst the vastness of space, the bonds of friendship and love could illuminate the path to a brighter tomorrow. Story 3. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the air was as sweet as wild honeysuckle and the ground was a lush carpet of soft moss, there existed a realm unseen by most. Here, the towering trees whispered secrets to the wind, and the babbling brook sang lullabies to the smooth, time-worn stones. This enchanted forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each living harmoniously under the watchful gaze of the wise old oak, known simply as Grandfather Oak. One crisp morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor in dappled gold, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. In a secluded glen, a young squirrel named Finn scampered up the trunk of a towering birch, his eyes alight with curiosity. Finn had heard tales from his elders about the changing of the seasons, a time when magic danced upon the forest and transformed its very essence. The forest around Finn was alive with sound and color. The crispness of the morning air was punctuated by the distant call of a jay and the rustle of leaves underfoot. The birch groaned slightly as Finn darted up its trunk, and he paused on a sturdy branch, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. Below him, a rabbit named Lila nibbled on clover, her ears perked up as she listened intently to the symphony of the forest.
"Lila!"
Finn called, his voice as bright as a morning sunbeam. "Have you ever seen the Dance of Seasons?" Lila looked up, her eyes wide with wonder. Her fur shimmered in the sunlight, the soft beige blending harmoniously with the greens and browns of the forest floor. "No, but I've heard it's a sight to behold," she replied, her voice as soft as a meadow breeze. "The elders say it's when the spirits of the forest come alive, weaving magic into the very air." Intrigued, Finn and Lila decided to set off on a journey to find the heart of this seasonal magic. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the world around them seemed to hum with life. The leaves rustled with secrets, and the ground beneath their paws was rich with the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves, a testament to the forest's endless cycle of renewal. Their path led them through towering ferns, whose fronds brushed against their fur like nature's gentle caress. As they walked, they came upon a sun-dappled pond, its surface mirror-like and still. The reflection of the sky was a brilliant azure, broken only by the occasional ripple from a darting fish. At the water's edge stood wise old Alder, a turtle who had seen more seasons than any other creature in the forest. His shell was like a map of time, etched with the lines of countless years. He was basking in the sun, his eyes half closed in contemplative peace. "Where are you two off to in such a hurry?" Alder asked, his voice as gentle as a summer breeze, carrying the wisdom of ages. "We're looking for the Dance of Seasons," Finn chirped, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Alder chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of leaves. "Ah, the Dance of Seasons. It is a wondrous thing indeed. But remember, young ones, it's not just about seeing the magic. It's about understanding the balance it brings." With Alder's words in their hearts, Finn and Lila continued their journey. The forest around them was a tapestry of life, each thread connected to the next. They wove their way through sunlit glades and shadowed groves, the air filled with the sweet song of birds and the gentle rustle of the wind. As they traveled, Finn noticed something peculiar. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches forming a natural archway as if guiding them on their path. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a strange pull, an invisible thread connecting him to the heart of the forest. It was as if the very essence of the woods wanted them to witness the Dance of Seasons. They encountered a fox named Renard, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. Renard was known for his wit and cunning, often weaving tales of adventure and mystery. He approached with a knowing glint in his eyes. "Ah, Finn and Lila," Renard greeted, a playful tone in his voice. I hear you're on a quest to witness the dance of seasons. It's a rare sight indeed, but beware, it's not just the sights that will change you. Finn tilted his head curiously. What do you mean, Renard? The dance has a way of revealing truths, Renard replied cryptically. Not just about the forest, but about yourselves. It's a mirror as much as it is a spectacle. With Renard's enigmatic words echoing in their minds, Finn and Lila continued. The forest seemed quieter now, the usual chittering of birds and rustling of leaves giving way to an almost reverential silence. It was as if the whole world was holding its breath in anticipation of the magic to come. As dusk fell, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, they arrived at a clearing. There in the center stood Grandfather Oak, his branches reaching high into the heavens, as if embracing the stars themselves. The air was thick with anticipation, and a silvery mist began to rise from the ground, swirling gently around them. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Suddenly, the forest came alive with a soft, ethereal glow. The leaves shimmered like emeralds in the moonlight, and tiny lights danced about like fireflies. It was as if the very essence of the forest had awakened, joining together in a symphony of light and sound. Finn and Lila watched in awe as the spirits of the forest, invisible to all but those who truly believed, began their dance. They moved gracefully, weaving patterns of light and shadow, their movements echoing the rhythm of the wind and the heartbeat of the earth. The creatures of the forest gathered around, from the chirping crickets to the silent owls, all drawn to the magic that wove through the air like a delicate tapestry. In that moment, Finn and Lila understood the wisdom Alder had shared. The Dance of Seasons was not just a spectacle to behold, but a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained their world. It was a dance of life, of growth and rest, of beginning and end, all interwoven in a cycle as ancient as the stars. As the dance reached its crescendo, the forest seemed to hold its breath, and then with a final, gentle flourish, the spirits faded into the night, leaving behind a profound stillness. The air was once again filled with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle song of the wind. Finn and Lila sat together beneath Grandfather Oak, their hearts full of the magic they had witnessed. They knew they would carry this moment with them, a reminder of the harmony and balance that sustained their world. Their journey back home was serene, the path illuminated by the gentle glow of moonlight filtering through the trees. The forest, cradled in the gentle embrace of night, seemed to whisper a promise. The magic of the Dance of Seasons would continue, weaving its way through the heart of the forest, nurturing life, and reminding all who dwelled there of the timeless bond they shared with the earth. As they neared the edge of the clearing, Finn paused, his gaze lingering on the retreating mist. "Do you think we'll ever see anything like this again?" he asked, a hint of wistfulness in his voice. Lila nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the moon. "The forest is full of wonders, Finn. Each day holds its own magic, even if it's not as grand as tonight. We just have to look with open hearts." With that comforting thought, they continued their walk, the forest's gentle lullaby accompanying them. As they drifted into slumber, the forest cradled them in its ancient arms, whispering sweet dreams of harmony and balance, of wisdom and friendship, and of the eternal dance of life. Over the next few days, Finn and Lila found themselves returning to Grandfather Oak, drawn by the tranquility they felt there. One day, as they sat beneath his sprawling branches, they were joined by a wise old owl named Athena. Her feathers were a tapestry of mottled brown and white, and her eyes flickered like the embers of a dying fire. Athena swooped down gracefully, her wings barely making a sound as they cut through the still air. "I see the Dance of Seasons has left its mark on you both," she observed, her voice resonating with a quiet authority. Finn nodded enthusiastically. "It was incredible, Athena. I feel like I understand the forest so much better now." Athena nodded, her eyes narrowing slightly as she considered them. "The dance is a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. But tell me, what did you learn about yourselves?" Lila hesitated, her gaze drifting towards the canopy above. "I think I learned that I'm a part of something much bigger than myself, that my actions, no matter how small, have an impact." Finn chimed in, "And I realized that there's so much more to learn and explore. The forest is full of mysteries and wonders, and I want to discover them all." Athena smiled, a soft, knowing smile that seemed to carry the wisdom of the ages. The forest is indeed a place of endless discovery. Remember, young ones, the journey inward is as important as the journey outward. With Athena's words echoing in their hearts, Finn and Lila embarked on a new chapter of their adventure, one that embraced both the wonders of the forest and the truths within themselves. They continued to explore the forest, each step a testament to their growing understanding and appreciation of the world around them. Not long after, they encountered a storm unlike any they had ever experienced. The sky darkened with thunderous clouds, and the wind howled through the trees, bending them to its will. Rain began to pour, each drop a silver bullet against the backdrop of the forest. Finn and Lila took shelter beneath an ancient willow, its branches swaying like wild dancers in the storm. As they huddled together, Lila voiced her fear. What if the dance of seasons was just a fleeting moment? What if the storms destroy what we've just begun to understand? Finn, though frightened, remembered Renard's words about the dance being a mirror. Maybe the storm is part of the balance, Lila. Just as the dance of seasons shows us beauty, the storm shows us resilience. We need both to grow. The storm raged on, but with Finn's words, Lila found a sense of calm. They watched as the rain washed over the earth, rejuvenating it, and when the storm finally passed, the forest was left glistening under a clear, starry sky. The storm had left its mark on the forest, but it had also enriched the soil, feeding the roots of the trees and the plants. Finn and Lila realized that the forest's beauty was not just in its tranquility, but also in its ability to endure and thrive, even in adversity. And so, the dance of the seasons carried on, an eternal symphony of life and change, guiding Finn and Lila on their journey of discovery, and reminding them always of the timeless magic that lay within the heart of the forest. Story 4. In a quaint village nestled in the embrace of a serene valley, there was a small cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient, whispering forest. The cottage, with its thatched roof and walls draped with ivy, was home to a young woman named Marin. Marin was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her enchanting ability to paint the vibrancy of life onto canvas. Yet, despite her talent, Marin struggled with a deep-rooted fear of change that kept her world small and familiar. Every morning, Marin would sit by the window with a steaming cup of chamomile tea, watching the sunrise paint the sky in hues of lavender and gold. The forest beyond her home was a mystery she had never dared to explore, its towering trees casting long shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of adventures untold. But Marin's heart was bound by the comfort of routine, and she feared the unpredictable nature of the world beyond her doorstep. The village itself was a tapestry of life, with cobblestone paths winding between cottages and leading to the bustling marketplace, where the scent of fresh bread mingled with the earthy aroma of herbs. The villagers were a close-knit community, their lives interwoven like the vibrant threads of a tapestry. They often spoke of the forest in hushed tones, sharing tales of its beauty and mystery. But Marin's fear kept her tethered to the familiar. One afternoon, as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky with shades of amber, Marin heard a soft rustling outside her window. Peering out, she saw an unusual sight, a fluttering, shimmering light dancing among the wildflowers in her garden. Curiosity sparked within her, tugging at her reluctance like a gentle breeze. Unable to resist, Marin stepped outside, her bare feet brushing against the cool, dewy grass. As she approached, the light coalesced into the form of a tiny, radiant creature, a fairy with wings that glimmered like sunlit water. The fairy introduced herself as Lyra, a guardian of the forest who had watched over it for many years. Lyra's eyes sparkled with kindness and wisdom beyond her diminutive size, and she spoke with a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Marin," Lyra said, "I see the beauty you create with your art, but your heart is a canvas yet to be painted with the colors of change. The forest holds wonders that mirror the growth you fear." Marin listened, her heart a mixture of trepidation and intrigue. She had always felt a pull towards the forest, a yearning to discover the mysteries it held, yet the thought of stepping beyond her comfort zone filled her with apprehension. Lyra, sensing Marin's hesitation, fluttered closer. "The forest is magical, Marin, not just in its enchanting beauty, but but in the way it reflects the transformations of those who dare to walk its paths. Will you let me guide you? Marin hesitated for a moment, but the warmth in Lyra's eyes melted her fears like the sun dissolving morning mist. She nodded, and together they ventured into the forest, the air around them humming with a gentle magic. As they walked, the forest unfolded like a living tapestry, each turn revealing something new and wondrous. The trees stood tall and venerable, their leaves whispering ancient secrets as the wind wove through their branches. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors. With each step, Marin felt her apprehension loosening, falling away like autumn leaves. Lyra led her to a clearing where the forest's magic was most potent. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk thick and gnarled, its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. The oak's bark was etched with symbols that glowed faintly, and as Marin approached, she felt a tingling sensation, as if the tree recognized her presence. The oak is a guardian of transformation, Lyra explained, her voice a gentle melody. It mirrors the journey of those who seek change within themselves. Close your eyes, Marin, and let the magic reveal what lies within your heart. Marin closed her eyes, feeling the forest's magic envelop her like a warm embrace. In the darkness behind her eyelids, she saw images of her life unfold, her fears, her dreams, and her unspoken desires. The images danced and blended, forming a tapestry of her journey. Suddenly, she saw herself standing before a blank canvas, her paintbrush poised and ready. But rather than the colors she used to know, new shades appeared, vivid and bold, representing the changes she had feared. She realized that her art, much like her life, was a reflection of her inner world, and that embracing change could bring new beauty to both. When Marin opened her eyes, the forest seemed brighter, as if it had been waiting for her to see it anew. Lyra smiled, her wings shimmering with approval. You've begun to see the beauty of transformation, Marin. The forest has shown you that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. Their journey continued, and they came upon a hidden grove where the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine. In the center of the grove was a crystal-clear pond, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Marin knelt by the water's edge, and as she gazed into its depths, she saw not only her own reflection but the myriad possibilities of who she could become. Lyra spoke softly, her words weaving into the symphony of the forest. This pond is a mirror of the soul, Marin. It shows us not just who we are, but who we can be. What do you see? Marin's voice trembled with newfound conviction. I see a woman unafraid of the unknown, who embraces change as a part of her journey. I see someone who can inspire others to see the beauty in transformation. Lyra nodded, her eyes filled with pride. You have unlocked the magic within yourself, Marin. The forest will always be here to remind you of the strength and courage you possess. As they made their way back to the cottage, Marin felt a newfound lightness in her heart. She realized that the forest, with its ever-changing beauty, was a reflection of life itself, a reminder that growth often came from stepping into the unknown. Yet, as Marin settled back into the comfort of her cottage, she found herself drawn to the stories of others in the village, those who had ventured into the forest before her. One evening, she invited an elder named Elda, known for her wisdom and tales of the past, to share her experiences. The fire crackled warmly in the hearth as Elda recounted her own journey into the forest as a young woman, a journey that had shaped her life and taught her the value of courage and resilience. Elda spoke of a time when the forest was under threat from those who sought to exploit its resources without understanding its magic. She described how the villagers, led by a courageous few, had come together to protect the forest, learning to live in harmony with its wonders. Her tale was one of unity and transformation, mirroring Marin's own journey. Inspired by Elda's story, Marin began to see her role in the village differently. She sought to bridge the gap between the forest and the villagers, using her art to capture the essence of the forest's magic and bring it to life on canvas. She organized gatherings where villagers could share their own stories, fostering a sense of community and mutual respect. In the days that followed, Marin ventured into the forest often, each visit revealing new wonders and deepening her understanding of the world and herself. Her paintings transformed as well, imbued with the colors of change and the magic of discovery. The villagers noticed the change in Marin too. Her once timid demeanor had blossomed into a quiet confidence, and her art captured the essence of life in ways that touched the hearts of those who beheld it. They marveled at her transformation, and Marin in turn shared her newfound wisdom with them, encouraging others to embrace the changes in their own lives. As the seasons passed, Marin's cottage became a place of warmth and inspiration, a haven where villagers gathered to share stories and seek solace. The forest, once a distant mystery, became a cherished friend, its magic ever present in the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlit nights. And so, in the heart of the valley, amidst the whispering trees and the embrace of the ancient oak, Marin found her true self, a testament to the beauty of personal growth and the magic of transformation. With each brushstroke she painted, she wove the lessons she had learned into the fabric of her art, leaving behind a legacy of love, wisdom, and the enduring power of change. When the nights grew long and the fire crackled warmly in the hearth, Marin would sit by the window with a steaming cup of chamomile tea, watching the stars twinkle like distant dreams. She knew that life, like the forest, was a journey of discovery, and that the most profound magic lay in embracing the unknown, with an open heart and a spirit as boundless as the sky. While contemplating her journey, Marin decided to undertake a new project, a mural on the village's community hall wall. She envisioned it as a tribute to the forest and the stories it had shared with her. As she painted, villagers gathered, watching the vibrant colors and familiar symbols take shape. The mural depicted not only the forest's beauty, but also the interconnectedness of nature and humanity. It was during this project that Marin met a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity about the world mirrored her own. Finn's bright eyes and unending questions reminded Marin of her younger self, before fear had clouded her vision. She took him under her wing, teaching him about art and encouraging him to explore the forest with her. Together, Marin and Finn would wander through the woods, Lyra occasionally joining them with her tales of old. Finn's laughter echoed through the trees, a joyous sound that seemed to breathe new life into the forest. He showed Marin the beauty of seeing the world through fresh eyes, unburdened by fear or doubt. Under Marin's guidance, Finn began to paint as well, capturing the forest's magic with a youthful exuberance. His works were gifted to villagers, spreading joy and encouraging others to embrace their own creative spirits. As the mural neared completion, Marin realized it was not just a representation of her journey, but also a symbol of the village's collective spirit and resilience. When the final brushstroke was made, the villagers gathered to celebrate, marveling at the vibrant testament to change and unity. In the heart of the valley, amidst the whispering trees and the embrace of the ancient oak, Marin found not just her true self, but also a community bound by the magic of transformation. With each brushstroke she painted, she wove the lessons she had learned into the fabric of her art, leaving behind a legacy of love, wisdom, and the enduring power of change. As the stars twinkled like distant dreams, Marin knew that she had embraced the unknown, and in doing so, had discovered a world of infinite possibilities. Story 5. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and their leaves murmured secrets to the wind, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was a place of gentle charm, with cobblestone paths winding between thatched roof cottages. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the air would fill with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the soft glow of lanterns would dance across the windows, casting flickering shadows that seemed to tell stories of their own. Among the villagers was a kind-hearted tailor named Finn. Finn was known not only for his skill with needle and thread, but also for his curious nature and keen observation. His cottage, nestled near the edge of the forest, was a tapestry of colors, fabrics, and the gentle hum of creativity. The walls were adorned with embroidered tapestries that depicted tales from long ago, while the shelves were lined with spools of thread in every imaginable hue. The rich scent of freshly cut fabric mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest, creating a unique fragrance that seemed to wrap around Finn like an old friend. Finn's days were spent in a rhythmic dance of sewing and storytelling, often regaling the village children with tales of distant lands and mythical creatures as they watched him work. His laughter was infectious, a melody that seemed to blend seamlessly with the rustling leaves and the distant call of woodland creatures. His heart, though content, harbored a longing for the mysteries that lay just beyond the reach of his needle. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to fall, the village awoke to a peculiar sight. Overnight, a series of intricate patterns had appeared in the dewy grass of the village green. Swirls and arcs, interwoven like a tapestry, seemed to shift and shimmer in the morning light. The villagers gathered, murmuring in hushed tones, their breath visible in the chilly air, mingling with the mist that clung to the earth like a silken veil. Finn, intrigued by the mystery, knelt beside the patterns, his fingers brushing gently across the grass. He felt no malice in the designs, only a curious energy that tingled against his skin, like the soft touch of a feather. As he pondered the origin of the patterns, a soft voice interrupted his thoughts. "Beautiful, aren't they?" said a voice as smooth as honey. Finn turned to see an elderly woman with eyes like polished amber and hair that cascaded like silver moonlight. It was Grandmother Willow, the village's wise mentor known for her knowledge of the woods and their secrets. Her presence was comforting, like the embrace of a warm blanket on a cold night. "They are indeed Grandmother Willow," Finn replied, rising to greet her. "Do you know what they might mean?" With a knowing smile, Grandmother Willow gestured for Finn to follow her to her cottage, which was nestled beneath an ancient oak tree. The tree's branches stretched out wide, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze, as though whispering secrets of their own. Inside the cottage, the air was warm, infused with the scent of dried herbs and spiced tea. She poured them both a steaming cup and settled into a chair by the hearth, the fire crackling softly, casting a gentle glow that danced across the room. "These patterns," she began, "are not new to these lands. They are the work of the whispering winds, playful spirits that dance through the forest. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy with those who are willing to see it." Finn listened intently, his curiosity piqued, his mind a whirl of possibilities. "Is there a way to communicate with them?" he asked, his voice laced with wonder and a hint of hope. Grandmother Willow nodded. "The winds love music, especially the gentle notes of a flute. If you wish to speak with them, play for them at dusk when the veil between worlds is thinnest." Thanking her for her wisdom, Finn set to work crafting a flute from a slender branch of willow. The wood was smooth under his skilled hands, and as he carved it, he thought of the stories the winds might tell. Each stroke of his knife was deliberate, infused with the anticipation of what might come. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn made his way to the village green. The villagers gathered once more, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns, their eyes filled with expectation and a touch of wonder. With a deep breath, Finn raised the flute to his lips and began to play. The notes floated through the cool evening air, soft and melodious, weaving a gentle spell that seemed to draw the very stars closer. The patterns in the grass shimmered in response, and a soft, ethereal breeze began to swirl around them, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. Suddenly the air was filled with laughter, like the tinkling of tiny bells. From the patterns emerged the whispering winds, translucent figures that danced and twirled, their forms shifting like clouds in a summer sky. The villagers watched in awe, their hearts warmed by the enchanting sight, their spirits lifted by the beauty of the moment. One of the figures, a particularly radiant spirit, floated towards Finn, her voice a gentle whisper that seemed to echo within his mind. "Thank you for your music, kind tailor. We wish only to share our joy with your village, to dance and play among your dreams." Finn smiled, his heart light with understanding and a newfound sense of belonging. "Your patterns are beautiful," he said. "Perhaps we can find a way to share this joy together." And so, under the watchful eyes of the villagers and the wise guidance of Grandmother Willow, they devised a festival of lights and music to celebrate the coming of the whispering winds. Each year, as autumn painted the village in gold and crimson, Finn would play his flute and the spirits would dance, their laughter mingling with the music, a symphony of friendship and harmony. The festival became a beacon for the village, a time when the fabric of everyday life seemed to shimmer with magic. As the festival grew, so did the traditions surrounding it. Villagers began crafting lanterns designed to mimic the patterns left by the whispering winds, their lights casting intricate designs against the darkening sky. Children giggled as they learned the stories of each wind spirit, their imaginations fueled by the legends passed down from Grandmother Willow. Finn, now an elder in the village, watched with pride as the festival continued to flourish. His once dark hair had turned to silver, echoing the moonlit strands of Grandmother Willow, who had since passed into the realm of legends. Yet her spirit lingered, woven into the very fabric of Willowbrook, her wisdom echoing in the rustle of the leaves. Every year, as he raised his flute to the twilight, Finn felt her presence beside him, a reminder of the magic that lay hidden in the world, waiting for those willing to listen. And in those moments, with the wind's laughter in his ears and the village aglow with light and love, Finn knew that the Whispering Woods had not only shared their secrets, but had become an enduring part of the village's heart and soul. As the years passed, the festival grew, drawing visitors from distant villages curious to witness the dance of the Whispering Winds. New traditions emerged, with villagers crafting intricate lanterns that floated into the night sky like stars, each carrying a wish or a dream. Children, inspired by the tales of the spirits, would fashion tiny flutes from reeds, their laughter joining the chorus of the winds. One year, a young girl named Alara, known for her adventurous spirit and wild imagination, ventured deeper into the woods. Captivated by the tales of the Whispering Winds, she sought to find the source of their magic. Her discovery of an ancient clearing, where the winds seemed to converge in a whirl of joyful energy, added a new chapter to the village's story. The clearing became a sacred place, a symbol of the enduring bond between the villagers and the spirits. Inspired by Alara's discovery, Finn composed a new melody, one that echoed the vibrant energy of the clearing. As he played it for the first time at the festival, the Whispering Winds responded with exuberant dances, their forms swirling with renewed vigor. The villagers watched in awe, realizing that the bond between them and the spirits was a living, breathing connection that grew stronger with each passing year. Amidst these celebrations, Finn's legacy continued to evolve. He began teaching the art of flute making to the village children, ensuring that the connection to the Whispering Winds would not falter with time. Each flute carved carried a piece of Finn's heart, a testament to his love for the spirits and the village. In his twilight years, Finn often found solace in the quiet of his cottage, reflecting on the journey that had unfolded since that crisp autumn morning. He would sit by the window, the gentle rustle of leaves a constant companion, as he embroidered new tapestries that chronicled the ever-growing story of Willowbrook. Yet the tale of Finn and the Whispering Winds was far from over. One particularly vibrant autumn, the festival saw a new addition, a gathering at the ancient clearing discovered by Alara. It was a place where the music of the flute and the dance of the winds were most harmonious, a place where the veil between the worlds seemed thinnest. The villagers, led by Alara, decided to hold a special ceremony there, a moment of silence followed by the music that Finn had composed. As the flute melodies rose into the night, the villagers released lanterns into the sky, their gentle glow reflecting the hopes and dreams of each person present. The winds responded with a dance so radiant and lively that it seemed as if the stars themselves were joining in the celebration. As the festival continued, Finn felt a deep sense of peace. He understood that the connection with the Whispering Winds, nurtured over the years, had become an integral part of the village's identity. It was a legacy of harmony, a celebration of unity between the visible and invisible, the tangible and the ethereal. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, where the trees whispered secrets and the winds wove dreams, the villagers continued to embrace the mysteries of the Whispering Woods with open hearts and kind spirits. As the last notes of Finn's flute faded into the night, a gentle peace settled over the village, cradling it in the comforting embrace of the Whispering Woods, a reminder of the magic found in unity and understanding. In the quiet moments that followed, Finn, perched on a bench at the edge of the clearing, reflected on the legacy he would leave behind. The laughter of children and the gentle hum of the village melded with the whispers of the wind, a symphony of life that transcended time. He imagined a future where Willowbrook's festival would continue to draw souls enchanted by its magic, and where the whispering winds would forever dance in harmonious celebration with the villagers. As the stars twinkled above, Finn's heart brimmed with gratitude. He had found a kinship with the spirits, a shared language of music and joy that transcended the boundaries of the seen and unseen. And in that sacred clearing, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the embrace of the whispering woods, Finn knew that the story of Willowbrook and its enchanting festival would endure, woven into the very fabric of time. Story 6. Title: The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, in a small, sun-dappled village nestled at the edge of a great sprawling forest, there was a girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of ripe wheat and eyes that glimmered like the morning dew. She was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and the way she could coax even the shyest of animals to eat from her hand. The village, surrounded by rolling hills and vibrant fields, appeared in every way ordinary, save for the forest that bordered it. This was no ordinary woodland. It was the Whispering Woods. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, telling tales of its enchanted nature. Birds sang in harmonies that mirrored the wind's whispers, and the leaves seemed to murmur secrets to those who listened closely. Lila was fascinated by the woods. Every day after her chores, she would sit at the forest's edge, listening to its rustling, her imagination painting pictures of what lay within. Her grandmother often warned her, "The forest holds wonders and mysteries, my dear, but remember, curiosity must walk hand in hand with caution." One balmy afternoon, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the horizon with hues of orange and pink, Lila noticed a peculiar glint among the roots of an ancient oak tree just inside the forest. Her heart skipped a beat with excitement. She glanced back at the village, her grandmother's words echoing in her mind, but the pull of curiosity was irresistible. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to change. The air was cooler, suffused with the scent of pine and earth. Each step she took was accompanied by the crunch of twigs underfoot and the melodic whispers of the foliage above. She reached the base of the oak tree and found, nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Gingerly, Lila opened the box. Inside lay a delicate, shimmering stone, unlike any she had ever seen. It pulsed gently with a light of its own, casting a soft glow on her face. The moment she touched it, a warm sensation spread through her fingertips, and she heard a voice, soft and kind, in her mind. "Hello, dear one. I am the Heartstone of the Whispering Woods." Lila gasped, dropping the stone back into the box. The voice continued, soothingly, "Do not fear. My purpose is to guide and to protect. The forest has chosen you, Lila, to be its friend and guardian." Her heart raced, but a sense of calm washed over her. "What do you mean?" she whispered, unsure if she was speaking aloud or within her thoughts. "The woods are alive with magic and stories," the Heartstone explained. "But there is a darkness that seeks to encroach upon its beauty. I need your help to keep it at bay." Lila nodded slowly, a sense of purpose settling over her. "What must I do?" "Listen to the forest," the Heartstone replied. "It will guide you. Trust in your heart and your wisdom." Days turned to weeks, and Lila visited the forest daily, carrying the Heartstone with her. She learned the language of the trees, understood the songs of the birds, and felt the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. Her senses sharpened, and she grew attuned to the subtle shifts in the forest's mood. One morning, a chill crept into the forest, and the whispers of the trees sounded anxious, warning of an impending shadow. Lila clutched the Heartstone tightly, feeling its warmth as she followed the source of the unease deeper into the woods. As she ventured further, the air grew thick and heavy, the vibrant greens of the leaves dulling to a lifeless gray. The once harmonious birdsong turned discordant, and the trees' whispers became frantic. In a clearing, she saw it, a swirling mass of darkness, like an ink blot against the vibrant forest. It pulsed with a malevolent energy, spreading tendrils that withered everything they touched. Lila's heart pounded in her chest, but she did not waver. She raised the Heartstone, its light growing brighter, casting away the shadows around her. "Leave this place," she commanded, her voice steady and strong. "You are not welcome here." The darkness recoiled, hissing like a wounded creature. Lila stepped forward, her resolve unwavering, the heartstone blazing with light. "The forest is a place of peace and life. You cannot take it." With a final surge of light, the heartstone banished the darkness, restoring color and vitality to the forest. The birds resumed their joyous songs, and the trees sighed in relief, their leaves rustling a grateful melody. Lila knew then that her journey had changed her. She had found courage within herself, guided by the wisdom of the heartstone and the friendship of the forest. Returning to the village, she was welcomed with open arms, her story spreading like wildfire. The villagers, once wary of the woods, now understood its wonders and mysteries, all thanks to Lila and her unyielding spirit. From that day forth, Lila was known as the guardian of the Whispering Woods. She continued to visit the forest, her bond with it growing deeper each day. And though the heartstone remained a secret between her and the forest, its light forever illuminated her path. In the quiet moments before sleep, she would sit by her window, gazing at the forest, silhouetted against the moonlit sky, feeling the whispers of the woods wrap around her like a warm embrace. The world was full of mysteries, she knew, and with an open heart, she was ready to face them all. And so, with the forest as her eternal friend and ally, Lila drifted into dreams, her heart at peace, knowing she was exactly where she belonged. Story 7. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Luna. With her wild copper curls and eyes that sparkled like moon dust, she was a curious soul who yearned for adventure beyond the boundaries of her quaint home. One evening, as Luna wandered among the towering trees and whispering streams, she stumbled upon an ancient, hollow oak. Its gnarled bark seemed to beckon her closer, and as she peered inside, a soft, golden glow emanated from within. Reaching out with tentative fingers, Luna discovered a glimmering acorn, pulsing with an otherworldly radiance. As she cradled the acorn in her palms, a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "This is no ordinary seed, dear Luna. It holds the key to a hidden world, a realm where dreams take flight and magic dances upon the wind." Luna's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. She had always sensed that the forest harbored secrets beyond her wildest imaginings, but never could she have fathomed the extraordinary journey that lay ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Luna clutched the acorn close to her chest and stepped into the hollow oak. The world around her blurred, and she found herself enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, swirling and shifting like the ever-changing patterns of a kaleidoscope. When the dizzying vortex faded, Luna found herself standing amidst a breathtaking meadow, brimming with vibrant flora she had never seen before. Flowers danced in the gentle breeze, their petals shimmering with iridescent hues that seemed to defy the laws of nature. As she wandered deeper into this wondrous realm, Luna encountered creatures straight out of her wildest dreams. Playful pixies flitted among the blossoms, their gossamer wings leaving trails of glittering stardust in their wake. Friendly fawns frolicked through the tall grass, their hooves drumming a merry rhythm upon the earth. But Luna's sense of awe soon gave way to bewilderment as she realized that this enchanted world was not as serene as it appeared. A dark, ominous cloud loomed on the horizon, casting eerie shadows across the once vibrant landscape. With bravery far beyond her years, Luna ventured forth, determined to unravel the mystery that threatened this magical haven. Her path led her through a labyrinth of twisted vines and gnarled roots, each twist and turn revealing new wonders and perils alike. It was there, deep within the heart of the forest, that Luna encountered a wise old owl perched upon a twisted branch. With eyes that seemed to hold the weight of ages, the owl greeted her. "Welcome, young one, to the realm of dreams. I am Athena, guardian of this sacred place." Luna listened, enraptured, as Athena recounted the tale of a powerful sorcerer whose jealousy and greed had unleashed a dark curse upon the realm. This malevolent force sought to extinguish the magic that flowed through every fiber of this wondrous world, leaving it barren and lifeless. "Only one with a pure heart and unwavering courage can break the curse," Athena declared, her gaze piercing through Luna's very soul. "The path ahead will be perilous, but you possess a strength greater than you know." Emboldened by Athena's words, Luna set forth on a quest to vanquish the darkness that threatened to engulf the realm of dreams. Her journey was fraught with challenges, from treacherous ravines to cunning riddles posed by enigmatic creatures. Yet with each obstacle she overcame, Luna's resolve grew stronger, and her belief in the power of dreams and magic burned ever brighter. She forged unlikely friendships with a mischievous sprite named Zephyr and a courageous young faun named Willow, who joined her in her quest to restore the realm to its former glory. Together they faced the sorcerer's twisted minions, outwitting the devious tricksters and unraveling the intricate web of deceit woven by the malevolent force. Luna's kind heart and quick wit proved to be her greatest allies, as she navigated treacherous paths and solved ancient riddles that had baffled even the most seasoned adventurers. At last, they stood before the sorcerer's lair, a foreboding fortress of twisted stone and gnarled roots. Luna felt a flicker of fear in her heart, but it was quickly overshadowed by the unwavering faith she had gained in the magic that flowed through her veins. With Zephyr's mischievous cunning and Willow's steadfast courage at her side, Luna confronted the sorcerer in a final, epic battle. Spells crackled through the air, and ancient powers clashed in a dazzling display of light and shadow. In the climactic moment, Luna's pure heart and belief in the power of dreams proved to be the key. With a brilliant flash of light, the sorcerer's curse shattered, and the realm was bathed in a radiant, golden glow. As the darkness dissipated, Luna felt a profound transformation within herself. She had faced her fears, embraced her inner strength, and emerged as a champion of hope and resilience. The journey had not only saved the realm of dreams, but had also changed her forever. In the days that followed, Luna reveled in the beauty and wonder of the restored realm, forging unbreakable bonds with her newfound friends, Zephyr and Willow. They explored hidden glades and danced beneath starlit skies, their laughter echoing through the enchanted forest. But as the seasons turned, Luna knew that her time in the realm of dreams was drawing to a close. With a heavy heart, she bid farewell to her cherished companions, vowing to carry the lessons she had learned and the magic she had experienced forever in her heart. As she stepped back through the hollow oak, Luna emerged into her own world, forever changed by her extraordinary journey. The acorn, now drained of its mystical light, rested in her palm, a tangible reminder of the wonders she had witnessed and the courage she had discovered within herself. From that day forward, Luna approached life with a renewed sense of wonder and resilience. She embraced her dreams, cherished her friendships, and faced every challenge with the unwavering spirit of a true adventurer. And whenever she gazed up at the twinkling stars or felt the caress of the night breeze, Luna knew that the magic of the realm of dreams lived on, not just in that enchanted world, but within the depths of her own heart, guiding her through life's journey with the light of hope and the power of belief. Story 8. Title: The Whispering Stones. In the heart of the lush, emerald forest, where the air seemed to hum with a melody only the trees could hear, there lay a small village named Verdant Hollow. It was a place cloaked in perpetual spring, where the sun filtered through the canopy in soft, golden beams, and the scent of blooming wildflowers mingled with the crisp freshness of the morning dew. The village was known for its tranquility, nestled as it was between the arms of the great forest and the silver-threaded river that wound its way through the landscape. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, their homes built from the very wood of fallen trees, and their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the land. In this serene setting lived a young girl named Lila, with hair as dark as raven feathers and eyes that sparkled like the forest's hidden streams. Lila was known for her gentle heart and her insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the village's borders. Her days were spent wandering through the woods, listening to the whispers of the leaves and the songs of the birds, her heart yearning for something more, something unknown. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist clung to the earth and the world was still wrapped in the gentle embrace of dawn, Lila set out on one of her many explorations. The forest was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the rustle of leaves underfoot. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a small, secluded glade she had never seen before. The glade was unlike any other part of the forest. It was filled with a soft, almost ethereal light, and at its center lay a peculiar circle of stones. These stones were unlike any Lyra had seen. They were smooth and cool to the touch, with faint, glowing runes carved into their surfaces. As she traced her fingers over them, she felt a curious tingling sensation, as if the stones were alive, humming with a silent energy. Intrigued, Lyra sat among them, closing her eyes to better feel their vibrations. As she sat, the world around her began to fade, and a gentle voice, soft and melodic, filled her mind. "Welcome, seeker of the unseen," it whispered, as if carried on the breeze. "You have found the Whispering Stones, a gateway to the hidden realm." Lyra's heart skipped a beat. A hidden realm? Her curiosity blazed brighter than ever. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice a mere breath in the stillness. "We are the guardians of the ancient paths," the voice replied, warm and comforting. "Through us, you may glimpse the world beyond the veil, where the ordinary becomes extraordinary, and the lines between this world and the next blur." The stones pulsed gently beneath her palms, and Lyra knew she was standing on the threshold of something wondrous. Yet she hesitated, the weight of the unknown pressing down on her. "What must I do?" she asked. "Merely open your heart and mind," the voice instructed. "Trust in the journey, for it will reveal what you seek." Taking a deep breath, Lyra allowed herself to relax, surrendering to the stone's gentle pull. As she did, the glade seemed to shimmer, the air around her growing thick with magic. The world swirled and shifted, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a place both strange and familiar. The forest was there, yet transformed. The trees towered higher, their leaves shimmering in hues of silver and gold. The air was tinged with the scent of flowers Lyra had never encountered, sweet and intoxicating. The sky above was a canvas of swirling colors, like the auroras she had heard tales of but never seen. In this hidden realm, creatures of all kinds roamed freely. There were deer with coats like spun starlight, birds with feathers that glistened like precious gems, and tiny, delicate beings that flitted about on gossamer wings, leaving trails of light in their wake. Awestruck, Lyra wandered through this enchanted world, her heart soaring with wonder. As she explored, she encountered a young fox with fur as red as flame and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. The fox, sensing her presence, approached cautiously, its movements graceful and fluid. "Greetings, traveler," the fox said, its voice echoing in Lyra's mind. "I am Finn, a guide of this realm. What brings you to our world?" Lyra knelt to meet the fox's gaze, her heart brimming with excitement and a touch of trepidation. "I found the Whispering Stones," she explained. "They led me here. I seek to learn, to understand the mysteries of this place." Finn nodded, a knowing gleam in his eye. "Then you are welcome here, for you have the heart of a true seeker. But remember, knowledge is not always easy to grasp. The journey may be fraught with challenges, yet you will not face them alone." With Finn by her side, Lyra ventured deeper into the hidden realm. They traveled through forests where the trees sang in melodious harmonies, across meadows where flowers danced to an unheard tune, and over streams that glowed with the light of 1,000 stars. Along the way, they encountered many wondrous beings, wise owls with feathers of moonlight, playful otters that wove patterns in the water, and ancient tortoises that moved with the wisdom of ages past. Each shared a piece of their world, their stories painting a tapestry of magic and wonder that left Lyra's heart full. Yet, as the days passed, Lyra began to notice a shadow creeping over the land. The colors of the realm dimmed, the songs grew fainter, and the creatures moved with a sense of unease. The hidden realm was changing, and not for the better. Concerned, Lyra turned to Finn. "What is happening?" she asked, worry etching her brow. Finn's eyes were somber, his voice a soft murmur. "A great imbalance has befallen our world. The threads that bind it are unraveling, and the magic that sustains us is fading." Lyra's heart ached at the thought. This realm, so full of beauty and wonder, was in peril. "Is there anything I can do to help?" she asked, determination burning in her eyes. Finn regarded her with a mix of hope and caution. "There is a way, but it is not without risk. To restore balance, you must journey to the heart of the realm, where the source of magic lies. There, you must rekindle its flame, for only then will the harmony be restored." Though the task seemed daunting, Lyra knew she could not turn her back on the world that had welcomed her so warmly. "I will do it," she vowed, her voice steady and sure. With Finn as her guide, Lyra set out on her quest, traveling through landscapes both breathtaking and daunting. They climbed mountains that pierced the sky, crossed deserts where the sands whispered ancient secrets, and navigated labyrinthine forests where the paths seemed to shift and change. As they journeyed, Lyra learned to listen to the whispers of the land, to see beyond the surface and understand the deeper currents that flowed through this world. She discovered the strength within herself, the courage to face the unknown, and the wisdom to know when to ask for help. The challenges were many, but Lyra faced each with grace and determination. She learned to trust in her instincts, to rely on the friendships she had forged, and to believe in the power of hope and love to overcome even the greatest of obstacles. Finally, they reached the heart of the realm, a place of breathtaking beauty where the air hummed with a potent energy. In the center lay the source of magic, a pulsating orb of light that seemed to contain the very essence of the realm. But the source was dimming, its glow fading with each passing moment. Lyra approached it with reverence, feeling the weight of her task settle upon her shoulders. She knew that to rekindle the flame, she must give of herself, to pour her heart and soul into the source and reignite its light. Closing her eyes, Lyra reached deep within, drawing upon the love and strength she had found on her journey. She thought of the friends she had made, the wonders she had witnessed, and the beauty of the world that had captured her heart. As she focused her thoughts, a warmth spread through her, a gentle glow that grew brighter and brighter. She opened her eyes to see the source responding, its light flaring to life, vibrant and strong. The realm around her shuddered, as if awakening from a long slumber. Colors bloomed anew, songs filled the air, and the creatures of the realm rejoiced as the magic flowed once more. Lyra felt a wave of relief wash over her, her heart soaring with joy. She had done it. She had restored the balance, saved the hidden realm she had come to love. As the realm celebrated, Lyra knew it was time to return to her own world. She had learned much on her journey, grown in ways she had never imagined, and she carried those lessons with her like precious treasures. With Finn by her side, she made her way back to the Whispering Stones, the gateway that would lead her home. As she stepped into the circle, she felt the familiar tingling sensation, the stones humming softly beneath her touch. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude, "for everything." The stones pulsed in response, the voice she had first heard now a gentle echo. "Thank you, Seeker, for your courage and kindness. The realm is forever in your debt." With a final nod to Finn, her steadfast companion, Lyra closed her eyes and let the magic carry her back to Verdant Hollow. When she opened her eyes, she was once again in the familiar glade, the sun's rays warming her skin. The forest was just as she had left it, yet Lyra knew she was forever changed. As she made her way back to the village, her heart was light with joy and hope. She had discovered a hidden world, found friends in unexpected places, and learned that even the smallest of hearts could make a difference. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lyra returned to her home, her spirit aglow with the magic of the journey and the whispers of the stones echoing in her heart. A reminder that the boundaries between worlds were but illusions, and that wonder awaited those brave enough to seek it. Story 9. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lila. She was known for her curiosity and a particular fondness for stories that spoke of magic and wonder. Lila's favorite place was the village's small yet enchanting library, where she spent many afternoons among the dust-mottled shelves, lost in tales of faraway lands. One breezy autumn day, as golden leaves danced in the crisp air, Lila discovered a book unlike any she had seen before. It was tucked away in a forgotten corner, its cover worn with age but shimmering subtly in the dim light. Intrigued, she carefully opened the book, and to her amazement, a delicate silver key slipped from its pages, landing softly on the wooden floor with a gentle chime. The librarian, an elderly woman with twinkling eyes named Mrs. Wren, noticed Lila's find. "Ah," she said, her voice smooth as honey, "you've discovered the key of whispers. It is said to unlock secrets that lie beneath the surface of what we perceive." With Mrs. Wren's encouragement, Lila took the key home, her heart fluttering with excitement, and a hint of apprehension. That night, as moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Lila examined the key closely. It felt warm in her hand, almost alive, whispering promises of hidden wonders. The following morning, with the key safely tucked in her pocket, Lila set off on a path through the woods behind her home. She walked for some time, guided by an inexplicable pull, until she reached an ancient oak with a gnarled trunk and sprawling branches. At its base, half buried beneath the carpet of fallen leaves, lay a small, intricately carved wooden door, just the right size for the key. Holding her breath, Lila inserted the silver key into the lock. With a gentle click, the door swung open, revealing a staircase spiraling downwards, illuminated by warm, flickering lights. Heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement, Lila descended into the unknown. At the bottom, she found herself in a vast, underground chamber filled with an array of curious objects. A globe that spun on its own, a harp playing a soft, melodic tune, and jars of swirling colors that danced in their containers. But it was the mirror at the far end of the room that caught her attention. Its surface shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake under the morning sun. As Lila approached, the mirror's reflection began to shift, showing not her own image, but a scene of the village she so dearly loved. However, in the reflection, the village was dull and colorless, the joy and life seemingly drained away. Beside the mirror stood two peculiar figures. The first, a tiny plump gnome with a bushy beard and a perpetual grin, introduced himself as Binkle. The second, a slender, graceful fairy whose wings sparkled like dew-kissed petals at dawn, was named Era. "Welcome, Lila," Binkle said with a jovial tone, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "This mirror reveals the heart of Willowbrook. It seems your village is in need of a little magic." Ira nodded, her voice soft and melodic. "Something has dimmed the spirit of Willowbrook, and only someone with a pure heart and wise mind can restore its light." Layla, feeling a sense of purpose welling within her, asked, "How can I help?" "The answer lies in understanding," Ira replied. "You must learn to see beyond the surface, to listen to the whispers of the world around you." With their guidance, Lila embarked on a journey through the chamber, each object a lesson in perception and insight. The globe taught her that the world is interconnected, each action creating ripples that affect the whole. The harp revealed the harmony in diversity, where different notes blend to create a beautiful melody. The jars of colors showed her the beauty in differences, how each shade adds to the richness of life. As Lila absorbed these lessons, the mirror's reflection began to change, colors slowly seeping back into the village scene. Yet, there was still a lingering shadow, a reminder of something unresolved. Binkle and Ira encouraged Lila to look deeper, to find the source of the shadow. With newfound wisdom, she realized the shadow was born of misunderstandings and fears that had crept into the hearts of the villagers, causing them to lose sight of the kindness and unity that once defined their home. Determined to dispel the shadow, Lila returned to Willowbrook, where she began sharing the lessons she had learned. She spoke with her neighbors, fostering conversations that brought to light hidden fears and misconceptions. Slowly, understanding blossomed, like a garden nurtured by the warmth of the sun. As the villagers opened their hearts, the shadow began to lift, and the mirror in the chamber below the oak reflected a vibrant, lively Willowbrook once more. The air was filled with laughter, and the village thrummed with the gentle pulse of community and love. With her mission complete, Lila returned to the ancient oak, where Binkle and Ira awaited her. The silver key glowed warmly in her hand, a symbol of the journey she had undertaken and the changes she had inspired. "You have done well, Lila," Ira said, her voice like a soft breeze. "Remember, the greatest magic lies within the heart, in kindness and understanding." Binkle added with a wink, "And never forget the wonders that can be found when you dare to look beyond." With a grateful heart, Lila bid farewell to her new friends, knowing that their lessons would stay with her always. As she walked back to her village, the sun setting in a blaze of colors, she felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The silver key, now a cherished keepsake, found its place on Lila's bedside table, a reminder of the extraordinary adventure that began with a single, unexpected discovery. And as she drifted to sleep that night, the warmth of friendship and the promise of new wonders cocooned her in a comforting embrace, the whispers of magic echoing softly in her dreams. Story 10. Once upon a time, in the heart of a misty forest where the trees whispered ancient secrets, there was a village known as Willowbrook. The villagers often spoke of a hidden world beyond their own, a realm that could only be seen by those who believed in the magic that danced in the air. This hidden world, they said, was home to creatures both wondrous and wise, creatures who held the secrets of the earth and sky. In this village lived a young girl named Leora. She was known for her inquisitive nature and her ability to see beauty where others saw only the mundane. Leora had a particular fondness for the stories of the hidden world, often spending her evenings listening to the tales spun by the village elders by the warmth of the fireplace. One cool autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of amber and rose, Leora set out on her usual walk through the forest. The air was crisp, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant call of an owl waking to the night. She wandered along the familiar path, her footsteps light and her heart open to the wonders around her. As she walked, Leora's eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual. Nestled beneath a cluster of ferns was a small, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had seen before. It shimmered with hues of blue and green, as if it held the essence of the forest itself. Curiosity piqued, she gently picked it up, feeling its warmth seep into her palm. Unbeknownst to Leora, this stone held a powerful magic, one that had been waiting for someone with a heart as pure as hers to unlock its secrets. As she held it, the world around her began to change. The trees seemed to hum with ancient songs, and the air shimmered with unseen energy. It was as if the forest had taken a breath, revealing a hidden layer of itself that had been concealed from ordinary eyes. Leora gasped in wonder as ethereal lights began to dance around her, forming a path that led deeper into the forest, to a place she had never ventured before. Trusting her instincts and the warmth of the stone, she followed the path, her heart racing with excitement and a touch of apprehension. As she walked, the forest transformed around her. The trees grew taller, their leaves glistening with dew that caught the light like tiny stars. The air was filled with the gentle rustle of wings, and Leora caught glimpses of creatures flitting between the branches. Creatures of legend, with wings of butterfly gossamer and eyes that glowed with wisdom. The path led her to a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a gentle stream babbled over smooth stones. At the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and ancient, its branches reaching skyward like arms embracing the heavens. Beneath this tree sat a figure, cloaked in robes that shimmered with the colors of the night sky. The figure looked up as Leora approached, revealing eyes that twinkled with kindness and knowledge. "Welcome, Leora," the figure said, their voices soft as the breeze. "You have found the Heartstone, a gift of the forest that reveals the truths hidden within." "But why me?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Because you see with your heart, not just your eyes," the figure replied. "The Heartstone chooses those who are open to the magic of the world, those who can bridge the realms of seen and unseen." Leora felt a glow of warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging and purpose she had never felt before. She sat with the figure beneath the tree, listening as they shared stories of the forest's hidden world, tales of friendship and courage, of challenges met with wisdom and kindness. As the night deepened, Leora realized that the magic of the Heartstone was not just in revealing the hidden world, but in teaching her to see the magic in her own. The figure taught her that true magic lay in the bonds of friendship, in the beauty of nature, and in the kindness that she could share with others. When the first light of dawn touched the sky, Leora knew it was time to return to her village. She thanked the figure for their wisdom and promised to cherish the Heartstone and the lessons it had shown her. As she made her way back along the path, the forest slowly returned to its familiar form, yet to Leora, it was forever changed. Back in Willowbrook, Leora shared her experience with the villagers, not as a tale of fantasy, but as a reminder of the wonders that lay within their reach if only they chose to see them. She became a storyteller in her own right, weaving tales that inspired others to seek the magic in their lives, to foster friendships that defied expectations, and to face challenges with wisdom and courage. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people bound by the invisible threads of kindness and wonder. Leora's journey had changed her, not just by revealing a hidden world, but by opening her heart to the magic that lay within her all along. As the years passed, Leora grew wise and kind, and the Heartstone remained with her, a constant reminder of the night she learned to see with her heart. And though the world around her changed with the seasons, the magic of the hidden forest lived on in her stories, a legacy of enchantment and friendship that would echo through the ages. And so, under the whispering trees and the watchful stars, Leora's story continued, a gentle reminder that true magic lies in the hearts of those who believe. Story 11. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. This village was unlike any other, for it was nestled within a magical forest where the trees sang soft lullabies and the air was perpetually perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming lavender. The villagers lived in harmony with the mystical creatures that dwelled in the woods, from the shimmering fireflies that danced around at dusk to the gentle deer with eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. In this serene village, there was a small, cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof that glistened like gold in the sunlight. This was the home of young Lila, a curious girl with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a heart as warm as the hearth in her snug living room. Lila had a special talent for solving puzzles and could often be found with her nose buried in books of ancient lore and tales of wonder. One crisp autumn evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, Lila noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved clock tower, which had stood tall for generations, was chiming at odd hours, its melodious tunes echoing mysteriously through the night. The villagers, though not alarmed, were puzzled and a little curious about what might be causing this unusual behavior. "This is indeed strange," murmured Elder Rowan, the wise old man of the village, his beard as white as the snow-capped peaks in the distance. "The clock has always been as reliable as the rising sun." Lila, intrigued by the mystery, decided that she would uncover the truth behind the clock tower's odd chimes. With a satchel full of parchment, quills, and her trusty lantern, she ventured out into the cool evening air, the leaves crunching softly under her feet. As she approached the clock tower, Lila noticed a faint, shimmering light dancing around the base of the tower. To her delight, it was her friend Lumi, a tiny fairy with wings that glowed like the morning dew. Lumi was known for her playful nature and her knack for finding things that were hidden from ordinary eyes. "Lumi," Lila called gently, her voice as soft as the breeze rustling through the leaves. "Do you happen to know what might be causing the clock tower to chime at such peculiar times?" The fairy fluttered around Lyra's head, her tinkling laughter like the softest chimes. "Oh, Lila, it's quite the mystery, isn't it? But I did see something interesting the other night. There was a little owl, not the ordinary kind, but a silver-feathered one, perched on the clock's hands." "A silver-feathered owl?" Lila repeated, her eyes widening with curiosity. "I've read about such creatures. They're said to be messengers of wisdom." With this newfound clue, Lila decided to visit the grand oak, the oldest tree in the Whispering Woods, and the home of Sage, the wisest owl in all the land. Sage's feathers shimmered like moonlight, and his eyes held the knowledge of ages past. When Lila reached the grand oak, she found Sage perched on one of its mighty branches, his gaze gentle and knowing. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly. "I sensed you would come. You seek answers about the clock tower, do you not?" Lila nodded, her heart filled with anticipation. "Yes, Sage. Lumi mentioned a silver-feathered owl. Could that be the cause of the strange chimes?" Sage nodded slowly, his eyes twinkling with a secret. "Indeed, the silver-feathered owl is a rare creature, sent to deliver messages of great importance. The clock tower's chimes are not a mere whim of fate, but a call to those who listen." But what message could it be bringing? Lila wondered aloud, her mind racing with possibilities. "The owl brings a reminder," Sage replied, his voice as smooth as the rustling leaves. "A reminder to cherish the moments we have, to listen not just with our ears, but with our hearts. The chimes are a gentle nudge to awaken the village to the beauty of each passing second." Lila pondered this deeply, understanding now that the mystery was not just about the clock tower, but but about something much more profound. She thanked Sage and returned to the village, her heart lighter with newfound wisdom. In the days that followed, the villagers gathered more often to listen to the clock tower's unexpected melodies. They shared stories, laughter, and moments of quiet reflection. The chimes became a beloved part of their daily lives, a gentle reminder of the magic in every moment. And so the mystery of the clock tower brought the village of Willowbrook closer together, wrapping the community in a warm embrace of understanding and love. As for Lyra, she continued her adventures, ever eager to uncover the wonders of the world around her. And as the stars twinkled above and the gentle lullabies of the whispering woods filled the night, Willowbrook slumbered peacefully, content in the knowledge that every mystery held within it the promise of discovery and delight. Story 12. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air shimmered with ancient secrets and the trees stood tall like venerable guardians, there lived a community of creatures who thrived in harmony with the seasons. This was a place where the delicate balance of nature was both respected and revered, and where the turning of the seasons was a symphony conducted by the invisible hands of time. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors and rich textures. In spring, the canopy was a riot of emerald green, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, where carpets of wildflowers painted the earth with strokes of violet, gold, and crimson. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming blossoms, and the gentle hum of bees filled the atmosphere with a melodic buzz. This was the season of renewal, where every creature, great and small, celebrated the promise of life. Amidst this verdant beauty lived a wise old turtle named Thallo, whose shell was etched with the stories of the forest. His eyes, deep and knowing, had witnessed the passage of countless seasons, and his heart beat in rhythm with the natural world. Thallo had a special role in the Whispering Woods. He was the keeper of the seasons, entrusted with ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was maintained. Beside him lived a lively little squirrel named Lyra, whose boundless energy and curiosity often led her to the most unexpected discoveries. Her fur was soft as down, the color of chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with mischief and wonder. Despite her youth, Lyra was deeply attuned to the rhythms of the forest, and she had a particular fondness for collecting acorns, which she tucked away in secret nooks and crannies. One sunny morning, as the forest awakened to the gentle caress of spring breezes, Thallo gathered the creatures of the woods around him. They met in a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where the ancient oak, known as the heartwood tree, stood as a sentinel over the land. Its branches stretched wide, offering shelter and comfort to all who sought its shade. "My dear friends," Thallo began, his voice a soothing murmur like the rustling leaves. "As you know, the balance of our beloved forest depends upon the seamless transition of the seasons. Yet, I fear that this year the cycle is threatened." A hush fell over the gathering, and the creatures leaned in closer, their eyes filled with concern. "The spring has lingered longer than it should," Thallo continued, "and if summer does not arrive in its rightful time, our forest will not flourish as it should. We must seek the counsel of the season's songbird, who holds the key to restoring the balance." Lyra, ever eager for an adventure, chirped up with excitement. "I'll go, Thallo. I'll find the songbird and learn what needs to be done." With a nod of approval, Thallo entrusted Lyra with the task, knowing well her spirit and courage. "Remember, little one," he advised gently, "the journey may be long, and the songbird's wisdom is not easily won. Listen with your heart, and you will find the way." And so, with a farewell chirp to her friends, Lyra set off through the forest, her tiny paws pattering over the soft earth. The sun kissed her fur as she bounded past bubbling brooks and beneath the arching boughs of towering trees. She marveled at the wonders around her, the iridescent wings of dragonflies skimming over pools of water, the scent of pine and earth mingling in the breeze, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets only the forest could understand. As the day wore on, Lyra ventured deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows stretched long. She reached the edge of the enchanted glade, a hidden realm known only to a few, where the season's songbird was said to dwell. It was a place where the air shimmered with magic, and the very ground seemed to hum with life. In the heart of the glade, perched upon a branch of a silver birch, was the seasoned songbird, a creature of ethereal beauty, with plumage that glistened in hues of azure and gold. Its eyes, as bright as stars, seemed to peer into the very soul of the forest. Lyra approached with a respectful bow, her heart fluttering with both awe and anticipation. "O gracious songbird," she began, her voice a gentle whisper, "the forest needs your help. Spring lingers too long, and the balance is in peril. How can we bring summer to our woods?" The songbird regarded Lyra with a gaze that was both wise and kind. It sang a melody so pure and clear that it seemed to resonate with the very essence of the forest. The notes floated through the air like a gentle breeze, wrapping Lyra in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. "When the world forgets to turn," the songbird sang, "seek the dance of time. For in the dance of time the seasons embrace and harmony is restored." Lyra pondered these words, her mind racing with possibilities. "The dance of time," she mused aloud. "I must find the dance of time." With a grateful heart, she thanked the songbird and retraced her steps through the forest, its wisdom echoing in her thoughts. It was as if the very trees whispered guidance to her. The rustling leaves and the babbling brook seemed to nod in agreement with the songbird's song. After a long journey, Lyra returned to the heartwood tree, where Thalo and the other creatures awaited her eagerly. She shared the songbird's message, her eyes shining with determination. "The dance of time," Thalo repeated thoughtfully. "Of course. The dance of time is the ancient ritual that marks the transition of the seasons. We must perform it together, with each creature playing its part." The creatures of the forest, from the smallest ant to the grandest stag, gathered to prepare for the dance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, they assembled in the clearing beneath the heartwood tree. Thalo led the dance, his movements slow and deliberate, as he traced patterns in the earth with his heavy, wise steps. Lyra, nimble and quick, darted around him, her joyful leaps echoing the playful energy of spring. The birds sang a chorus from the treetops, their melodies weaving through the night air like silver threads. Each creature added its own unique rhythm to the dance, their bodies moving in harmony with the whispers of the wind and the pulse of the earth. Together, they created a tapestry of movement and sound that resonated with the heartbeat of the forest. As the night deepened, a gentle warmth spread through the clearing, and the air shimmered with a golden glow. The balance of the forest was being restored, and the promise of summer whispered through the leaves. With the first light of dawn, the creatures paused, their breaths mingling in the cool morning air. The sun rose, its golden rays spilling over the treetops, and with it came the gentle warmth of summer. The forest awakened with a newfound vitality, and every creature felt a sense of peace and joy. Thalo smiled at Lyra, his eyes twinkling with gratitude. "You have done well, little one," he said, his voice as warm as the sun's embrace. "Through your courage and the wisdom of the songbird, our forest is whole once more." Lyra beamed with pride, her heart swelling with happiness. She knew that the balance of nature was a gift to be cherished and protected, and she was grateful to be a part of its eternal dance. As the creatures dispersed to enjoy the bounty of summer, Lyra nestled beside Thalo beneath the shade of the heartwood tree. The gentle rustle of leaves lulled her into a peaceful slumber, and she dreamed of the forest songs and the promise of seasons yet to come. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, harmony was restored, and the eternal dance of the seasons continued, a testament to the wisdom of nature and the power of friendship, echoing through the ages in the gentle whisper of the trees. Story 13. In the heart of a sprawling emerald forest, where the light danced through the leaves like glittering sprites, there lived a gentle soul named Arya. She was a young woman of quiet disposition, with eyes that mirrored the deep blue of a serene lake, and hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall of autumn leaves. Arya found solace in the whispers of the woods, where the rustling leaves seemed to sing of ancient secrets, and the babbling brook spoke in a language only the heart could understand. For as long as Arya could remember, the forest was her sanctuary, a place where time flowed like a lazy river, unhurried and soothing. But there was a restlessness within her, an unease that tugged at her heart like a persistent echo of a forgotten melody. Change was coming, and though she felt its inevitability, she feared what it might bring. One misty morning, as the dew clung to the grass like scattered pearls, Arya wandered deeper into the forest than she had ever dared venture before. Her footsteps were soft upon the earth, hardly disturbing the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. She was drawn to a clearing where light pooled like liquid gold, illuminating a circle of ancient stones cloaked in moss. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms, and at its base an old woman with hair as white as the clouds sat weaving a tapestry with threads of sunlight. "Welcome, dear child," the woman spoke, her voice as warm and comforting as a mug of spiced cider on a cold winter's night. "I am Elder Willow, the keeper of this grove." Arya hesitated, her innate shyness battling with her curiosity. "I've never seen this place before," she confessed. "It feels alive." Elder Willow nodded, her eyes twinkling like stars in a twilight sky. "Indeed it is. This grove is a place of transformation, much like the seasons that turn, each bringing its own beauty and challenges." Arya sat beside the wise woman, feeling the gentle pulse of the earth beneath her, as if the very ground was breathing in tandem with her own anxious heart. "Change is upon you, child," Elder Willow continued, her fingers deftly weaving the threads. "It is natural to fear the unknown, but sometimes what we fear holds the key to our growth." "But what if I'm not ready?" Arya asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking her fears aloud might make them more real. "Readiness is not always apparent at the dawn of a journey," Elder Willow replied, her hands never pausing in their rhythmic dance. "Growth is not a race, but a gentle unfurling, like the petals of a flower greeting the sun." As the day wore on, Arya watched the tapestry take shape, each thread a story of life and change, of beginnings and endings woven into an intricate design. The sun began to sink low in the sky, painting the grove in hues of rose and amber, and Arya felt the stirrings of something new within her, a curiosity, a wonder at the possibilities that change might bring. Elder Willow paused in her weaving, turning her gaze to meet Arya's. "Would you like to take a walk with me?" she asked, rising with the grace of one who is at peace with the world. Together they wandered through the grove, the air fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Elder Willow pointed out the small wonders that often went unnoticed, a spider's web glistening with dew, the delicate trill of a hidden songbird, the vibrant green of new leaves unfurling. "Nature teaches us much about transformation," Elder Willow said softly. "How to let go of the old to make way for the new, how to embrace each phase with grace." Under the canopy of stars, Arya felt the weight of her fears begin to lift, replaced by a gentle acceptance. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced. The forest, with its ever-changing tapestry of life, was a testament to the beauty of transformation. As they returned to the circle of stones, Elder Willow handed Arya a small, intricately woven pouch. "This is for you, a reminder that you carry the magic of transformation within you." Inside the pouch lay a single seed, smooth and cool to the touch. Arya understood its significance, a promise of growth, a symbol of potential. With a heart lighter than it had been in many moons, Arya thanked Elder Willow and made her way home through the forest, the path now familiar, the shadows no longer daunting but comforting, like an old friend. In the days that followed, Arya planted the seed in a sunny spot near her cottage. She tended to it with care, watching as it sprouted and grew, its leaves unfurling with the confidence of one who knows its place in the world. And as the seasons turned, so did Arya, blossoming into her own, her spirit as resilient and beautiful as the forest she loved. She learned to greet change not with fear, but with the quiet strength of one who knows that every ending is but a new beginning. And so, under the watchful eyes of the trees and the stars, Arya found her place in the world, a life rich with the magic of growth and transformation, filled with the gentle wisdom of the forest. And in her heart, she carried the lesson that change, like the forest, was a part of life's eternal dance, a dance she was finally ready to join, step by gentle step. Story 14. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed with tales of old and the streams sang lullabies to the moon, there existed a quaint little village known as Sylvan Hollow. It was a place where magic wove its way through everyday life, like the gentle breeze that rustled through the leaves. The air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle and the promise of rain, and the cobblestone paths were lined with lanterns that glowed softly, casting warm pools of light onto the ground below. In this village lived a kindly old woman named Mabel, known for her wise counsel and her ability to brew the most delightful teas. Her cottage, nestled beneath the boughs of an ancient oak, was a haven for all who sought comfort and guidance. Mabel's heart was as warm as her hearth, and her smile was as soothing as the lull of a babbling brook. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, a curious event unfolded. The villagers noticed that their beloved lanterns, which had always shone with a steady, reassuring glow, began to flicker and dance erratically. The light they cast was peculiar, shifting from golden to azure, then to a deep emerald, as if the lanterns themselves were caught in a whimsical enchantment. Concerned, the villagers gathered in the square, their faces illuminated by the flickering lights. Mabel, with her shawl wrapped snugly around her shoulders, listened intently to their worries. The lanterns had never behaved so strangely, and no one could quite understand why. "We must find the cause of this mischief," said Mabel, her voice gentle yet firm. "Perhaps there is a message hidden within the light, something we must learn or see." The villagers nodded, trusting in Mabel's wisdom. It was then that a soft hoot echoed through the clearing, drawing all eyes to the treetops. Perched upon a branch was Oliver, the great horned owl, whose feathers shimmered with the colors of twilight. Known as the guardian of the whispering woods, Oliver was a creature of deep knowledge and insight. With a graceful swoop, Oliver descended, landing lightly upon Mabel's shoulder. "The answer you seek," he cooed, "lies not in the light itself, but in the shadows it casts." Intrigued by the owl's cryptic message, Mabel and a few brave villagers decided to explore the forest, where the shadows mingled with the light in a dance of mystery. As they ventured deeper, the air grew cooler, and the scent of pine mingled with the sweet perfume of wildflowers. It was not long before they stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a gentle mist curled around the trunks of the trees. In the center stood a peculiar, shimmering pool, its surface rippling with colors that mirrored those of the lanterns. Mabel knelt by the pool, her reflection mingling with the kaleidoscope of hues. "What do you see?" she asked softly, her voice a mere whisper against the night. One of the villagers, a young girl named Lila, peered into the water, her eyes wide with wonder. "I see shapes like stories unfolding," she said, her voice trembling with excitement. "There are figures dancing, and it looks like they're telling us something." Mabel smiled, her heart swelling with pride for the perceptive young girl. Indeed, the pool reflects the stories of the forest, tales that wish to be heard. Oliver nodded sagely from his perch in the branches above. "The forest has sensed an imbalance," he explained. "The creatures of the woods have woven these tales into the fabric of the night, hoping that those who are wise and kind-hearted may listen and learn." Understanding dawned upon Mabel and the villagers. The strange flickering of the lanterns was a call to attention, a gentle plea from the forest to heed its stories and restore harmony. With renewed purpose, Mabel and her companions spent the night by the pool, listening to the tales that unfolded in the rippling colors. They learned of a hidden spring that had been disturbed by a fallen tree, a home to many woodland creatures. The imbalance had caused the magic of the forest to waver, affecting the lanterns in the village. The next morning, guided by the wisdom of the forest and Oliver's watchful gaze, the villagers worked together to clear the fallen tree and restore the spring. As the water flowed freely once more, a sense of peace settled over the whispering woods, and the lanterns returned to their steady golden glow. That evening, as the stars twinkled above Sylvan Hollow, the villagers gathered around a crackling fire. Lila, her eyes bright with the joy of discovery, asked Mabel, "Will the forest tell us more stories?" Mabel chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling like the stars above. "The forest has many stories to share, my dear. All we need to do is listen with open hearts and minds." As the fire crackled and the gentle night breeze whispered through the leaves, the villagers settled into a comfortable silence. In the heart of the whispering woods, where magic and wisdom intertwined, they knew they were a part of something greater, a tapestry of life and light, woven together by friendship and understanding. And so, with the forest's tales safely tucked into their hearts, the villagers of Sylvan Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle hum of the woods and the warm glow of the lanterns, their dreams filled with the magic of the stories yet to come. Story 15. In a land where the whispers of time entwined with the rustle of leaves, there lay an ancient forest, older than memory itself. This forest was a place where reality and magic danced in a delicate ballet, where the boundaries were as fluid as the brook that meandered through moss-covered stones. In this enchanting realm, the creatures of nature lived hidden lives, governed by the silent symphony of harmony and balance. As dawn's first light filtered through the emerald canopy, a gentle breeze carried with it the scent of pine and the promise of a new day. The forest awoke slowly, like a great beast stretching after a long slumber. Birds with plumage as vibrant as gemstones began their morning songs, a melody that wove through the air like a silken thread, binding the forest in a tapestry of sound. In the heart of this woodland sanctuary, in a hollowed-out tree whose gnarled bark bore the wisdom of centuries, dwelled a wise old owl named Orin. His feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes held the deep, knowing gleam of the stars. Orin was the keeper of the forest's secrets, a guardian of its delicate balance. From his perch high above, he watched over the creatures below, ensuring that harmony reigned and discord was but a fleeting visitor. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves turned from green to fiery shades of gold and crimson, Orin noticed something amiss. The gentle brook, which had always sung a lullaby to the forest, was unusually quiet. Its waters, once clear and lively, now trickled sluggishly, as though burdened by an unseen weight. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and glided silently down to investigate. As he landed near the brook, the forest floor, carpeted with fallen leaves, crunched softly under his talons. The air was filled with the earthy scent of damp soil and the faint tang of impending rain. Orin leaned closer to the water's edge and observed the brook's normally sparkling waters, now clouded and murky. Just then a small, timid voice piped up from beneath a cluster of ferns. It was Willow, the forest's gentle deer, known for her kind heart and gentle spirit. Her large doe eyes were wide with worry. "Oh, wise Orin," Willow began, her voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "Something troubles the brook. It has not sung its sweet song for days, and without its music, the forest feels incomplete." Orin nodded solemnly, his gaze shifting from Willow to the sluggish stream. "Indeed, dear Willow, the brook is the heartbeat of this forest. We must restore its song before the forest falls into silence." Together, they decided to seek the counsel of the oldest tree in the forest, an ancient oak whose roots ran as deep as time itself. They hoped this venerable tree, known as Elder Grove, might hold the wisdom they sought. As they made their way through the forest, the path was dappled with patches of sunlight, the air alive with the chatter of squirrels and the flutter of butterflies. The scent of ripe berries lingered on the breeze, and the ground beneath them was a mosaic of autumn's vibrant colors. When they reached Elder Grove, the ancient oak stood proud and tall, its branches reaching towards the heavens, its trunk thick and gnarled with age. Orin and Willow bowed their heads in respect as they approached. "Elder Grove," Orin began, his voice tinged with reverence, "we seek your guidance. The brook has lost its song, and with it, the forest's harmony." The great oak's branches rustled gently, as if considering their plight. A deep, resonant voice, like the rumble of distant thunder, filled the clearing. "Ah, the brook, the lifeblood of this forest. Its silence is indeed troubling. But fear not, for nature has its ways, and balance can be restored." Eldergrove paused, letting his wisdom soak into the earth and air around them. The brook's song is tied to the seasons, to the rhythm of the earth and sky. At times its voice may falter, but with care and unity it can be renewed. Orin and Willow listened intently as Eldergrove continued. "Seek the source of the brook, where the spring bubbles up from the earth. There you will find the key to its silence. Work together, and let the bond of friendship guide you." Thanking Eldergrove for his sage advice, Orin and Willow set off on their journey to the source of the brook. The path was winding and steep, leading them through thickets and over rocky outcrops. Yet, their spirits were buoyed by the hope of restoring the brook's song. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, the trees taller and more ancient. A gentle mist clung to the undergrowth, and the occasional call of a distant owl echoed through the trees. They reached a clearing where the brook began, a small spring bubbling up from the earth, but something was amiss. A tangle of fallen branches and debris clogged the spring, preventing the water from flowing freely. Oren perched on a nearby rock, surveying the scene with a thoughtful eye. This is the source of the brook's silence. The balance has been disrupted. Willow nodded, her gentle eyes filled with determination. We must clear away the blockage. Together we can restore the flow and bring life back to the brook. Working side by side, Oren and Willow began to clear the debris, each task made lighter by their shared purpose. Oren used his sharp beak to nudge smaller branches aside, while Willow, with her nimble hooves, shifted the larger ones. As they worked, the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting a warm, golden light over the clearing. Finally, with a collective push, they removed the last of the blockage. The water, freed from its confines, surged forward with a joyful rush, its song rising in a crescendo of gurgles and splashes. The brook flowed once more, its music filling the forest with renewed vigor. Oren and Willow watched as the brook danced its way downstream, its waters clear and sparkling once again. A sense of peace and accomplishment settled over them, like a warm blanket on a cool evening. As they made their way back to the heart of the forest, the creatures of the woodland gathered to celebrate the return of the brook's song. Birds trilled their approval from the treetops, and squirrels chattered excitedly from their perches. The forest, once still and silent, was alive with the joyful symphony of nature. In the days that followed, the balance of the forest was restored. The brook's song wove its way through the trees, a reminder of the harmony that could be achieved through friendship and cooperation. Oren, the wise old owl, continued to watch over the forest from his perch, his heart filled with gratitude and contentment. The seasons turned, as they always did, and with each change, the forest adapted, its creatures united by the bonds of friendship and the wisdom passed down through generations. And so, the ancient forest remained a sanctuary where magic and reality danced together, a testament to the enduring power of nature's harmony. As twilight descended and the forest settled into a gentle slumber, the brook's song continued to echo through the trees, a lullaby for all who called the forest home. And in the heart of this enchanted realm, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived, guided by the wisdom of the ages and the enduring spirit of friendship. Story 16. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook that sang a gentle lullaby, stood a cobblestone cottage. It was neither the grandest house in the village nor the oldest, but it was known for the warmth of its hearth and the sweet scent of lavender that drifted from its garden. In this cottage lived a young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her kindness and curious nature, always eager to lend a hand or learn something new. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast golden rays over the dew-kissed fields, Clara decided to tidy up the attic. It was a place of mystery, filled with the echoes of generations past. As she swept away the cobwebs and dusted the old trunks, something caught her eye, a small, intricately carved wooden box, tucked away in a corner. Its surface was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and stars, and it seemed to shimmer gently in the morning light. Drawn by an inexplicable sense of wonder, Clara carefully opened the box. Inside she found a simple, unassuming pocket watch. Its face was etched with tiny dancing figures, and its hands moved with a rhythm that seemed both familiar and foreign. As Clara held it in her hands, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, a comforting sensation, like being wrapped in a soft blanket on a chilly night. Intrigued, Clara decided to show the watch to her friend Oliver, the village clockmaker. Oliver was a gentle soul with a quick mind, always ready with a smile and a story. His workshop was a haven of ticking clocks and shimmering brass, a place where time itself seemed to slow down and listen. When Clara presented the watch to Oliver, his eyes widened in surprise and delight. "Ah, Clara," he said with a twinkle in his eye, "you've found something truly special. This is no ordinary timepiece. It is said that such watches have the power to reveal the hidden magic of the world, if only one knows how to listen. Curiosity piqued, Clara asked Oliver how she might unlock the watch's secrets. He chuckled softly and said, "Patience, my dear. Magic often requires a gentle heart and an open mind. Why don't you take it with you on your walks? Listen to its ticking and see where it leads you." And so, Clara began to carry the watch with her as she wandered through the village and beyond. Each day she listened to its rhythmic ticking, feeling its gentle pulse in her hand. It was on one such walk, as she strolled through the whispering woods at the edge of the village, that Clara noticed something extraordinary. The watch's ticking seemed to harmonize with the rustling leaves, and for a fleeting moment she heard a melody, a song carried by the breeze, ancient and wise. Encouraged by this discovery, Clara continued her walks, exploring new paths and listening closely to the world around her. She soon realized that with the watch, she could perceive the subtle magic in everyday things. The way the sun painted golden patterns on the forest floor, the way the brook's laughter echoed through the glen, the way the village cats seemed to dance in the moonlight. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Clara found herself at the edge of the village, where the brook met the meadow. There, she encountered an unexpected visitor, a small, timid fawn, separated from its herd. Its eyes were wide with fear, and it trembled as it stood by the water's edge. Clara approached gently, speaking softly to calm the frightened creature. She understood that this was a moment that called for wisdom and kindness. Remembering the lessons of the watch, she sat by the brook and began to hum the melody she had heard in the woods. Slowly, the fawn's fear melted away, replaced by a curious calm. It edged closer, drawn by the soothing song, until it was nuzzling against Clara's hand. Together, they waited by the brook until the fawn's mother appeared, her eyes filled with relief. With a grateful nod, the doe led her little one back into the safety of the forest, leaving Clara with a heart full of warmth and wonder. As she returned home under the starlit sky, Clara felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She realized that the true magic of the watch was not in its ability to reveal hidden wonders, but in its reminder to see the beauty and harmony in the world and in oneself. It was a lesson of patience, understanding, and the gentle power of kindness. In the days that followed, Clara continued her explorations, sharing her newfound perspective with her friends and neighbors. The village of Willowbrook seemed to glow with a quiet magic, as its people learned to appreciate the subtle enchantments of their everyday lives. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, the story of Clara and the magical watch became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, a reminder that sometimes the most extraordinary secrets are hidden within the simplest of things, waiting to be discovered by those who listen with their hearts. With the warmth of the fire crackling in the hearth and the gentle hum of the village settling into the night, Clara placed the watch back in its wooden box, her heart aglow with gratitude and wonder. She knew that the magic of the world was always there, ready to be seen by those who dared to look beyond the ordinary. And in that knowledge, she found a comfort that would stay with her always, like a lullaby softly sung in the quiet hours of the night. Story 17. In the heart of a vast and ancient forest, where the air shimmered with the faintest traces of magic, there existed a world hidden from human eyes. This was a place where the whisper of the wind carried tales as old as the trees, and the gentle burbling of brooks sang of secrets shared among the creatures of the wood. As dawn painted the sky with soft hues of lavender and rose, the forest awoke in a symphony of sound. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their feathers iridescent in the morning light, while beneath the canopy, the forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and delicate ferns, their leaves glistening with dew. In this enchanted realm lived a wise old turtle named Thistle. Thistle's shell was a mosaic of browns and greens, worn smooth by the passage of time. He moved with the deliberate grace of one who knew the value of patience, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. Thistle was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role bestowed upon him by the elders long ago. His home was nestled beneath the roots of a towering oak, its gnarled limbs stretching skyward like ancient arms reaching for the stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began their gentle descent, transforming the forest into a sea of gold and amber. Young creatures gathered around Thistle's home. There was Bramble, the curious fox kit with a coat as fiery as the setting sun, and Willow, the gentle deer with eyes as deep and dark as forest pools. They were joined by a chorus of others, chirping sparrows, playful squirrels, and a family of hedgehogs snuggled close to one another. "Tell us a story, Thistle," Bramble implored, his voice full of youthful eagerness. "Yes, please," Willow added softly, her ears twitching with anticipation. Thistle nodded, his wise eyes scanning the eager faces. "Very well," he began, his voice carrying the warmth and richness of a crackling fire. "I shall tell you the tale of the ever-changing grove. Long ago, when the forest was still young, there was a grove at its heart where every season unfolded in perfect harmony. In spring, blossoms unfurled like the gentle opening of hands, painting the grove in hues of pink and white. Summer brought an abundance of life, with fruits hanging heavy from the boughs and the air humming with the busy dance of bees. Autumn was a time of harvest and reflection, as leaves drifted to the ground in a shower of gold, and winter blanketed the grove in a serene cloak of snow, where the world seemed to pause and breathe. The creatures of the forest had lived in peace, guided by the wisdom of an ancient stag named Sinan. His antlers were a magnificent crown, and his voice was as deep and resonant as the earth itself. Sinan taught the forest dwellers the importance of balance and respect for the natural order. Under his guidance, the grove flourished, a testament to the beauty of harmony. But there came a time when the harmony was threatened. A fierce storm descended upon the forest, with winds howling like wild beasts and rain pouring down as if the heavens had opened. The river swelled, its banks overflowing, and the grove was in peril. It was then that Sinan called upon the wisdom of the forest. He gathered the creatures, his presence a calming balm amidst the chaos. "We must work together to save our home," he declared, his voice steady and sure. The creatures, inspired by Sinan's strength and unity, set to work. The beavers built barriers to hold back the water, while birds flew high to scout for safe havens. The foxes and raccoons worked tirelessly to guide the young and the frail to safety, and the trees themselves seemed to bend and shield their smaller companions from the storm's fury. Through their collective efforts, the grove was saved, and as the storm passed, a rainbow arched across the sky, a symbol of hope and the enduring power of unity. Thistle paused, his gaze sweeping over the young faces before him. "And so, my dear friends, remember this. Just as the seasons change, so too must we adapt and support one another, for it is in balance and unity that we find our strength." The creatures sat in thoughtful silence, the lessons settling in their hearts like seeds in fertile soil. The air was filled with a gentle peace, the kind that comes from knowing one is part of something greater. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in shades of twilight, Thistle bid his friends good night. One by one, they returned to their homes, hearts warmed by the story and the knowledge that they were never alone. And so, the ancient forest, with its hidden magic and timeless tales, continued to thrive, a sanctuary of peace and harmony, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and wisdom. Story 18. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds against the velvet curtain of space, lay the planet of Lysara. It was a place of lush, bioluminescent forests that glowed soft blues and greens, their light weaving through the tendrils of mist that hung in the air. The gentle hum of unseen creatures filled the night, a symphony of life that was both alien and beautiful. On this tranquil world lived a young Lizaron named Solon, with skin that shimmered like moonlit dew and large, expressive eyes that mirrored the starlit skies. Solon was a gentle soul. The Lysarans were known for their deep connection to nature, able to commune with the plants and animals that inhabited their verdant world. Solon, however, was different. His heart yearned for the stars, for the stories they whispered in the night, tales of distant worlds and the beings that called them home. One evening, as Solon wandered through the luminous forest, he noticed a peculiar object streaking across the sky. It was a craft, unlike any he had seen before, descending rapidly towards the forest's edge. Curiosity piqued, he followed its path, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The craft, a sleek vessel of shimmering metal, had landed gently amongst the trees. From within emerged a creature unfamiliar to Solon. Its form was sleek and covered in scales that glinted in the moonlight, hues shifting with each step. The creature was called Zephyr, a traveler from the distant planet of Draconia, where beings were said to ride the solar winds on wings of light. Zephyr's mission was one of exploration and understanding, to bridge the gaps between worlds and cultures. Yet, as he emerged from his ship, his heart was heavy with doubt. The Lycerans were a reclusive people, known for their wariness of outsiders. Would they accept him? Solon, hiding behind a large frond, watched with wide eyes as Zephyr moved cautiously, his gaze darting around the unfamiliar terrain. Gathering his courage, Solon stepped forward, his voice a gentle whisper on the wind. "Welcome to Lysara," he said, offering a tentative smile. Startled, Zephyr turned to face Solon, his eyes narrowing before softening with curiosity. "I mean no harm," he replied, his voice a melodic rumble. "I come seeking knowledge and friendship." In that moment, a fragile bond was formed, a thread of understanding that would weave their destinies together. The two beings, so different, yet so alike in their yearning for connection, began to share their stories beneath the canopy of glowing leaves. Solon spoke of the whispers of the forest, the dance of the fireflies that painted the night with their light. Zephyr, in turn, described the vast skies of Draconia, where dragons soared amidst the clouds and stars. Days turned into weeks, and the unlikely companions found in each other a kindred spirit. They explored the wonders of Lysara, from the crystal-clear streams that sang as they flowed to the towering trees that held centuries of wisdom within their bark. Solon taught Zephyr the language of the forest, while Zephyr showed Solon how to read the constellations, each star a marker in the vast map of the cosmos. Yet as their friendship deepened, so did the challenges they faced. One evening, a misunderstanding arose, a simple miscommunication that cast a shadow over their bond. Zephyr, in his eagerness to learn, had inadvertently disturbed a sacred grove, a place revered by the Lycerans. Solon, hurt and confused, withdrew, his heart aching with the thought that their friendship might have been a mistake. It was in the silence of that night, as the forest held its breath, that Zephyr realized the depth of his error. He sought out Solon, his heart heavy with remorse. "I never meant to hurt you," he said, his voice a gentle plea. "I am still learning, and I need your guidance." Solon, touched by Zephyr's sincerity and humility, felt his own heart soften. In the quiet that followed, they spoke openly, learning from their differences and finding strength in their shared journey. The misunderstanding became a lesson, a reminder of the importance of patience and empathy. Together they mended the grove, their hands working side by side, planting new life where it had been disturbed. In doing so, they wove a new tapestry of trust and understanding, each thread a testament to their growth and resilience. As time passed, Solon and Zephyr became inseparable, their friendship a beacon of hope in a universe vast and unknown. They faced challenges together, from fierce storms that lashed the trees to moments of doubt and fear. Yet, in each trial, they found comfort in each other's presence, their bond unbreakable. One evening, as they lay beneath the starlit sky, Zephyr turned to Solon, his voice filled with warmth. "I have traveled many worlds, but none as beautiful as this, none as welcoming as the heart of a true friend." Solon smiled, his eyes reflecting the glow of the stars. "And I have found in you a brother, someone who sees beyond the differences to the heart of what truly matters." In that moment, beneath the tapestry of stars, they understood the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcends boundaries and unites souls across the vastness of space. And so, with the gentle night as their witness, Solon and Zephyr continued to walk their shared path. Their story, a testament to the power of understanding, kindness, and the enduring light of friendship. As the forest whispered its ancient secrets, they knew that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, their hearts forever intertwined beneath the eternal dance of the stars. Story 19. In a cozy glen nestled among towering evergreens, the village of Mossbark thrived in harmony with the whimsical residents of the surrounding forest. Cottages with thatched roofs dotted the winding paths, and cheery lanterns illuminated the lively village square each night. It was on one such twinkling evening that young Willow noticed something peculiar. As she shut the curtains before bed, a strange flickering light danced outside her window. Peeking through the glass, she gasped. A trail of tiny glowing orbs bobbed and weaved through the trees, quickly vanishing into the shadows. The next morning, Willow could hardly contain her curiosity as she recounted the unusual scene to her friends Rowan and Finch over warm honey cakes. "Glowing lights, out in the woods? How strange!" exclaimed Rowan, his eyes wide with wonder. Finch pondered for a moment, brushing crumbs from his vest. "You know, my mama mentioned seeing something similar last night during her evening stroll. She thought perhaps it was just fireflies, but it's far too cold for their kind this early in the spring." A prickle of excitement ran through the trio. A mystery was afoot. That very evening, the three friends set out into the forest, armed with pockets full of smooth river rocks to mark their trail. The crisp night air smelled of pine and damp earth as they ventured deeper among the ancient trees, scanning the shadows for any sign of the curious lights. Just then, a cheerful voice piped up from a nearby hollow log. "Why, if it isn't the young ones from the village! How very lovely to see you." Emerging with a warm smile was Oakenbell, an elder tree sprite whose bark-like skin and leafy wisps of hair camouflaged perfectly with her mossy surroundings. She was a respected friend and mentor to the children of Mossbark. "Good evening, Oakenbell," Willow bowed politely. "We're ever so sorry to be wandering the woods at night, but you see, there's been the most peculiar occurrence." She hastily explained about the strange glimmering lights, hoping the ancient sprite might be able to shed some light on the curious happening. Oakenbell's eyes twinkled with delight. "Ah, you must mean the whisper lights! How enchanting that you've chanced to spy them." Leaning in close, she regaled them with an old forest tale. "You see, when two souls share a heartfelt secret under the light of the full moon, tiny seeds of magic are scattered into the night breeze. If the secret is an earnest one, these whisper lights will whisper it safely into the hushed boughs of the ancient trees, where it will be tenderly kept until the whisper lights return to the earth." The children listened in rapt attention, captivated by the whimsical legend. They could scarcely believe such a delightful phenomenon could exist in their very own forest. But who could be sharing such profound secrets to conjure the whisper lights? Wondered Rowan aloud. A teasing grin played across Oakenbell's weathered features. "Why, you need only follow the whisper lights to discover the answer for yourselves." With a wink and a tip of her gnarled walking stick, the tree sprite turned and ambled off, leaving the three friends to ponder her words in excited contemplation. Over the next few nights, the glimmering trails of whisper lights reappeared with increasing frequency. Willow, Rowan, and Finch tracked them deeper into the forest's shadowy groves, marveling at their ethereal beauty. At last, as the rising full moon cast its pale glow over the mossy earth one fateful evening, the whisper lights led them to a small sunlit meadow ringed by ancient oaks and towering pines. In the meadow's center, surrounded by a shimmering cloud of firefly-like whisper lights, sat two tiny figures engaged in hushed conversation. A giliary, one of the forest's gentle water sprites, and a woodland gnome with an unruly cloud of silver hair. As Willow and her friends watched with bated breath, more whisper lights drifted from the pair's murmured words, swirling and dancing into the infinite boughs above in a breathtaking spiral of living starlight. The giliary glanced up and flashed a warm smile at the trio of awestruck children. With a subtle nod, she extended a webbed hand in invitation to join their secret sharing circle. Scrambling forward, the three friends seated themselves cross-legged among the whisper lights, feeling the meadow's grassy floor beneath them, and the caress of the night breeze carrying 1,000 woven tales. As the moon climbing higher overhead, Willow, Rowan, Finch, and their newfound companions exchanged hopes and dreams carried into the world on iridescent wings, whispered into existence under that most magical of nights. When at last the village cockcrow pierced the indigo horizon, the circle parted ways, taking with them the treasured gift of newly spun stories kept forever safe in the embrace of the ancient whispering trees. And on every full moon thereafter, as gossamer strands of whisper lights graced the forest canopy once more, Willow's heart would swell knowing another cherished truth had wingedly taken flight. Story 20. The whispering woods and the silver locket. In the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang lullabies to the moon, there lay a hidden world known only to those who truly listened. This was the Whispering Woods, a place that stretched on beneath the canopy of emerald leaves, where sunlight danced like golden sprites across the forest floor. It was a place of gentle magic and quiet wonder, where the air was rich with the scent of pine, and the soft rustle of leaves provided a constant, soothing melody. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun began to dip behind the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of crimson and violet, a young girl named Lila wandered into this mystical realm. Lila was known for her curious spirit and her unusual ability to hear things others could not. Her village lay nestled at the edge of the forest, a quaint collection of cottages with thatched roofs and gardens brimming with wildflowers. To Lila, the forest was less a place of mystery and more a familiar friend that whispered secrets just for her. On this particular evening, Lila's heart felt particularly restless, as if the wind carried a message she was meant to hear. She followed a narrow, winding path that twisted between towering oaks and slender birches, each standing like sentinels in the deepening dusk. The path was soft underfoot, carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched gently as she walked. As she ventured further into the forest, the trees grew denser, their branches intertwining to form a leafy canopy that filtered the last golden rays of sunlight. It was then, from the depths of the woods, Lila heard a faint, melodic tinkling. It was a sound so delicate, like the chime of a faraway bell, that it seemed to dance on the very edge of silence. Intrigued, Lila followed the sound deeper into the forest, her heart beating in time with the mysterious rhythm. The path soon opened into a small glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center, beneath an ancient willow whose branches swept the ground like a curtain, she found the source of the music. There, nestled among the roots, lay a small silver locket. Lila knelt and picked it up, the cool metal glinting in the fading light. The locket was intricately engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change as she turned it in her hands. Gently she opened it, revealing a tiny portrait of a woman with kind eyes and a serene smile. As she gazed at the portrait, a warmth spread through her, as if the woman was an old friend greeting her with a tender embrace. With the locket in her hand, Lila felt a strange yet comforting pull, as though it connected her to something much larger than herself. She closed it carefully and slipped it around her neck, feeling its gentle weight settle against her heart. As she rose to her feet, Lila noticed the forest had grown quieter, as if holding its breath in anticipation. The air was cooler now, carrying the earthy scent of moss and damp leaves. It was then she realized she was not alone. From the shadows stepped a small creature, no larger than a rabbit, with fur the color of moonlight and eyes that sparkled like dew in the morning sun. It was a creature of the forest, a guardian of sorts, known to the villagers as a woodling. These mythical beings were rarely seen, even by those who often wandered the woods. The woodling approached with a gentle curiosity, its eyes fixed on the locket. Lila knelt down to its level, offering a soft smile. "Hello," she whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. The woodling tilted its head, as if considering her greeting. Then, with a soft, musical chirp, it nodded towards the path leading deeper into the forest. Lila understood instinctively that it wanted her to follow. Without a hint of fear, she agreed, trusting that this journey was meant to be. Together, they walked through the forest, the woodling leading the way with nimble steps. The trees seemed to part for them, the path illuminated by the silvery light of the rising moon. As they traveled, Lila felt the world around her shift subtly. The air grew charged with possibilities, the very essence of magic that lingered in the woods. Eventually, they arrived at a clearing where the trees circled a small, shimmering pond. The water's surface was like a mirror, reflecting the night sky above. In the center of the pond stood a stone pedestal, and upon it, another locket, identical to the one Lila wore, lay glistening in the moonlight. The woodling gestured towards the locket, and Lila understood. She waded into the pond, the water cool and clear, lapping gently against her ankles. As she reached the pedestal, the locket around her neck began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. Gingerly, Lila picked up the second locket and opened it. Inside was another portrait, this time of a man with the same kind eyes as the woman in the first locket. It was clear to Lila that these two people were connected, bound by a story she was yet to uncover. The woodling chirped softly, drawing her attention back to the shore. Lila returned, both lockets in hand. As she stepped onto the bank, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it a soft, melodic voice. "Thank you, dear child," the voice murmured, like the sigh of leaves in the wind. "You have found what was lost, and now the forest can remember." Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the forest itself had embraced her with gratitude. She looked at the woodling, who now seemed to shimmer with a gentle light, its eyes filled with a wisdom beyond its years. "Who were they?" Lila asked softly, gesturing to the lockets. The woodling blinked slowly, as if considering how best to communicate something profound. Then, with a series of melodic chirps and gestures, it conveyed a story that unfolded in Lila's mind like a dream. Long ago, the forest was home to a loving couple, caretakers of the woods and all its creatures. They were known for their kindness and wisdom, ensuring harmony between the human world and the magical realm. The lockets they wore were a symbol of their bond, a promise to protect and cherish the whispering woods. But one day, a great storm swept through, and in its fury, the couple was separated, their lockets lost to the depths of the forest. Without their presence, the balance began to fade, and the whispers of the woods grew faint. By reuniting the lockets, Lila had restored the memory of the couple's love, rekindling the magic that bound the forest together. The forest could now heal, its song once again harmonizing with the world beyond. As the story concluded, Lila felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She understood that her journey had not only been about finding something lost, but also about discovering her own connection to the world around her. The woodling chirped a final farewell, its form shimmering before it vanished into the moonlit shadows. Lila stood alone in the clearing, the lockets a comforting weight against her heart. As she made her way back home, the forest seemed to hum with life, vibrant and alive, a testament to the enduring power of love and memory. Lila knew she would always be welcome in the Whispering Woods, a place where the boundaries between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurred into something truly magical. When she finally emerged from the trees, the village lay quiet beneath the starlit sky. The warmth of her home beckoned, the scent of wood smoke and the promise of dreams awaiting her return. As she climbed into bed, Lila held the lockets close, their gentle glow a reminder of the journey she had taken and the lessons she had learned. She closed her eyes, the whisper of the woods echoing softly in her mind, lulling her into a peaceful sleep. And in the heart of the forest, the trees continued to whisper their secrets, forever grateful to the curious girl with the kind heart who had listened when the world had forgotten to. Story 21. In the heart of an ancient forest, where time seemed to pause, and the air was perpetually fragrant with pine and earth, there existed a hidden realm known only to the creatures who dwelled within. The forest, with its towering trees that whispered secrets to the wind, was a sanctuary of harmony and balance, a place where nature's delicate dance was both seen and unseen. As dawn unfurled its soft golden light, the forest awoke to a symphony of gentle sounds. The leaves rustled with the grace of a lullaby, and streams gurgled softly over smooth stones, their waters glistening like strands of liquid silver. In this enchanted world, the creatures of the forest lived in a quiet yet vibrant community, each playing a role in the grand tapestry of life. One such creature was a wise old owl named Bren. His feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. Bren had watched over the forest for many seasons, passing on the ancient lore to younger generations. His perch was a sturdy branch of the great oak known as elderbark, a tree so venerable that its roots intertwined with the very heart of the earth. Bren was not alone in his guardianship. His closest friend was a gentle deer named Sienna, whose coat shimmered with the hues of autumn leaves. Together they ensured the forest remained a haven of peace and balance. Bren, with his knowledge, and Sienna, with her intuition, made a perfect pair. As the seasons shifted from the warmth of summer to the crisp embrace of autumn, magical phenomena began to weave through the forest. The first frost decorated the leaves with delicate lace, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of ripe apples and damp earth. It was during this time of transition that the creatures prepared for the arrival of the harvest moon, a celestial event that brought with it an ancient ritual of renewal and gratitude. The harvest moon was not merely a spectacle of beauty. It was a time when the forest's magic was at its peak. On the night of the full moon, the creatures gathered in a clearing bathed in silvery light. Bren, perched majestically on Elderbark's strongest limb, began the ceremony with a gentle hoot, calling all to attention. Friends of the forest, Bren's voice resonated like a soft breeze through branches. Tonight we honor the cycle of life and give thanks for the bounty we have received. The harvest moon reminds us of our place in the world and the balance we must maintain. Sienna stepped forward, her eyes reflecting the moon's glow. As the leaves fall and the earth rests, we too must prepare for the quietude of winter. Let us share our stories and our wisdom, so the forest may continue to thrive. The creatures exchanged tales of triumph and trial, each story a thread in the fabric of forest life. A family of rabbits spoke of their new burrow, safe and snug beneath the roots of a friendly maple tree. A clan of foxes shared news of a particularly abundant berry patch, its fruits a testament to the forest's generosity. As the stories unfolded, the air seemed to shimmer with an unseen energy, a testament to the magic of the night. The moon, round and resplendent, watched over them, its light a gentle caress upon the earth. In the quiet that followed, Bren spoke once more. Remember, dear friends, that we are all connected. The trees, the streams, the animals, and even the stars above. It is this connection that gives us strength and wisdom. Sienna nodded, her voice a soft murmur. And it is in this harmony that we find peace. With the ceremony drawing to a close, the creatures returned to their homes, their hearts full and their spirits uplifted. The forest, too, seemed to sigh with contentment, the leaves whispering a lullaby to the night. As the seasons continued to turn, the wisdom of the harvest moon was passed down through the generations. The forest remained a bastion of balance and beauty, its magic woven into the very fabric of life. And Bren, ever watchful, continued to guide and protect, his presence a comforting constant in a world of change. Thus, the ancient forest thrived, its hidden lives a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the eternal cycle of nature. And in the gentle glow of the harvest moon, the creatures found solace and strength, knowing that they were part of something timeless and true. Story 22. In the heart of a quaint village, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a tranquil, shimmering lake, there stood a cozy little cottage with a garden that brimmed with the sweet scent of lavender and chamomile. This was home to a gentle soul named Marin, a young weaver with a heart as warm as the hearth that crackled softly in her living room. Marin was known throughout the village for her intricate tapestries that seemed to capture the essence of the changing seasons. Her nimble fingers wove threads of gold and silver into scenes so lifelike, the villagers swore they could hear the rustling of leaves in her autumn landscapes, or feel the crisp air of a winter morning. But it was not only her skill that drew people to her. It was the kindness she exuded, a kindness that wrapped around each visitor like one of her hand-woven shawls. One chilly autumn evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky, Marin sat by her loom, contemplating her next creation. Her cat, Whiskers, purred contentedly at her feet while the aroma of cinnamon and honey tea wafted through the room. As she reached for a spool of thread, her fingers brushed against something cool and smooth, tucked away in a corner of her work basket. Curious, she withdrew the object, a small, polished spindle, unlike any she had seen before. Its surface gleamed with a soft, iridescent light, and as Marin held it, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips to her heart. Intrigued by this unexpected treasure, she decided to spin a new tapestry using the spindle, eager to see what magic it might weave into her work. With the first touch of the spindle to her loom, the threads seemed to dance with a life of their own, weaving a pattern that shimmered with the colors of dawn and dusk, of dreams and daylight. As the tapestry grew, Marin found herself lost in its beauty, a sense of wonder and possibility unfolding with each stitch. Word of Marin's enchanted tapestry spread quickly through the village, and soon her home was filled with friends and neighbors, all eager to glimpse this marvelous creation. Among them was an elderly woman named Nella, whose eyes, though clouded with age, held a sparkle of mischievous wisdom. "Nella," Marin said, offering her a steaming cup of tea, "I've never seen anything like this spindle. It feels alive." Nella chuckled softly, her voice like the rustling of leaves. "Ah, my dear, you've stumbled upon something quite special. That spindle is said to hold the dreams of those who dared to dream beyond the ordinary. It will reveal wonders, but only to a heart open to its magic." Encouraged by Nella's words, Marin decided to take a journey, both in the tapestry and in her heart, to discover the spindle's full potential. With Whiskers at her side, she set out to explore the village and the world beyond, seeking stories and inspiration to weave into her creation. As she wandered through the forest, the air crisp with the scent of pine and earth, Marin encountered a family of friendly deer. Their gentle eyes and graceful movements filled her with a sense of peace, and she wove their elegance into her tapestry with threads of silvery moonlight. Further along her path, Marin met a cheerful baker named Finn, whose laughter was as warm as the bread he baked each morning. Finn shared tales of far-off places and the people who visited his shop, each story a tapestry of its own. With each tale, Marin's tapestry grew richer, its colors deepening like a sunset reflected on water. As Marin continued her journey, she realized that the spindle's magic was not in the object itself, but in the connections and stories it inspired. It was through these encounters, each a thread in the tapestry of life, that the true magic unfurled. One day, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Marin found herself at the edge of the village, where the land met the lake. There she encountered a wise old fisherman named Alden, who sat patiently by the water's edge, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "Hello," Marin greeted, her breath forming small clouds in the chilly air. "What do you see out there, Alden?" The fisherman smiled, his face lined with the wisdom of years. "I see possibilities, my dear. The lake holds many secrets, just as your tapestry holds the stories of all who touched your heart." Alden's words resonated within Marin, and she understood that her journey was not just about the tapestry, but about the wisdom she gained along the way. With this newfound insight, she returned to her cottage, where the warmth of the fire and the scent of spices welcomed her home. That evening, as the village slept beneath a blanket of stars, Marin finished her tapestry. The spindle, having shared its magic, glowed gently in the firelight, a reminder of the journey she had taken and the friends she had met. The tapestry now hung in her workshop, a testament to the beauty and wisdom found in the simplest of things. A spindle, a story, a journey. And as Marin settled into her chair, whiskers curling up on her lap, she knew that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness woven into the fabric of life itself. In the days that followed, villagers came from near and far to see the tapestry, each leaving with a smile and a story to share. And Marin, with her heart full of warmth and wonder, continued to weave, knowing that every thread held a tale waiting to be told. As the fire crackled softly and the evening deepened, the village lay wrapped in a peaceful slumber, the gentle hum of dreams weaving their own magic in the night. And so, beneath a sky sprinkled with stars, the world turned quietly, cradling its stories in the arms of time. Story 23. In the heart of a lush, sun-dappled forest, where the air always smelled faintly of wildflowers and honey, there lay the quaint village of Willow Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as quirky as they were kind-hearted. The villagers had a penchant for the whimsical. Their homes were thatched with leaves that glimmered in the sunlight, and their gardens were filled with flowers that hummed gentle lullabies at dusk. Among these delightful villagers were two particularly endearing characters: Marigold, a young girl with a mane of curls the color of autumn leaves, and her best friend, Pip, a plump squirrel with a penchant for mischief and an uncanny ability to wink with both eyes at once. Marigold had a gift for understanding the language of the forest, and Pip, ever the adventurer, had a nose for finding hidden treasures like acorns made of sugar and berries that sparkled like tiny rubies. One bright morning, as the sun peeked over the treetops, casting a golden glow over the village, Marigold and Pip decided to visit the Great Wishing Tree. This tree was ancient, its roots twisting deep into the earth and its branches reaching high into the sky. It was said that once every 100 years, the tree would grant a single wish to someone pure of heart. As they approached the tree, Marigold noticed something peculiar. The tree, usually vibrant and full of life, seemed to have lost its shimmer. Its leaves drooped sadly, and the air around it felt unusually still. "Oh dear," Marigold murmured, her brows knitting together in concern. "Something's wrong with the wishing tree." Pip chattered anxiously, his tiny paws pointing toward the tree's trunk where a mysterious, shimmering key lay nestled among the roots. It was not an ordinary key. It glowed with a soft, ethereal light and seemed to hum with a gentle melody only Marigold and Pip could hear. "This must be the key to the tree's magic," Marigold exclaimed, her eyes widening with excitement. "But why is it here, and why is the tree so sad?" The duo decided they needed to consult the wisest creature in Willow Hollow, the laughing owl, who lived in a cozy nest high in the whispering pines. The laughing owl was known for his wisdom and his hearty, contagious laughter that could brighten even the gloomiest of days. As they journeyed through the forest, they encountered a series of delightful creatures, sparkling dragonflies that danced in the sunlight, and a family of hedgehogs rolling playfully among the mossy stones. Each creature greeted them with a nod or a wave, adding a touch of magic to their adventure. Upon reaching the whispering pines, they found the laughing owl perched atop his favorite branch, wearing spectacles perched precariously on his beak. He greeted them with a warm chuckle. "Ah, Marigold and Pip, what brings you to my neck of the woods?" Marigold quickly explained the situation, showing him the mysterious key. The laughing owl adjusted his spectacles and peered closely at the key, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Ah, this is indeed a rare find. It is the key of joy, meant to unlock the laughter within the wishing tree. Without its joy, the tree cannot grant wishes." "But how do we use it?" Pip asked, his voice a mixture of curiosity and concern. The laughing owl chuckled, a sound like rippling water. "To unlock the tree's joy, you must find the hidden laughter in the forest. It's stored in 3 magical objects: the feather of giggles, the bubble of chuckles, and the bell of merriment. Only when you gather these will the key work its magic." Marigold and Pip set off on their quest, their hearts light with anticipation. Their first stop was the meadow where the feather of giggles lay hidden. They found it tucked under a tuft of grass, tickling the noses of unsuspecting rabbits who burst into fits of giggles. With the feather safely in hand, they moved on to the crystal stream, where the bubble of chuckles floated above the water, reflecting rainbows in the sunlight. Pip, ever the nimble squirrel, leaped and caught it with a delighted squeal. Their final destination was the Heartflower Glade, a serene clearing where the bell of merriment hung from a branch of an ancient oak. As Marigold gently rang the bell, its sound resonated through the forest, filling the air with a melody so joyous that even the clouds seemed to dance. With all 3 objects gathered, Marigold and Pip returned to the Great Wishing Tree. The key now glowed brighter than before, and the moment they placed the feather of giggles, the bubble of chuckles, and the bell of merriment at the tree's roots, the key fit perfectly into a hidden lock in the trunk. As Marigold turned the key, the tree shuddered and then erupted in a cascade of shimmering leaves, laughter echoing from its branches. The leaves danced in the air, their colors shifting from emerald green to golden yellow, and as they touched the ground, the entire forest seemed to join in the celebration. The wishing tree, now restored, sang a song of gratitude, its voice a blend of wind and whispers. "Thank you, dear friends, for bringing back my joy. As a token of my gratitude, I grant you a wish." Marigold and Pip exchanged a glance, their hearts united in a single thought. "We wish for the happiness and laughter of Willow Hollow to never fade," Marigold said softly. The tree shimmered with approval, and from that day forward, the village of Willow Hollow was forever filled with laughter and joy. Marigold and Pip became local legends, forever remembered as the heroes who saved the spirit of the forest. And so, under the twinkling stars and the gentle glow of fireflies, the villagers celebrated, their laughter mingling with the night breeze, a reminder that happiness is a gift best shared. From that day on, whenever a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves. It carried with it the sound of laughter, a reminder of the magical day when two friends with hearts full of kindness restored the joy of the wishing tree, ensuring that Willow Hollow would forever be a place where dreams and laughter blossomed. Story 24. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees sang soft lullabies with the breeze and the night sky was a tapestry of twinkling stars, there existed a village known as Elderwood Hollow. This quaint little community was nestled among the ancient oaks, each house woven with ivy and flowers that bloomed in every imaginable hue. The village was known for its serenity, where the only mysteries were those whispered about in bedtime stories. But one crisp autumn evening, a peculiar series of events began to unravel, threading whispers of wonder and curiosity through the quiet lanes of Elderwood Hollow. It all started with the lights. One by one, the lanterns that lined the cobblestone paths flickered out, leaving the village bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. The villagers, accustomed to the steady warmth of the lanterns guiding them home, found themselves puzzled but not alarmed. They gathered at the village square, wrapped in woolen shawls against the gentle chill, and murmured amongst themselves about the strange occurrence. Among the gathered was a young girl named Anwen, known for her keen eyes and inquisitive nature. Her hair danced like golden leaves in the breeze, and her eyes were as bright and curious as the stars above. Anwen was not one to be deterred by a mystery. In fact, she relished the opportunity to unravel it. She decided to seek the counsel of the wisest creature in the forest, the great owl named Solanus, who resided in the ancient hollow of the oldest oak. As she made her way through the forest, the leaves crunched softly underfoot, and the cool night air carried the sweet scent of pine and earth. The forest, though dimly lit, felt alive with a gentle energy that wrapped around Anwen like a comforting blanket. Upon reaching the great oak, she called out softly, "Solanus, wise one, I seek your guidance." There was a rustling of feathers, and then Solanus appeared at the entrance of his home, his eyes gleaming with the wisdom of centuries. "Ah, young Anwen," he hooted softly, his voice like a gentle breeze through the branches. "What brings you to my abode on this fine evening?" Anwen explained the peculiar extinguishing of the lanterns, and Solanus listened with a thoughtful tilt of his head. "The forest speaks in many tongues," he mused, "and sometimes it is not the words we expect to hear. Let us observe what the forest wishes to tell us." With a nod of agreement, Anwen and Solanus set off together, the owl gliding silently above her as they retraced her path back to the village. Along the way, they encountered a family of fireflies, their bodies glowing with a soft, golden light. The fireflies flitted about Anwen, forming patterns that seemed almost deliberate. "Do you see that?" Anwen whispered, watching the fireflies dance. Solanus nodded, his eyes narrowing with understanding. "Nature often reveals its secrets through the smallest of signs," he said. "These fireflies are guiding us towards something." With renewed curiosity, Anwen followed the trail of fireflies, which led her to a small, enchanted glade hidden just beyond the village. The glade was bathed in moonlight, and at its center stood a magnificent crystal fountain, its waters shimmering with an ethereal glow. Anwen had never seen this place before, though it felt familiar and welcoming. As she approached the fountain, she noticed an inscription carved into its base. The words were in an ancient script, but as she traced them with her fingers, their meaning unfurled in her mind. "Where light finds rest, shadows dance free." Pondering the riddle, Anwen sat by the fountain, her reflection mingling with the stars overhead. Solanus perched beside her, offering silent companionship. "Perhaps," Anwen began after a thoughtful pause, "the lanterns went out because they needed rest, and in their absence we must find illumination in other forms." Solanus nodded approvingly. "Indeed, light does not always come from where we expect. Sometimes it is the absence of light that reveals new paths." As they spoke, the fireflies gathered around the fountain, their light merging with the crystal's glow. The fountain's waters began to ripple and hum, and from its depths emerged a gentle, shimmering creature. It was a water sprite, her form delicate and glistening like the surface of a tranquil pond. "Thank you for understanding our message," the sprite said, her voice as soft as the whisper of a stream. "The lanterns needed to rest, for they have guided your village for many years without pause. We wish to show you the beauty of the night and the light that dwells within it." Unwind smiled, her heart warmed by the sprite's gentle presence. "We are grateful for your guidance," she replied, "and we will cherish the light within the darkness." With a graceful nod, the water sprite retreated into the fountain, her form dissolving into the shimmering waters. Anwin and Solanus watched as the fireflies danced around them, illuminating the path back to the village. When they returned, Anwin shared her tale with the villagers, who listened with wide eyes and warm smiles. They decided to let the lanterns rest for a few nights each month, to honor the light of the stars and the gentle glow of the fireflies. And so, the village of Elderwood Hollow learned to embrace the quiet mysteries of the night, guided by the wisdom of a young girl and her wise, feathered friend. The strange occurrences were not so strange after all, but rather a gentle reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay hidden in the shadows. As Anwen tucked herself into bed that evening, she felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that in the dance of light and shadow, she had found a new kind of magic. The kind that whispered gently, like the rustling leaves, and cradled her dreams with the promise of new discoveries yet to come. Story 25. In the heart of a lush, ancient forest where the leaves whispered secrets and the streams sang lullabies, there lived a gentle young woman named Leora. Leora was known for her gentle heart and her love for the forest, where she spent her days gathering herbs and listening to the stories of the wind. Her life was simple and tranquil, much like the forest itself. However, a shadow of unease had settled in Leora's heart. She felt as if she were a leaf caught in a gentle breeze, unable to find her own path. The world around her was changing, and deep inside she sensed a stirring, a longing for growth and transformation that both excited and frightened her. One crisp morning, as the sun's rays painted the forest in hues of gold and amber, Leora wandered deeper into the woods than she had ever dared before. Her footsteps were light on the mossy ground, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth. As she walked, she came upon a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Beneath the oak's sprawling canopy, she discovered a peculiar sight. A small, shimmering pool lay at the tree's base, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. Leora felt drawn to it, as if the water held the answers to the questions that had been stirring in her heart. As she knelt beside the pool, the air shimmered with a gentle magic. The water began to swirl, forming shapes and patterns that danced before her eyes. It was then that she noticed a figure emerging from the water, a delicate butterfly with wings that glistened like stained glass in the sun. The butterfly hovered before Leora, its wings fluttering with a soft, rhythmic beat. "Do not fear the winds of change," it whispered in a voice as soft as a sigh. "For within you lies the power to transform. Embrace the journey, and you shall find the strength you seek." Leora listened, her heart swelling with a mixture of fear and excitement. She knew that the butterfly was right. She had to embrace the changes ahead, even if they seemed daunting. With a newfound resolve, she thanked the butterfly and watched as it fluttered away, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. Determined to learn and grow, Leora sought the guidance of the forest creatures, who had always been her friends. She visited the wise old owl who lived in the hollow of a towering cedar tree. The owl, with eyes like polished amber, listened patiently to Leora's concerns. "The forest changes with the seasons," the owl said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "And so must we. Trust in yourself, dear Leora. You are stronger than you know." Comforted by the owl's words, Leora continued her journey. She next visited the playful fox, who danced through the underbrush with the grace of a shadow. The fox, with its fur as red as autumn leaves, shared a simple truth with Leora. "Life is a dance," the fox said with a mischievous smile. "Sometimes you lead, sometimes you follow. Learn the steps, and soon you'll find your rhythm." Leora nodded, her heart lighter with each encounter. She realized that change, though frightening, was a natural part of life. With each step she took, she felt herself growing stronger, more confident in her ability to face whatever lay ahead. As the days passed, Leora began to notice the magic within herself. Her senses sharpened, and she could hear the whispers of the trees and the songs of the stars. Her heart swelled with warmth and joy, and she found herself smiling more often, her spirit as light as the dandelion seeds that danced on the breeze. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted in shades of lavender and rose, Leora returned to the ancient oak. She knelt beside the shimmering pool once more, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes alight with newfound wisdom and strength. "Thank you," she whispered to the forest, to the butterfly, and to her friends who had guided her along the way. She realized that she had indeed transformed, not into something different, but into a truer version of herself. As night fell and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Leora lay beneath the oak tree, feeling its steady presence beside her. She closed her eyes, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves and the soft murmur of the forest as it cradled her in its embrace. And so, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that she was ready to face whatever changes life might bring, secure in the knowledge that she was never truly alone. For she had discovered the magic of transformation within herself, a magic that would guide her through all the seasons of life. The forest, with its timeless wisdom and gentle magic, watched over her, whispering a promise that echoed through the night, a promise of growth, of change, and of endless possibilities. Story 26. Beneath a sky draped in the softest shades of twilight, a small village nestled between verdant hills lay quiet, its cobblestone paths winding like gentle whispers through the heart of the hamlet. In this village, there lived a young girl named Leora, whose bright eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 100 starry nights. Her heart was a compass, ever pointing towards the horizon where the sun dipped each evening, painting the world in hues of gold and rose. Leora had always been enchanted by the tales spun by the village elders, stories of the enchanted grove, a place whispered to be filled with wonders untold and mysteries that danced in the shadows of ancient trees. The grove was said to lie beyond the hills, hidden in a world where time flowed like a gentle stream and magic lingered in the air like the scent of blooming jasmine. One crisp morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the earth awake, Leora set out on her adventure. The path led her through fields of wildflowers, their petals brushing softly against her skin and filling the air with a sweet floral melody. As she walked, the gentle hum of the wind became her guide, leading her to a narrow trail that disappeared into the emerald embrace of the woods. The enchanted grove was unlike anything Leora had imagined. Towering trees with trunks as wide as houses stretched their boughs towards the heavens, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind seemed to understand. The forest floor was a tapestry of moss, soft and inviting, while shafts of sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns that seemed to come alive as she moved. As Leora ventured deeper, she found herself in the company of whimsical creatures that peeked out from behind ferns and gathered in clusters of curious eyes. There were the gossamer glimmers, tiny beings that flitted about like living crystals, their laughter chiming like delicate bells. They led her to a clearing where a gentle brook wound its way through the grove, its waters singing a lullaby of ripples and reflections. Here she met the wise old tortoise, whose shell was a mosaic of stories etched by time and wisdom. "Welcome, young traveler," he greeted with a voice as smooth as polished stones. "What brings you to our hidden realm?" Leora shared her longing for adventure and discovery, her words woven with the thrill of the unknown. The wise old tortoise nodded, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "In this grove, courage is not the absence of fear, but the song of the heart that dares to be heard amidst its whispers." With these words, he gifted Leora a small, shimmering leaf, a token of her courage and her willingness to explore the world beyond her own. As she journeyed onward, Leora encountered gentle challenges that tested her resolve. She befriended the shimmering shadows, playful creatures of light and dark, who taught her to listen to the silence between her footsteps, to trust in the unseen paths that her heart could follow. Together they navigated the labyrinth of ancient trees, each twist and turn revealing a new wonder, a new lesson. With each step, Leora's confidence grew, and her heart swelled with a warmth that mirrored the sun's embrace. As dusk began to weave its tapestry of twilight, she discovered a hidden glade, where the stars seemed to have fallen from the sky. their light woven into the earth like a celestial dance floor. Here, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora realized that her journey was not just about finding the enchanted grove, but about discovering the strength and courage that lay within her all along. As the night wrapped the world in its gentle embrace, Leora knew it was time to return home. The creatures of the grove gathered to bid her farewell, their voices mingling in a harmonious chorus that promised she would always be welcome. With the shimmering leaf tucked close to her heart, Leora retraced her steps, her spirit alight with the magic of the grove and the joy of newfound friendships. Back in her village, as she settled into her cozy bed, Leora's dreams were filled with the wonders of the enchanted grove. She had ventured into the unknown, faced its gentle challenges, and emerged with a heart full of courage and the knowledge that exploration was a journey both outward and inward. And so, beneath a sky sprinkled with stars, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the arms of the night, while Leora's story of courage and exploration whispered through the dreams of those who dared to listen. Story 27. Once upon a time, nestled between the undulating hills and whispering forests of a quaint village named Willowbend, there lay a hidden world known only to a few, those with eyes keen enough to see beyond the ordinary. It was a place where the winds sang gentle lullabies to the trees and the brook gurgled with secrets older than time itself. Here, beneath a thick canopy of emerald leaves, a story of magic and friendship was waiting to unfold. In the heart of this enchanted woodland, there lived a young boy named Finn. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and kind heart. He often wandered into the forest, his adventures leading him to discover the hidden marvels of nature. This forest, with its dappled sunlight and rich, earthy fragrance, was his sanctuary, a place where he felt truly alive. One crisp morning, as the sun stretched its golden fingers across the horizon, Finn set off on another of his explorations. The forest was alive with the chatter of birds and the soft rustle of leaves. As he delved deeper into the woods, Finn noticed a peculiar glimmer in the underbrush. Curiosity piqued. He carefully parted the foliage to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was unlike anything he had ever seen, with delicate patterns that seemed to dance across its surface. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cool, smooth wood. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his palm, and the box opened with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a shimmering stone. It pulsed with a soft, ethereal light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on Finn's face. The stone seemed to hum with a gentle rhythm, as if it held the heartbeat of the forest itself. Finn felt an inexplicable connection to the stone, as if it was calling out to him, whispering secrets of the ages. He carefully picked it up, feeling its warmth seep into him, filling him with a sense of wonder and possibility. With the stone cradled in his hands, Finn continued his journey through the forest, eager to uncover the mysteries it promised. As the day wore on, the forest began to change. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches arching protectively over Finn. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, painting the path in hues of gold and green. The air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of the brook was a constant companion. It wasn't long before Finn realized that the stone was more than just a beautiful object. It was a key to a world hidden from ordinary eyes. As he walked, the landscape around him shimmered and shifted, revealing glimpses of creatures and places he had only heard of in stories. He saw sprites flitting between the trees, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. He glimpsed a majestic stag with antlers that glowed like moonlight, and saw flowers that bloomed with a light of their own. Finn knew he had stumbled upon a realm of magic, a place where the ordinary laws of nature gave way to the extraordinary. But as enthralling as these sights were, Finn couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The sensation was not one of danger, but rather of something ancient and wise observing him from the shadows. As he ventured deeper, Finn found himself at the edge of a serene, crystal-clear lake. The water mirrored the sky, creating an endless expanse of blue. He kneeled by the shore, the stone still humming gently in his hand. He watched, mesmerized, as a ripple spread across the surface, distorting the reflection of the clouds. From the center of the lake, a figure began to emerge, a graceful, ethereal creature with eyes as deep as the ocean and a mane that flowed like liquid silver. It was a unicorn, a being of legend and grace. Finn's heart skipped a beat, and he held his breath, unwilling to disturb the sacred moment. The unicorn approached, its eyes meeting Finn's with a gaze full of wisdom and kindness. It bowed its head, and Finn instinctively held out the stone. As the unicorn touched it with its horn, a brilliant light enveloped them both, warm and comforting as a summer's embrace. In that moment, Finn understood that the unicorn was the guardian of the forest's magic, a protector of the hidden world. The stone had chosen him to be part of this enchanted realm, to maintain the balance and harmony that kept the magic alive. With the unicorn as his guide, Finn embarked on a journey of discovery. Together, they explored the depths of the forest, uncovering its secrets and learning the ancient wisdom that lay within. Finn met creatures who spoke in riddles and plants that sang with the voice of the wind. Each encounter taught him something new, a piece of the puzzle that was the forest's magic. Through his adventures, Finn learned the importance of harmony and respect for all living things. He understood that the magic of the forest was not just in its wonders, but in the balance of life it nurtured. The friendship he forged with the unicorn and the other creatures was a bond that transcended words, a connection born of trust and understanding. As the days turned into weeks, Finn found himself transformed. He was no longer just a curious boy from Willowbend. He was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets. He had grown wiser and more attuned to the world around him, his heart filled with a profound sense of peace and purpose. But as all stories must, Finn's journey in the magical realm had to come to an end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, the unicorn led Finn back to the edge of the forest. The path home lay before him, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. With a heavy heart, Finn turned to his friend. The unicorn's eyes shone with a gentle light, a silent promise that the magic would always be with him, no matter where he went. Finn nodded, understanding that though he was leaving the forest, the lessons and friendships he had gained would stay with him forever. As he walked back to Willowbend, the stone still warm in his hand, Finn felt a deep sense of gratitude. He had been given a gift beyond measure, the gift of seeing the world through the eyes of wonder and magic. And though the forest now lay behind him, he knew that its spirit would live on in his heart. In the days that followed, Finn shared his stories with the villagers, captivating them with tales of the hidden world and its wonders. He became a bridge between the ordinary and the extraordinary, a reminder of the magic that existed all around them if only they chose to see it. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the village settled into peaceful slumber, a gentle breeze whispered through the forest, carrying with it the soft melodic hum of the stone, a lullaby of magic, friendship, and the unending journey of discovery. And that, dear listener, is how a kind-hearted boy named Finn found his way into a world of enchantment, forever changed by the magic of the hidden realm and the friendship of a wise unicorn. May your dreams be as wondrous and filled with adventure as you too journey through the landscapes of imagination and wonder. Story 28. The Enchanted Lantern. In the quiet, sleepy village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling green hills and a serene, glistening lake, there lived a kind-hearted young boy named Nathan. Nathan was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and his gentle, thoughtful nature. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the fields, Nathan would sit by the fireplace in his cozy cottage, listening to his grandmother's stories of magic and wonder. One chilly autumn evening, as the leaves whispered secrets to each other in the cool breeze, Nathan's grandmother revealed a tale that would change his life forever. She spoke of an ancient, enchanted lantern, hidden deep within the whispering woods, a mysterious forest that bordered Willowbrook. This lantern, she said, possessed the ability to reveal hidden truths and guide the lost to their true path. But it was guarded by a wise old owl, and only those with pure intentions could hope to find it. Nathan's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. He had always felt a longing to explore the unknown, to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar confines of his village. That very night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Nathan made a decision. He would embark on a journey to find the enchanted lantern. The next morning, with a small satchel slung over his shoulder, Nathan set out on his adventure. The villagers wished him well, their voices filled with warmth and encouragement. As he crossed the dew-kissed fields, the sun rose slowly, painting the world in shades of pink and gold. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Nathan entered the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall like ancient sentinels, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into gentle streams. The forest was alive with the symphony of nature, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, and the distant call of a woodpecker. As Nathan ventured deeper, he spoke softly to the trees and the creatures he encountered, feeling a sense of companionship and peace. His journey was not without challenges, for the woods were filled with hidden paths and unexpected turns, but Nathan's heart was steadfast and his spirit unyielding. As the day wore on, he encountered a gentle deer, its eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. The deer, sensing Nathan's sincerity and kindness, gestured with its head, guiding him along a narrow, winding trail. The path led Nathan to a small, shimmering pond, where the water was as clear as crystal. There, perched upon a moss-covered stone, sat the wise old owl, its feathers a tapestry of browns and grays, and its eyes glowing with ancient wisdom. The owl regarded Nathan with a thoughtful gaze, as if peering into the depths of his soul. "Why do you seek the lantern, young one?" the owl inquired, its voice gentle and resonant, like the sound of a distant bell. Nathan took a deep breath, his voice steady and filled with earnestness. "I seek the lantern to understand the world and my place within it. I wish to help my village and bring light to those who are lost." The owl nodded slowly, its eyes softening. "Your heart is pure and your intentions noble. You may seek the lantern." With a graceful flap of its wings, the owl took flight, leading Nathan through a hidden passageway, cloaked in emerald leaves and dappled sunlight. They arrived at a secluded glade, where the enchanted lantern hung from the bough of an ancient oak tree. The lantern glowed with a gentle, ethereal light, casting a warm, inviting aura over the glade. Nathan approached the lantern with reverence, feeling a sense of awe and gratitude. As he touched it, the world around him shimmered and shifted, revealing a tapestry of interconnected stories and destinies. He saw visions of the past and glimpses of the future, understanding the true essence of his village and the power of kindness and unity. Filled with newfound wisdom, Nathan returned to Willowbrook, the lantern's light guiding his way. The villagers welcomed him with open arms, eager to hear of his journey. Nathan shared the lessons he had learned, inspiring his friends and neighbors to cherish their connections and embrace the magic within their hearts. As the years passed, Nathan grew into a wise and beloved leader, his actions guided by the lantern's eternal glow. The village of Willowbrook flourished, its people living in harmony with nature and each other. And though the enchanted lantern remained hidden in the whispering woods, its light continued to shine brightly in the hearts of all who believed in its magic. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Nathan's story became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring light of kindness. Story 29. Once upon a time, in a world where nature's wonders intertwined with ancient magic, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious soul, always seeking adventures in the sprawling meadows and misty forests that surrounded her quaint village. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow skipped along a familiar trail, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled beneath a towering oak tree, a glimmering object caught her eye. Drawing closer, she gasped in awe. It was a crystalline orb, pulsing with a soft, ethereal light. Willow couldn't resist the temptation to touch it, and as her fingers brushed against the smooth surface, a warmth spread through her body. Suddenly, the world around her transformed, revealing a hidden realm beneath the familiar landscape. Towering mushrooms the size of trees dotted a lush, emerald-green meadow, while colorful toadstools danced to the rhythm of a gentle breeze. A winding stream trickled with liquid amethyst, its banks adorned with glittering gemstones. It was a place of enchantment, a world within a world, and Willow found herself utterly captivated. As she marveled at her surroundings, a melodic voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of woodland wonders." Willow turned to find a slender figure emerging from behind a giant toadstool, a radiant being with delicate wings and a warm, welcoming smile. "I am Zephyr, the guardian of this realm," the creature introduced herself. "That orb you found is a sacred artifact, a key that unlocks the hidden realms of nature for those pure of heart." Willow's eyes widened with wonder and curiosity. "But why me?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Zephyr chuckled softly. "The orb chose you, Willow. It sensed the kindness and courage within your heart, qualities that will guide you on a remarkable journey." With a wave of her delicate hand, Zephyr conjured a shimmering map that hovered before them. "This map will lead you to the 4 elemental kingdoms: earth, air, fire, and water. In each realm, you'll encounter challenges that will test your resolve, but also friendships that will sustain you." Willow's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. A journey through magical realms, forging new bonds and facing unknown trials, it was an opportunity she couldn't refuse. Thus began Willow's extraordinary quest, each step revealing wonders and lessons that would forever change her perspective on the world she thought she knew. In the kingdom of Earth, Willow met Oakroot, a wise and gentle treant who taught her the importance of patience and nurturing growth. Together, they tended to a grove of ancient oaks, learning to communicate with the trees and understand their intricate language of rustling leaves and creaking branches. It was in this realm that Willow encountered her first challenge: a rampaging herd of stone golems, their thunderous footsteps threatening to uproot the delicate saplings. With Oakroot's guidance, Willow learned to channel the earth's energy, raising a protective barrier that shielded the grove from harm. As they bid farewell to the kingdom of Earth, Oakroot presented Willow with a sapling, a reminder of the resilience and strength she had discovered within herself. The kingdom of Air proved to be a whimsical realm where clouds took on fantastical shapes and gossamer-winged creatures danced among the gentle breezes. Here, Willow befriended Zephyr, a spirited sylph with a mischievous streak and an infectious laugh. Together, they soared through the skies, racing the wind and diving through billowing clouds. It was during one of their aerial adventures that they encountered a raging storm, its dark clouds crackling with lightning and howling with ferocious winds. Zephyr's playful demeanor turned serious as she taught Willow the art of air manipulation, weaving intricate patterns to disperse the storm's fury. With each graceful movement, Willow felt a newfound sense of freedom and control, her confidence soaring as high as the clouds themselves. As they parted ways, Zephyr gifted Willow a feather, a symbol of the lightness and joy she had discovered in her heart. The kingdom of fire was a realm of vibrant colors and intense heat, where molten streams carved through rugged landscapes. Here Willow met Ember, a fiery salamander with a passion for adventure and a heart as warm as the flames she commanded. Ember introduced Willow to the art of pyromancy, teaching her to harness the primal energy of fire with respect and caution. They ventured deep into volcanic caverns, where they encountered a slumbering dragon, its thunderous snores causing tremors that threatened to collapse the cavern walls. With Ember's guidance, Willow learned to channel the dragon's fiery breath, using it to forge a path through the crumbling rock. It was a harrowing experience, but one that taught Willow the value of courage and determination in the face of seemingly insurmountable obstacles. As they emerged from the fiery depths, Ember presented Willow with a ruby, a reminder of the inner strength and resilience she had discovered within herself. The final realm, the Kingdom of Water, was a serene and tranquil place, where crystal-clear streams flowed through lush, verdant meadows. Here, Willow met Oceana, a graceful naiad with a calming presence and a deep connection to the ebb and flow of the waters. Oceana taught Willow the art of water manipulation, guiding her through intricate movements that commanded the very currents themselves. Together they swam through underwater grottos, encountering schools of shimmering fish and colorful coral reefs teeming with life. It was during one of their underwater explorations that they stumbled upon a hidden cave, its entrance blocked by a massive whirlpool. With Oceana's guidance, Willow learned to still the raging waters, unraveling the mystery that lay within, a lost treasure trove of ancient knowledge, guarded by a wise and ancient water spirit. As they parted ways, Oceana bestowed upon Willow a conch shell, a reminder of the inner peace and harmony she had discovered within the depths of her own being. With each realm conquered and every challenge overcome, Willow felt herself transformed, no longer the wide-eyed, curious girl she had been at the start of her journey. She had grown into a confident and capable young woman, her heart filled with wisdom, courage, and a deep appreciation for the wonders of nature. As she stood before the shimmering portal that would lead her back to her own world, Willow paused, her fingers tracing the intricate carvings on the orb that had started her extraordinary adventure. She had learned so much, forged bonds that transcended the boundaries of realms, and discovered strengths she never knew she possessed. With a bittersweet smile, Willow stepped through the portal, emerging once more in the familiar meadow where her journey had begun. But this time, her eyes beheld the world with a newfound reverence, for she had glimpsed the magic that lay beneath the surface, the hidden realms that coexisted with the one she called home. As she made her way back to the village, Willow knew that her life had been forever changed. The trials she had faced, the friendships she had forged, and the lessons she had learned would forever guide her steps, reminding her of the wonders that awaited those with the courage to seek them out. And so, Willow's extraordinary journey came to an end, but the echoes of her adventures would resonate within her heart, inspiring her to embrace the magic that dwelled within the natural world and within herself. Story 30. The Whispering Lantern. Once, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of the verdant hills, where the air was perfumed with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her kind heart and curious spirit, and she spent her days exploring the lush meadows and dense forests that surrounded her home. Her favorite time was twilight, when the world seemed to hold its breath and magic felt most alive. One balmy evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila ventured deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The trees there were ancient, their gnarled roots twisting like the fingers of wise old giants, and their leaves whispering secrets in the soft dusk breeze. As she walked, Lila's eyes caught a peculiar glimmer through the shadows, a soft golden glow pulsing gently amongst the ferns. Curious, she pushed aside the fronds and discovered a lantern unlike any she'd ever seen. It was crafted from delicate silver filigree, its glass panels etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance with the flickering light inside. The lantern, warm and inviting, cast a circle of light that felt like a gentle embrace. Lila reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal. At her touch, the lantern's light flared brightly, and she heard a soft voice, like the rustle of leaves. "Hello, dear one," it whispered. Startled yet enchanted, Lila replied, "Hello, who are you?" "I am a guide of sorts," the lantern replied, its light pulsing softly with each word. "I can reveal paths hidden from the eyes of those who do not wish to see them." Intrigued and sensing the promise of adventure, Lila asked, "Where do these paths lead?" The lantern's glow seemed to smile. "To places of wonder and wisdom, where the heart's true desires are uncovered." Lila, her heart pounding with excitement, decided then and there to embark on a journey with the lantern as her guide. She carefully lifted it from its resting place, and as she did, the forest around her transformed. The trees shifted, revealing a path lined with luminescent flowers that stretched into the depths of the woods. As she walked, the lantern illuminated not only the path, but also memories of her past, moments of kindness, courage, and love that she had shared with others. These memories warmed her heart and filled her with a sense of purpose. The path led her to a clearing where a serene pond lay, its surface as smooth and reflective as a polished mirror. Sitting by the edge was an elderly woman with hair as white as snow, knitting a tapestry of shimmering threads. Her eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages as she looked up at Lila, who approached with a mix of curiosity and reverence. "Welcome, child," the woman said, her voice as melodious as the song of the forest. I see you have found the whispering lantern. Yes, Lila replied, holding the lantern aloft. It's shown me so much already. The woman nodded, her hands deftly weaving threads into intricate patterns. This lantern reveals what we need to know, not just what we wish to see. It guides the heart as much as the feet. As Lila watched the woman's swift hands, she noticed that the tapestry seemed to depict scenes from her own life. Moments of joy, of sorrow, of growth. Each thread was a memory, and together they formed a beautiful, complex picture. Every life is a tapestry, the woman explained, her eyes never leaving her work. Each choice a thread, each step a stitch. The lantern's light grew warm in Lila's hands, and she understood that this journey was not just about discovering hidden paths, but about understanding herself. She realized that the lantern had illuminated not just the way through the forest, but also the path within her own heart. Moved by this realization, Lila sat down beside the woman and shared stories of her life, of friendships made and challenges overcome. The woman listened, her eyes kind and knowing, as if she had heard such tales many times before. As the night deepened, the stars above began to twinkle like tiny silver lanterns, and the forest echoed with the gentle chorus of crickets. Lila felt a deep sense of peace, as if she had come home to a place she had never known she missed. Finally, the woman finished her tapestry and held it up to the starlight. It shimmered with all the colors of the forest, a vibrant mosaic of moments and dreams. "This is your journey," she said softly, "and it is beautiful." With gratitude, Lila took the tapestry, feeling its weight and warmth. The lantern, now a gentle glow, seemed to hum with approval. She knew it was time to return to her village, to bring with her not just the tapestry, but the wisdom she had gained. As she retraced her steps, the lantern's light faded, leaving only the soft glow of the moon to guide her home. But Lila was no longer afraid of the dark, for she knew that the true light came from within her own heart. When she reached the edge of the forest, the lantern spoke one last time. "Remember, dear one, that the paths we walk are woven with the choices we make. Walk them with kindness and courage." With a nod and a smile, Lila thanked the lantern and carefully placed it back among the ferns, its glow now a gentle memory. She stepped out of the forest, the tapestry clutched close, ready to share her story with the world. As Lila walked back to her village, the dawn began to break, painting the sky in hues of gold and pink. She felt changed, her heart light with the knowledge that she could always find her way, no matter how dark the path might seem. And so, the whispering lantern remained in the forest, waiting patiently for the next traveler to discover its light. Its gentle glow, a reminder that within every heart lies the courage to illuminate the way forward, and that every journey, no matter how winding, leads us to where we are meant to be. In the days that followed, Lila shared her story with her friends and neighbors, weaving together her memories and the lessons she had learned. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with wonder at the tale of the magical lantern and the wise woman by the pond. It became a cherished story, told by the fireside on chilly nights, a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who heard it. As Lila grew older, she never forgot the wisdom she had gained during her journey. She carried it with her, a quiet strength that guided her through life's challenges and joys. She became known as a wise and compassionate woman, sought after for her counsel and her ability to see the beauty in every life. And so, the story of Lila and the Whispering Lantern was passed down through generations, a timeless reminder that the light we seek is often found within, and that our journeys, no matter how difficult, are part of the tapestry of life. In the quiet of the forest, the lantern continued to glow softly, a guardian of the hidden paths and the secrets they held. It waited patiently for the next curious soul to find it, ready to illuminate the way for those who dared to follow their hearts. And somewhere, deep within the forest, the wise woman continued to weave her tapestries, each thread a life, each stitch a moment of grace, her hands guided by the stories she had heard and the journeys yet to come. Story 31. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, there existed a hidden realm known only to those who listened closely enough to the whispers of the wind. This place was a tapestry of life, woven with threads of magic and mystery, where creatures of all kinds lived in harmony with the land and each other. At the center of this realm was a particularly grand oak tree, its branches stretching high into the sky, as if trying to touch the clouds. This was the wisdom oak, a tree that had stood for centuries, its bark etched with the stories of the forest. Beneath its sprawling canopy, a gentle stream babbled over smooth stones, its waters glistening in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the leaves. Living beneath the protective boughs of the wisdom oak were the elder tales, an ancient family of wise foxes known for their deep understanding of the forest's secrets. Among them was a young fox named Finn, whose bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. Finn was known for his gentle nature and his unwavering love for the forest, often found listening to the rustling leaves or the soft hum of the breeze. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with shades of pink and gold, Finn awoke to find a peculiar sight. A small, shimmering butterfly, its wings glistening like dew-kissed petals, fluttered down to him. It carried a message from the whispering winds, the unseen spirits that guided the balance of the forest. "The seasons are shifting," the butterfly murmured in a voice as soft as a sigh, "and the harmony of the forest is at risk. A great storm is brewing, one that could upset the balance of our home." Finn's heart fluttered with concern, yet he was determined to help. He knew he must seek the wisdom of the forest's elder creatures to understand how to protect their home. With a nod of gratitude to the butterfly, Finn set off on a journey across the forest, his paws patting softly over mossy ground. His first stop was the Meadow of Whispers, a sun-drenched clearing where the grass swayed like waves in a sea of green. Here lived Luna, the wise old hare whose knowledge of the weather was unparalleled. Luna greeted Finn with a warm smile, her fur gleaming silver in the morning light. "Ah, young Finn," Luna greeted, her voice gentle and soothing. "I sense you carry the weight of the forest upon your shoulders. Tell me, what troubles you?" Finn shared the butterfly's message, his voice earnest and filled with hope. Luna listened intently, her long ears twitching as she pondered the situation. "The storm is a test," Luna mused, "a reminder of the delicate balance we must maintain. But fear not, for nature has always provided us with the tools to endure." With Luna's guidance, Finn learned of the ancient ritual of the season song, a melody sung by the creatures of the forest to soothe the tempest and restore harmony. It was a song that drew upon the magic of the land and the unity of its inhabitants. Emboldened by this knowledge, Finn continued his journey, visiting each corner of the forest to gather its denizens. He spoke with the wise old owl whose eyes mirrored the night sky, the playful otters who danced along the riverbanks, and even the tiny ants whose strength lay in their unity. As the day gave way to twilight, the creatures gathered beneath the wisdom oak, their hearts united in purpose. The air hummed with anticipation, the forest holding its breath as the first drops of rain began to fall, pattering softly against leaves and earth. With a deep breath, Finn began the season song, his voice rising in a melody that wove through the trees and reached the sky. One by one, the creatures joined in, their voices merging into a harmonious chorus that resonated with the rhythm of the earth. The storm, sensing the unity and strength of the forest, softened its fury. The winds calmed to a gentle breeze, and the rain became a soothing lullaby that quenched the thirst of the land. As the song drew to a close, the clouds parted, revealing a sky dotted with stars. In the tranquil aftermath, the forest glowed with a renewed sense of peace. Finn, exhausted but content, lay beneath the wisdom oak, feeling the warmth of the earth beneath him. He realized that the true magic of the forest lay not just in its enchantments, but in the bonds of friendship and the wisdom shared across generations. As the night deepened and the creatures returned to their homes, a sense of gratitude and harmony lingered in the air. The forest, once more in balance, whispered a quiet thank you to the stars above. And so, under the protective watch of the wisdom oak and the gentle gaze of the moon, the ancient forest slept, dreaming of new seasons and the endless cycle of life that carried on within its heart. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn had a heart as warm as summer sunshine, and eyes that sparkled with the mischief of 1,000 twinkling stars. His favorite pastime was exploring the forests and meadows surrounding his home, where he discovered hidden wonders in every nook and cranny. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced down from the trees, Finn stumbled upon a path he had never seen before. It was cloaked in a thin veil of mist that shimmered like 1,000 tiny diamonds in the soft light. Intrigued, he stepped onto the path, feeling a gentle pull urging him onward into the unknown. The path led him deeper into the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. The trees here were unlike any he'd seen, their trunks twisted in elegant spirals and their leaves a dazzling array of colors, emerald, sapphire, and ruby, all glowing gently as if lit from within. As Finn wandered further, he heard a soft, melodic humming. Following the sound, he soon found himself in a clearing where the ground was covered with soft moss. In the center stood an enormous, ancient tree with a trunk so wide it seemed to embrace the earth itself. Its branches reached out like arms, and nestled among them were tiny, luminescent creatures that looked like a cross between fireflies and pixies. They flitted about, leaving trails of stardust in their wake. "Hello," Finn called softly, his voice respectful and full of wonder. The creatures paused their dance, their tiny faces turning toward him, eyes twinkling with curiosity. One of them, a particularly bold little sprite with wings that shimmered like opals, fluttered down to hover before Finn. "Welcome, young traveler," the sprite chimed, its voice like the gentle tinkling of bells. "I am Lila, guardian of this enchanted grove. What brings you to our hidden home?" Finn smiled warmly. "I'm an explorer," he replied. "I love discovering new places and meeting new friends." Lila giggled, a sound as light as a breeze through chimes. "Then you are most welcome here, for we too treasure friendship and discovery." As Finn and Lila talked, the other sprites gathered around, their laughter filling the air like a harmonious song. They told Finn of their home, a place where the world was stitched together by threads of magic and dreams. They showed him the wonders of the grove, the flowers that bloomed only in moonlight, the fountains that sang as water cascaded over their edges, and the stones that glowed with an inner light. Finn felt his heart swell with joy and gratitude for the kindness the sprites showed him. And though the grove was filled with wonder, it was not without its challenges. The sprites spoke of a shadow that sometimes crept in their sanctuary, a sorrowful spirit that could spread unease and fear. "Fear not," Finn said gently, "for shadows are nothing against the light of friendship and courage." With a determined heart, he offered to help the sprites protect their home. Together, they devised a plan. Finn gathered twigs and leaves, crafting small, charming lanterns. The sprites filled them with their inner glow, creating beacons of warmth and light to place around the grove. When the shadow came again, the grove was ready. The lanterns glowed brightly, their light chasing away the darkness, and the spirit, once sorrowful, found solace in the warmth and laughter that filled the grove. With the challenge overcome, Finn knew it was time to return to his village. The sprites gathered around him to bid farewell, their tiny hands showering him with blessings of stardust and joy. "Remember, dear Finn," Lila whispered as she perched on his shoulder, "the greatest discoveries are often found when we step into the unknown with courage and an open heart." Finn nodded, his heart full of wisdom and warmth. As he retraced his steps back home, the path no longer shrouded in mist. He carried with him the light of friendship and the courage to explore the wonders of the world. Back in his village, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Finn found himself by the cozy fireplace, sharing his tale with family and friends. The crackling warmth of the fire echoed the warmth in his heart, and he realized that no matter how far he wandered, he would always find his way back to the comfort of home, where love and kindness awaited him. And so, with eyes heavy with dreams and a heart light with joy, Finn drifted to sleep, knowing that the world was full of enchantment, just waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek it. Story 33. Once upon a time, in a forest as old as the world itself, there was a place where the whispers of the trees could be heard in the rustle of leaves, and the gentle hum of the earth's heartbeat resonated with every step. This forest was a realm of wonders, where sunlight dappled the mossy floor in golden patterns, and the air was perpetually scented with the fragrance of pine and wildflowers. In this enchanted woodland, the creatures lived in harmony with the turning of the seasons, each playing its part in the tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old owl named Orion, whose feathers were the color of moonlight and whose eyes held the wisdom of countless generations. Orion was the keeper of the forest's secrets, a guardian of balance and peace. One crisp autumn evening, as the amber leaves danced in the breeze, a young fox named Fern scampered through the underbrush. Her fur was a vibrant russet, blending perfectly with the fallen leaves. Fern was curious and spirited, always eager to explore the mysteries of her home. That evening, the forest was aglow with the hues of sunset, and the air was filled with the soft symphony of crickets and distant birdsong. As Fern trotted along a well-worn path, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a ring of mushrooms, perfectly formed in a circle. She had heard tales of these fairy rings, places where the veil between the natural and magical worlds was thinnest. Her heart fluttered with excitement as she circled the ring, her paws barely making a sound on the soft earth. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out to her, "Fern, dear child, step softly, for this is a place of magic." Startled, Fern glanced up to see Orion perched on a low-hanging branch, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Orion, I didn't see you there," she exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and delight. Orion chuckled softly, his feathers ruffling in the cool evening breeze. "Many do not see what is right before them, but you, young Fern, have the eyes of the forest. You see with your heart." Fern felt a warm glow spread through her, as if Orion's words were a gentle sunbeam. "What is this place?" she asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "This is a fairy ring," Orion explained, his voice as soothing as the whispering wind. "It is said that in the heart of such a circle, the magic of the forest is at its strongest. Here, the creatures of the woods come to share their stories and learn from one another." Fern's ears perked up. "Stories? What kind of stories?" "Stories of balance and harmony," Orion replied, his gaze drifting to the horizon where the first stars began to twinkle. "Our forest thrives because every creature plays its part, each season brings its gifts, and all things are connected." As if on cue, a gentle mist began to rise from the ground, swirling around the fairy ring in delicate tendrils that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Fern watched in awe as the mist formed shapes, scenes from the past, present, and future. She saw the forest in the bloom of spring, with blossoms painting the landscape in vibrant colors. She saw the gentle rains of summer, nourishing the earth and its inhabitants. She saw the harvest of autumn, when creatures gathered to prepare for the winter ahead. And she saw the quiet beauty of winter, when snow blanketed the forest in a serene silence. "Look closely, Fern," Orion said softly. "Each season is a thread in the tapestry of our world. They are different, yet they rely on one another, just like us." Fern nodded, her heart swelling with understanding. "So we all have a role to play in keeping the balance?" "Precisely," Orion replied, his voice a gentle caress. "And it is through friendship and wisdom that we overcome challenges and keep our forest thriving." As the mist began to fade, Fern felt a deep sense of peace settle over her. She understood now that her curiosity and spirit were gifts, and that by listening and learning, she could help maintain the harmony of her beloved forest. With a grateful heart, Fern thanked Orion and promised to share the stories she had learned with others. As she made her way back through the forest, the stars above twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns, guiding her home. And so, under the watchful eyes of the wise old owl, the forest continued to thrive, its secrets safe and its harmony preserved. Fern, with her heart full of newfound wisdom, became a beacon of hope and understanding, ensuring that the balance of the ancient woodland would endure for generations to come. In the end, it was the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft sigh of the wind that carried the forest's timeless tale, a story of harmony, balance, and the magic that lies within the heart of every creature. And as the night settled over the forest, all was calm, all was bright, and the world was at peace. Story 34. In the tranquil village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was an inquisitive soul with a heart full of dreams and a mind eager for adventure. Her days were spent exploring the sun-dappled woods and meandering streams that bordered her home, always searching for hidden wonders among the leaves and stones. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered along a familiar path, the air fragrant with the scent of fallen leaves and the distant hint of wood smoke, she stumbled upon something peculiar. Half buried in the soft earth at the base of an ancient oak was a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with delicate whorls and patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the dappled sunlight. Clara knelt beside it, brushing away the leaves with gentle fingers. As she lifted the box, she felt a tingling warmth spread through her hands, as if the box itself was waking from a deep slumber. Curiosity piqued, she carefully opened it. Inside, nestled within a velvet lining, was a small, shimmering key that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Clara's heart fluttered with excitement and wonder. She knew, deep within her, that this key was not an ordinary object. There was magic in it, a quiet, ancient magic that whispered of secrets waiting to be uncovered. Determined to uncover the key's mystery, Clara set off towards the heart of the forest, where the oldest trees stood like wise sentinels. The path was carpeted with gold and russet leaves, and the crisp air was filled with the sweet song of birds and the rustling whispers of the trees. As she ventured deeper, Clara encountered a gentle fox named Finn. His fur was a fiery red, and his eyes held a mischievous glint. "What brings you here, young one?" Finn inquired with a voice as smooth as silk. Clara showed him the key, its light dancing in the shadows. "I found this, and I feel it holds something special. Do you know where it leads?" Finn tilted his head thoughtfully. "Ah, the key of the olden magic. It opens the way to a place of wonder, but only for those who seek with pure hearts." With Finn as her companion, Clara continued her journey. They crossed bubbling brooks and climbed gentle hills, their laughter mingling with the songs of the forest. Along the way, they met an owl named Orla, whose feathers were as white as snow and whose wisdom was as deep as the night sky. Orla joined their quest, her eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. "The key is seeking the heart of the forest," she said, her voice a soft melody. "There, among the oldest trees, lies the gateway it opens." Together, they traveled until they reached the heart of the forest, a grove where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets of ages past. In the center of the grove was a grand, ancient tree, its bark etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with life. Clara approached, the key warm in her grasp. As she held it up, the symbols on the tree glowed in response, and a door began to form in the trunk, its surface shimmering like moonlight on water. Taking a deep breath, Clara stepped through, Finn and Orla by her side. They found themselves in a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of magic. Floating islands drifted lazily in the sky, and streams of crystal water wound their way through lush meadows. In this enchanted realm, Clara learned that the key unlocked the magic within her heart, a magic of friendship, wonder, and courage. With the help of Finn and Orla, she discovered that the greatest magic of all was the power of kindness and the joy of shared adventures. When the time came to return home, Clara felt a gentle tug on her heart. She had changed, her heart now woven with the magic of the world she had discovered. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, the ancient tree whispered a farewell, its leaves rustling like a lullaby. Back in Meadowbrook, Clara carried the magic with her, sharing it through her stories and her kindness. The village seemed brighter, the forest more alive, as if the magic of that hidden realm had seeped into every corner of her world. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, Clara fell asleep each night, her dreams filled with the wonders of the forest and the friendship of Finn and Orla. In her heart, she knew that the magic was always with her, a gentle reminder that the world was full of secrets waiting to be discovered, and that the greatest adventures were often found in the most unexpected places. Story 35. The Whispering Grove. In the heart of the evergreen valley, cradled between two gentle hills, lay the village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its lush, verdant surroundings and the serene river that wound its way through the meadows. But what truly set Willowbrook apart was the Whispering Grove, a mystical woodland that lay on the village's outskirts. Its trees were ancient and tall, their leaves a constant symphony of gentle murmurs, as if the forest itself was alive with secrets. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, a young girl named Lila set out on an adventure. Her curious eyes sparkled with the promise of discovery as she trod carefully along the winding path that led into the heart of the Whispering Grove. Lila was known for her boundless imagination and a heart as open as the sky itself. She loved nothing more than exploring the hidden corners of her world, armed with little more than a satchel of essentials and a head full of dreams. As she stepped into the grove, the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustling of leaves greeted her like an old friend. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the shadows seemed to dance along with her as she walked. Lila had heard tales of the grove's magic, a place where time seemed to pause and the ordinary could become extraordinary. Today, however, something unusual caught her attention. A soft, glowing light flickered between the trees, beckoning her deeper into the forest. Intrigued, Lila followed the light until she reached a small clearing. In the center stood a magnificent oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. Its branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and nestled among its roots was the source of the glow, a small, intricately carved wooden box, shimmering with an ethereal light. Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart, urging her closer. As she knelt beside the box, she noticed that it was adorned with carvings of swirling vines and tiny woodland creatures. The box seemed almost alive, vibrating with a gentle hum that resonated through the ground. With a sense of reverence, she reached out and opened it. Inside lay a delicate, luminescent feather, unlike any she had ever seen. It pulsed with a soft blue glow, and as she picked it up, a warm sensation spread through her fingers, like the comfort of a beloved song. Instinctively, Lila knew this feather was no ordinary object. It was a gift from the grove itself. Just as she marveled at her discovery, a rustling sound caught her attention. From the shadows emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen. A fox, but no ordinary fox. Its fur was a rich auburn, speckled with silver, and its eyes glowed with an intelligent, knowing light. It approached Lila with a cautious curiosity, its gaze fixed on the feather in her hand. "Hello," Lila said softly, her voice barely more than a whisper. The fox sat down, its tail curling around its paws, and to Lila's astonishment, it spoke. "Greetings, young traveler," it said, its voice smooth and melodic. "I am known as Fern, guardian of the Whispering Grove." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "A talking fox! I've never met one before." Fern chuckled, a sound like leaves rustling in the wind. "There are many wonders in this world, dear Lila, and many more that lie beyond your sight. You have been chosen by the grove, and that feather you hold is a key to its magic." As Fern spoke, Lila felt a thrill of excitement. "What kind of magic?" she asked, her voice tinged with awe. "The feather allows you to hear the whispers of the forest," Fern explained. "It grants you the ability to understand the thoughts and feelings of the natural world around you. But with this gift comes responsibility. The grove is in need of your help." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose. "What can I do?" "The balance of our world is delicate," Fern continued, "and there is a shadow that threatens to disturb it. A dark mist has begun to seep into the grove, spreading doubt and fear. It seeks to silence the whispers and dim the light that sustains us." Lila nodded, determination etched on her face. "I will help. Tell me what I must do." Fern's eyes softened with gratitude. "There is a journey you must embark upon, a path that will lead you to the heart of the grove's magic. Along the way, you will find allies and face challenges that will test your courage and wisdom. Remember, you are not alone in this." With a deep breath, Lila agreed. "I'm ready." And so, with the feather in hand and Fern by her side, Lila set out on her journey. The path led them through sun-dappled glades and shadowy grottos, each step revealing the hidden beauty of the grove. The air was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves, and Lila could feel the vibrant pulse of life all around her. As they ventured further, the landscape began to change. The trees grew taller, their trunks wrapped in emerald moss, and the air became cooler, carrying the scent of distant rain. The path twisted and turned, leading them to a sparkling brook that babbled merrily over smooth stones. It was here that they encountered their first ally, a small, delicate deer with eyes as bright as stars. It stepped gracefully from the shadows, its presence serene and calming. "Greetings, Lila," it said with a gentle nod. "I am Luna, a keeper of the grove's wisdom." Lila smiled warmly. "Hello, Luna. I'm honored to meet you." Luna bowed her head. "The pleasure is mine. I sense the feather has chosen well. The grove's magic is strong within you." Lila felt a wave of warmth. "Fern told me about the shadow that threatens the grove. How can we stop it?" "The shadow feeds on fear and doubt," Luna explained. "To dispel it, we must restore the light of understanding and harmony. There is an ancient spring deep within the grove, its waters infused with the essence of clarity and truth. You must find it and release its magic." Lila nodded, feeling the weight of her task. "I will do my best." Together, the three companions journeyed on, their path guided by the whispers of the grove. The forest seemed to embrace them, its vibrant energy a comforting presence. But as they drew closer to their destination, the air grew heavy and a chill crept through the trees. The shadow had begun to spread, its tendrils weaving through the forest like a dark tapestry. The whispers grew faint, as if the grove held its breath. Lila felt a flicker of doubt, but she pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. As they neared the spring, they encountered a wall of thick, twisting vines, their thorns glistening with a menacing gleam. The path was blocked, and Lila hesitated, uncertainty tugging at her heart. Fern stepped forward, his voice steady and reassuring. "The shadow seeks to deter us, but remember the feather's gift. Listen, and the grove will guide you." Lila closed her eyes, clutching the feather tightly. She focused on the whispers, allowing them to fill her mind. Slowly the vines began to shimmer, their thorns softening and receding. A path opened before them, leading to a glade bathed in a gentle golden light. In the center of the glade lay the spring, its waters crystal clear and shimmering with an inner radiance. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle babble of the spring was a soothing melody. Lila approached the spring, her heart pounding in her chest. She knelt beside it, holding the feather over the water. The spring's surface rippled, and for a moment the world seemed to pause. With a deep breath, Lila spoke, her voice steady and sure. "I call upon the grove's magic. Let clarity and truth dispel the shadow." As her words echoed through the glade, the feather began to glow brightly, its light merging with the spring's waters. A brilliant flash illuminated the grove, and the shadow shuddered, its darkness unraveling like a forgotten dream. The whispers of the grove returned, their song a chorus of joy and gratitude. Lila felt a sense of peace and fulfillment as the magic flowed through her, a gentle reminder of the connection that bound all living things. Fern and Luna stepped forward, their eyes shining with pride. "You have done well, Lila," Fern said, his voice filled with warmth. "The grove is safe and the balance restored." Luna nodded, her gaze soft and kind. "The shadow has been dispelled, but remember, the journey does not end here. The gifts you have gained, the understanding and harmony, are yours to carry forward." Lila smiled, her heart full. "Thank you, Fern, Luna. I could not have done it without you." Together they made their way back through the forest, the path now bathed in the gentle light of the setting sun. As they reached the edge of the grove, Lila turned to her companions, her eyes shining with gratitude. "This adventure has changed me," she said softly. "I've learned so much about the world and myself." Fern bowed his head. "And so the grove has changed as well. Your journey has woven new threads into our tapestry." Luna stepped forward, her voice a gentle melody. "Remember, dear Lila, the magic of the grove is always with you. It lives in the whispers of the wind and the songs of the trees." With a final farewell, Lila stepped out of the grove, her heart a treasury of memories and newfound wisdom. As she walked back to the village, the stars began to twinkle in the sky, their light a comforting presence. That night, as Lila lay in her bed, she felt the gentle pulse of magic within her. The feather, now resting on her bedside table, glowed softly, a reminder of the adventure that had forever changed her life. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the whispers of the grove and the promise of new adventures yet to come. Story 36. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the quaint village of Eldergrove nestled into its nightly slumber. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to drift softly, like the down of a dandelion blown by the summer breeze. Cobblestone paths wound through the village like silver ribbons, leading to cottages that appeared to have been woven from the very heart of the earth. Each home bore thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, and from their chimneys, tendrils of smoke curled lazily into the cooling air. In this village there was a young boy named Finn, whose heart was as open and curious as the wide sky above. Finn had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on fresh grass. He lived with his grandmother, a gentle soul whose stories of olden magic and hidden realms had once lulled the village children to sleep. Finn adored these tales, and as he grew, so did his yearning to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the ordinary facade of Eldergrove. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Finn's grandmother called him to her side. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of wisdom and love. "Finn, my dear," she began, her eyes twinkling with a secret she was about to share, "there is something you must know. In the heart of Eldergrove Forest there exists a hidden world, a place where magic dances freely, and where the old stories live and breathe." Finn's eyes widened with wonder, his heart quickening with excitement. "Is it true, grandmother? Can I find it?" His grandmother nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Yes, but remember, Finn, this world is not easily found. It reveals itself only to those who seek with a pure heart and a kind spirit. You must listen to the whispers of the trees and follow the path that your heart knows best." With these words etched in his mind and heart, Finn felt a flutter of anticipation. That night, as the village settled into the hush of sleep, Finn lay awake beneath a quilt of stars, dreaming of the journey that awaited him. The next morning, the world awoke to the soft chorus of birdsong. Finn, filled with a sense of purpose, set out towards the forest. The path wound through fields of wildflowers which swayed gently in the breeze, their petals a riot of colors. As he entered the forest, the air grew cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine needles. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Finn walked for hours, his senses alive to every rustle and whisper. He marveled at the ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and wise, as if each bore stories of the ages. Just as he began to wonder if he had lost his way, a soft melody reached his ears, a tune so sweet and elusive, it seemed to beckon him deeper into the forest. Following the music, Finn soon found himself before a small, shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky and trees with perfect clarity. At its edge sat an old, weathered stone, etched with runes that glowed faintly with a silvery light. It was here that Finn sensed the veil between worlds was thin, where magic breathed with quiet potency. As he knelt beside the pool, his reflection gazed back at him, intertwined with that of the ancient forest. Without knowing why, Finn reached out and touched the water. Ripples spread across the surface, and a gentle voice filled the air, as soft as the murmur of the stream. "Welcome, young seeker," it said. "You have found the gateway to the hidden world, but to enter, you must first understand the magic that binds it." Finn's heart beat with a mixture of awe and determination. "Tell me how," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. The voice replied, "You must give something of yourself, a gift of true intent. Only then will the path reveal itself." Finn pondered this for a moment, then realized the answer lay within him. He closed his eyes, thinking of his grandmother's stories and the love he felt for her, for Eldergrove, and for the mysteries that danced just beyond his reach. With a deep breath, he opened his heart and let his feelings flow into the pool, a silent promise of his sincerity and wonder. As his offering mingled with the water, the runes on the stone flared to life, casting a gentle glow around him. The air shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, as though a veil had been lifted, the hidden world unfurled before Finn's eyes. The forest transformed into a realm of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals glowing with an inner light. Creatures both familiar and fantastical flitted about, their eyes glinting with intelligence and mischief. Trees that had seemed ordinary now stood tall and majestic, their branches adorned with tiny, luminescent fruits that sang softly in the breeze. Finn took in the spectacle with wide-eyed wonder. He felt as if he had stepped into one of his grandmother's stories, where magic was as real as the ground beneath his feet. As he ventured deeper, he encountered beings of all shapes and sizes. There were gentle fauns with eyes like amber, and sprites with wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass. Each greeted him with a nod or a smile, as if they had been expecting him. Among them, Finn met a creature unlike any he had ever imagined, a small, wise-looking fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian. The fox approached with a graceful nod, its voice soft and melodic. "Welcome, Finn. I am called Aelwyn, and I have been chosen to guide you." Finn's heart swelled with gratitude and a sense of belonging. "Thank you, Aelwyn. I'm honored to be here." Aelwyn led Finn through the enchanted forest, showing him wonders beyond his wildest dreams. They visited a grove where the trees sang songs of old, their melodies weaving tales of the world's birth. They crossed a meadow where butterflies danced in intricate patterns, their wings brushing against Finn's cheeks like whispers. Everywhere they went, Finn felt the gentle hum of magic, a presence that filled him with warmth and joy. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Aelwyn led Finn to a clearing where a circle of stones stood. In the center, a fire crackled merrily, its flames casting a comforting glow. Aelwyn motioned for Finn to sit, and together they watched the stars begin to twinkle in the indigo sky. "Finn," Aelwyn began, his voice thoughtful, "you have seen the beauty of this world, but there is more you must understand. Magic is a bond, a promise between beings and the land they cherish. It is not to be taken lightly, for it is as delicate as a spider's web." Finn nodded, absorbing the wisdom in Aelwyn's words. "I understand, Aelwyn. I want to protect this world and its magic." Aelwyn's eyes sparkled with approval. "Then you are ready for the next part of your journey. You must find your own magic, the gift that lies within you." As Finn pondered this, the fire flickered and danced, casting shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. In the flickering light, Finn saw images of his own life, moments of joy and kindness, instances where he had helped others and brought smiles to their faces. He realized that his magic was not in spells or incantations, but in the love and compassion he carried within him. With this understanding came a deep sense of peace. Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, as if a gentle flame had been kindled within him. It was a magic as old as the stars, born of kindness and connection, and it flowed through him like a melody. As the night deepened, Finn and Aelwyn sat in companionable silence, the fire a comforting presence between them. Finn knew that his journey had only just begun, but he felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. He understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be discovered, but a part of himself to be cherished and nurtured. When the first light of dawn touched the sky, painting it with soft pastels, Finn rose to his feet. Aelwyn stood beside him, a loyal and steadfast companion. "Thank you, Aelwyn," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for everything." Aelwyn nodded, a wise smile on his lips. "Go forth, Finn, and let your magic shine. The world is waiting for you." With a heart full of hope and a spirit alight with newfound magic, Finn made his way back to Eldergrove. The journey home felt different, the forest paths familiar, yet imbued with a new sense of wonder. As he emerged from the woods, the village welcomed him with open arms, the morning sun casting a golden glow over the rooftops and gardens. Finn's grandmother awaited him at the doorstep, her eyes bright with understanding. She embraced him warmly, sensing the change within him. "Welcome home, my dear Finn," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. Finn smiled, feeling the weight of the journey lift from his shoulders. "I'm home, grandmother, and I've found my magic." Together, they sat by the hearth, where a fire crackled softly, its warmth enveloping them in a cocoon of comfort. As Finn recounted his adventures, his grandmother listened with the patience and love of 1,000 lifetimes. The tales of hidden worlds and magical beings wove a tapestry of dreams and possibilities, a legacy to be cherished and passed down through the ages. And so, in the heart of Eldergrove, where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced hand in hand, Finn's story became part of the village's lore. A tale of discovery and friendship, of magic found in the simplest of gestures, and of a boy whose heart was as boundless as the sky. As the fire crackled and the stars watched over them, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep. His dreams were woven with the colors of the hidden world, a place where magic breathed in every leaf and laughter echoed among the trees. And in the gentle embrace of the night, Finn knew that he would always carry a piece of that world within him, a light that would guide him, and a promise that he would never forget. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the quaint village of Eldergrove nestled into its nightly slumber. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to drift softly, like the down of a dandelion blown by the summer breeze. Cobblestone paths wound through the village like silver ribbons, leading to cottages that appeared to have been woven from the very heart of the earth. Each home bore thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, and from their chimneys, tendrils of smoke curled lazily into the cooling air. In this village there was a young boy named Finn, whose heart was as open and curious as the wide sky above. Finn had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on fresh grass. He lived with his grandmother, a gentle soul whose stories of olden magic and hidden realms had once lulled the village children to sleep. Finn adored these tales, and as he grew, so did his yearning to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the ordinary facade of Eldergrove. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Finn's grandmother called him to her side. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of wisdom and love. "Finn, my dear," she began, her eyes twinkling with a secret she was about to share, "there is something you must know. In the heart of Eldergrove Forest there exists a hidden world, a place where magic dances freely, and where the old stories live and breathe." Finn's eyes widened with wonder, his heart quickening with excitement. "Is it true, grandmother? Can I find it?" His grandmother nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Yes, but remember, Finn, this world is not easily found. It reveals itself only to those who seek with a pure heart and a kind spirit. You must listen to the whispers of the trees and follow the path that your heart knows best." With these words etched in his mind and heart, Finn felt a flutter of anticipation. That night, as the village settled into the hush of sleep, Finn lay awake beneath a quilt of stars, dreaming of the journey that awaited him. The next morning, the world awoke to the soft chorus of birdsong. Finn, filled with a sense of purpose, set out towards the forest. The path wound through fields of wildflowers which swayed gently in the breeze, their petals a riot of colors. As he entered the forest, the air grew cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine needles. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Finn walked for hours, his senses alive to every rustle and whisper. He marveled at the ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and wise, as if each bore stories of the ages. Just as he began to wonder if he had lost his way, a soft melody reached his ears, a tune so sweet and elusive, it seemed to beckon him deeper into the forest. Following the music, Finn soon found himself before a small, shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky and trees with perfect clarity. At its edge sat an old, weathered stone, etched with runes that glowed faintly with a silvery light. It was here that Finn sensed the veil between worlds was thin, where magic breathed with quiet potency. As he knelt beside the pool, his reflection gazed back at him, intertwined with that of the ancient forest. Without knowing why, Finn reached out and touched the water. Ripples spread across the surface, and a gentle voice filled the air, as soft as the murmur of the stream. "Welcome, young seeker," it said. "You have found the gateway to the hidden world, but to enter, you must first understand the magic that binds it." Finn's heart beat with a mixture of awe and determination. "Tell me how," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. The voice replied, "You must give something of yourself, a gift of true intent. Only then will the path reveal itself." Finn pondered this for a moment, then realized the answer lay within him. He closed his eyes, thinking of his grandmother's stories and the love he felt for her, for Eldergrove, and for the mysteries that danced just beyond his reach. With a deep breath, he opened his heart and let his feelings flow into the pool, a silent promise of his sincerity and wonder. As his offering mingled with the water, the runes on the stone flared to life, casting a gentle glow around him. The air shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, as though a veil had been lifted, the hidden world unfurled before Finn's eyes. The forest transformed into a realm of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals glowing with an inner light. Creatures both familiar and fantastical flitted about, their eyes glinting with intelligence and mischief. Trees that had seemed ordinary now stood tall and majestic, their branches adorned with tiny, luminescent fruits that sang softly in the breeze. Finn took in the spectacle with wide-eyed wonder. He felt as if he had stepped into one of his grandmother's stories, where magic was as real as the ground beneath his feet. As he ventured deeper, he encountered beings of all shapes and sizes. There were gentle fauns with eyes like amber, and sprites with wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass. Each greeted him with a nod or a smile, as if they had been expecting him. Among them, Finn met a creature unlike any he had ever imagined, a small, wise-looking fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian. The fox approached with a graceful nod, its voice soft and melodic. "Welcome, Finn. I am called Aelwyn, and I have been chosen to guide you." Finn's heart swelled with gratitude and a sense of belonging. "Thank you, Aelwyn. I'm honored to be here." Aelwyn led Finn through the enchanted forest, showing him wonders beyond his wildest dreams. They visited a grove where the trees sang songs of old, their melodies weaving tales of the world's birth. They crossed a meadow where butterflies danced in intricate patterns, their wings brushing against Finn's cheeks like whispers. Everywhere they went, Finn felt the gentle hum of magic, a presence that filled him with warmth and joy. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Aelwyn led Finn to a clearing where a circle of stones stood. In the center, a fire crackled merrily, its flames casting a comforting glow. Aelwyn motioned for Finn to sit, and together they watched the stars begin to twinkle in the indigo sky. "Finn," Aelwyn began, his voice thoughtful, "you have seen the beauty of this world, but there is more you must understand. Magic is a bond, a promise between beings and the land they cherish. It is not to be taken lightly, for it is as delicate as a spider's web." Finn nodded, absorbing the wisdom in Aelwyn's words. "I understand, Aelwyn. I want to protect this world and its magic." Aelwyn's eyes sparkled with approval. "Then you are ready for the next part of your journey. You must find your own magic, the gift that lies within you." As Finn pondered this, the fire flickered and danced, casting shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. In the flickering light, Finn saw images of his own life, moments of joy and kindness, instances where he had helped others and brought smiles to their faces. He realized that his magic was not in spells or incantations, but in the love and compassion he carried within him. With this understanding came a deep sense of peace. Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, as if a gentle flame had been kindled within him. It was a magic as old as the stars, born of kindness and connection, and it flowed through him like a melody. As the night deepened, Finn and Aelwyn sat in companionable silence, the fire a comforting presence between them. Finn knew that his journey had only just begun, but he felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. He understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be discovered, but a part of himself to be cherished and nurtured. When the first light of dawn touched the sky, painting it with soft pastels, Finn rose to his feet. Aelwyn stood beside him, a loyal and steadfast companion. "Thank you, Aelwyn," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for everything." Aelwyn nodded, a wise smile on his lips. "Go forth, Finn, and let your magic shine. The world is waiting for you." With a heart full of hope and a spirit alight with newfound magic, Finn made his way back to Elder Grove. The journey home felt different, the forest paths familiar, yet imbued with a new sense of wonder. As he emerged from the woods, the village welcomed him with open arms, the morning sun casting a golden glow over the rooftops and gardens. Finn's grandmother awaited him at the doorstep, her eyes bright with understanding. She embraced him warmly, sensing the change within him. "Welcome home, my dear Finn," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. Finn smiled, feeling the weight of the journey lift from his shoulders. "I'm home, grandmother, and I've found my magic." Together, they sat by the hearth, where a fire crackled softly, its warmth enveloping them in a cocoon of comfort. As Finn recounted his adventures, his grandmother listened with the patience and love of 1,000 lifetimes. The tales of hidden worlds and magical beings wove a tapestry of dreams and possibilities, a legacy to be cherished and passed down through the ages. And so, in the heart of Eldergrove, where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced hand in hand, Finn's story became part of the village's lore. A tale of discovery and friendship, of magic found in the simplest of gestures, and of a boy whose heart was as boundless as the sky. As the fire crackled and the stars watched over them, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep. His dreams were woven with the colors of the hidden world, a place where magic breathed in every leaf and laughter echoed among the trees. And in the gentle embrace of the night, Finn knew that he would always carry a piece of that world within him, a light that would guide him, and a promise that he would never forget. Story 37. In a faraway land where the sun always seemed to wear a gentle smile, and the moon often winked down at the sleeping villages, there existed a quaint little town called Puddlewick. It was nestled between emerald hills that rolled like waves and a forest so lush that even the squirrels seemed to dance from branch to branch. This was a place where magic was as common as the scent of freshly baked bread wafting through the air. In Puddlewick, every creature and person had a touch of the extraordinary. There was Mopsy the baker, who could make muffins that sang sweet lullabies as they rose in the oven, and Old Man Whiffle, whose beard was so long and fluffy that sparrows often mistook it for a nest. Then there was Tinkerbellum, the village tinkerer, who had a nose that glowed a warm amber whenever he was excited, which was most of the time. But perhaps the most remarkable of all was a young girl named Luna. Luna had a mane of curly hair that seemed to capture the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She had a special knack for befriending all sorts of creatures, from the chatty magpies to the bashful hedgehogs. Her most cherished companion, however, was a chameleon named Oliver, who had an affinity for changing his colors to match Luna's mood, like a living mood ring. One bright morning, as the dew clung to the daffodils and the sky was painted with the soft hues of dawn, Luna awoke to a peculiar sight. Her house, usually snug and still, was gently swaying as if it were afloat on a gentle sea. She rubbed her eyes and peeked out the window to find that the entire village of Puddlewick was floating in midair, bobbing like a cluster of fluffy clouds. A flutter of laughter rose from the street below. The townsfolk were gathered in the town square, some delighted, others bewildered, but all sharing a sense of wonder at their newfound predicament. Mopsy was trying to catch her runaway muffins, which were now floating like helium balloons, while Tinkerbellum was enthusiastically taking notes on a scroll that unfurled behind him like a kite tail. Luna, with Oliver perched on her shoulder, joined the gathering. "This is rather unusual, isn't it?" she mused aloud, her voice tinged with excitement. Oliver turned a shade of inquisitive teal, agreeing with a tiny nod. The villagers soon discovered the source of their unexpected levitation. At the heart of the village, a giant gossamer bubble had enveloped Puddlewick, lifting it gently off the ground. It shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow, casting a magical glow over everything. "It must be the work of the great bubble wizard of the glimmering hills," declared Old Man Whiffle, his voice as soft as his beard. "He loves to play pranks, but this one seems to have gotten a bit out of hand." Luna's mind whirred with possibilities. "We need to find a way to gently guide our village back to the ground," she suggested. "But how do we deflate a bubble without making it pop?" The townsfolk pondered, their faces comically scrunched in concentration. Just then, a gentle breeze carried a melodious humming, as if the air itself was singing. It was the bubble bees, tiny creatures with wings that glistened like soap suds, known for their magical music. They buzzed around Luna's head, forming a harmonious chorus. With a light-hearted giggle, Luna realized the answer was right before her. "We can sing the bubble down," she exclaimed, her eyes bright with inspiration. "The bubble bees can help us." And so it was decided. The villagers gathered in a circle around the town square, and with Luna conducting, they began to sing. Their voices mingled with the bubble bees' melody, creating a song so sweet and gentle that the very air seemed to sigh with happiness. As the harmonious notes rose and fell, the bubble responded, slowly descending like a feather on the breeze. The townsfolk watched in awe as the bubble's vibrant colors softened, and the village settled back onto the earth with the lightest of touches. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and Luna beamed with joy. The great bubble wizard himself appeared in a puff of shimmering mist, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Well done, young Luna," he said, tipping his hat, which was adorned with bubbles that popped playfully. "You've shown me that even the most whimsical magic can be guided by a song." With a bow and a flourish, he vanished, leaving behind a trail of tiny bubbles that danced in the air like stars in the twilight. Puddlewick returned to its usual delightful routine, but the villagers never forgot the day they floated among the clouds. Luna and Oliver, their bond strengthened by their adventure, continued to explore the wonders of their magical world. As the sun set on another perfect day in Puddlewick, the village hummed with a contented peace, a reminder that with creativity and a little help from friends, even the most peculiar problems could be transformed into enchanting tales to be cherished under the moonlit sky. And so, with hearts full of joy and heads full of dreams, the people of Puddlewick drifted into slumber, their minds dancing with the music of the bumblebees and the laughter of a magical day well spent. Story 38. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a small, unassuming cottage with ivy crawling up its stone walls. The cottage was home to a gentle old man named Alaric, whose hair was as white as the winter snow, and whose eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless seasons. Alaric lived a simple life, tending to his garden and sharing tales with the village children who often gathered around his hearth. But what many did not know was that Alaric possessed a secret, an ancient magical object passed down through generations of his family. This object was a beautifully carved wooden compass, imbued with the power to reveal hidden worlds and guide its bearer on extraordinary journeys. One cool autumn evening, as leaves painted in gold and crimson danced in the breeze, a young girl named Lila approached Alaric's cottage. Lila was a curious soul, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that shimmered like emeralds. She had heard whispers of Alaric's stories and felt a pull towards the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths of her village. "Good evening, Master Alaric," Lila greeted, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Ah, Lila," Alaric replied with a warm smile, "what brings you to my humble abode on this fine evening?" Lila hesitated for a moment, tracing patterns in the dirt with the toe of her boot. "I've heard tales of your magical compass," she confessed, "and I yearn to see the hidden worlds it reveals." Alaric chuckled softly, the lines of his face crinkling with amusement. "Many have sought the compass for its wonders, but it is not given lightly. It chooses its bearer, you see, and only those with a pure heart and a thirst for discovery." Lila's eyes widened with hope. "I promise to cherish its wisdom and use it to uncover the beauty of the unknown." The old man studied her earnest expression, sensing the sincerity in her words. With a nod, he rose from his chair and retrieved the compass from a wooden chest. It was a delicate, intricate piece, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the flickering firelight. "Take this, dear Lila," Alaric said, placing the compass gently into her hands. "Let it guide you, and may your journey be filled with wonder and understanding." With gratitude blooming in her heart, Lila thanked Alaric and set off into the night, the compass clutched tightly in her palm. As she walked along the moonlit path, the compass began to glow, its needles spinning wildly before settling in a direction that led away from the village and into the depths of the forest. The woods were alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, their whispers and rustles creating a symphony that accompanied Lila as she ventured deeper into the thicket. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth, and as Lila followed the compass, she felt a sense of anticipation building within her. After what felt like hours of walking, she emerged into a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky like the arms of an old friend welcoming her home. The compass pulsed warmly in her hand, urging her forward. As Lila approached the tree, she noticed a small door nestled among the roots, carved with the same intricate patterns as the compass. With a deep breath, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. To her astonishment, she found herself in a hidden world unlike anything she had ever imagined. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the sky above was painted in vibrant hues of lavender and peach. Around her, creatures both familiar and fantastical roamed freely, their eyes twinkling with curiosity and delight. Lila wandered through this enchanted realm, her heart swelling with joy and wonder. She encountered a wise old tortoise who shared stories of the ancient forest, a mischievous fox who led her to secret glades, and a gentle deer who guided her to a sparkling stream where she could quench her thirst. As the days turned into weeks, Lila learned to navigate this magical world with the help of her newfound friends. She discovered hidden groves where the trees sang in harmony, and meadows where the flowers danced in the breeze. The compass was her constant companion, its gentle glow lighting her path and revealing new wonders at every turn. But as much as Lila loved this hidden world, she knew she could not stay forever. The compass had chosen her for a purpose, and she felt a growing desire to share the beauty and lessons she had learned with the people of her village. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned to a tapestry of stars, Lila sat by the stream with her dear friend, reflecting on her journey. "I must return home," she said, her voice tinged with both sadness and resolve. "But I will carry the memories of this place in my heart and share its wonders with those who wish to see." The deer nuzzled her affectionately, understanding her need to return to her own world. With a final, grateful glance at the hidden realm, Lila followed the compass's gentle pull back to the ancient oak tree and stepped through the door into the familiar embrace of the forest. As she made her way back to the village, the compass's glow gradually faded, its journey complete for now. Lila felt a sense of fulfillment and peace, knowing she had been forever changed by her adventure. Upon her return, she shared her tales with Alaric and the village children, weaving stories of friendship, courage, and the beauty of the unknown. Her words ignited a spark of curiosity and wonder in all who listened, inspiring them to seek their own paths of discovery. In the years that followed, Lila became a beloved storyteller, her adventures with the magical compass becoming the stuff of legend. And though she never again visited the hidden world, she carried its magic within her, a reminder that the true treasure of any journey lies not in the destination, but in the growth and understanding it brings. And so, nestled in the heart of the village, the small cottage with ivy-covered walls remained a beacon of warmth and wisdom. Its hearth crackled with the stories of old, while the compass, resting in its wooden chest, awaited the next pure-hearted soul ready to embark on a journey of wonder and discovery. Story 39. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Story 40. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars flickered like tiny lanterns in an endless velvet sky, there lay the planet of Lumina, known for its shimmering forests that glowed softly under the twin moons. It was here that a young Lumian named Leora lived, her translucent wings glistening with the bioluminescent glow that her kind were famed for. Leora's days were spent dancing among the floating flowers and listening to the harmonious songs of the Lumina birds, but she longed for adventure beyond her ethereal world. One evening, as the larger of the two moons cast a silver path across the forest floor, Leora spotted a peculiar sight, a small silver spacecraft descending with a graceful spin, its hull reflecting the moonlight like a mirror. Curiosity piqued. She fluttered closer, her wings casting a soft halo around her. The ship landed with a gentle thud, and from it emerged a squat, blue-skinned creature, its large eyes blinking in the soft light. It was a Zinnian named Kor, hailing from the icy planet of Xiron. Kor's people were known for their resilience and stoic nature, but Kor himself had always dreamt of a place where the air wasn't filled with the biting chill of his homeworld, where adventure awaited beyond the icy plains. As Kor stepped out, he was met with the soft glow of Lumina's enchanting landscape. He shivered slightly, not from cold, but from the unfamiliar warmth and beauty. It was then that he noticed Leora hovering nearby, her wings fluttering in a friendly rhythm. "Hello there," Leora greeted, her voice like a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Lumina." Kor blinked, his big eyes adjusting to the gentle light. "Hello," he replied, his voice gruff but kind. "I am Kor, from Xiron. This place is quite different from my home." Leora nodded, her curiosity piqued by this visitor from afar. "Would you like to see more of it?" And so began their unlikely companionship, as Leora led Kor through the luminous woods, sharing stories of her world. Kor marveled at the glowing flora and the warmth of Leora's company, which was as comforting as a soft blanket on a cold night. As the days passed, they encountered challenges that tested their newfound friendship. One day, while exploring the whispering woods, a sudden storm swept through, whipping the trees into a frenzy. Leora's wings were caught in the turbulent winds, and she struggled to stay aloft. Kor, with his strong build, anchored himself against the storm and reached out to Leora. "Hold on to me," he shouted over the roar of the wind. Grateful for his strength, Leora clung to him, and together they weathered the storm, finding shelter under a thick canopy of trees. Once the skies cleared, Leora and Kor sat side by side, catching their breath. "Thank you," Leora said, her voice filled with gratitude. "I couldn't have made it without you." Kor nodded, a warm smile breaking through his usually reserved demeanor. "It seems we make a good team," he mused, realizing that despite their differences, they'd found strength in their companionship. As they continued their journey, misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those from such different worlds. Kor, used to the directness of the Zinnians, sometimes misinterpreted Leora's gentle suggestions as indecision. Leora, in turn, found Kor's bluntness a bit startling at times. One evening, as they watched the sunset paint the sky with hues of pink and orange, Leora turned to Kor. "I think we should head north tomorrow to see the Crystal Glade. It's said to be the most beautiful place on Lumina." Kor hesitated, his mind calculating the distance and the potential challenges. "Are you sure it's safe?" he asked, concern lacing his words. Leora paused, sensing his worry was genuine rather than dismissive. "I am sure," she reassured him gently. "And if there are any challenges, we'll face them together, right?" Kor smiled, nodding. "Together," he agreed, understanding that her confidence didn't come from ignorance, but from trust in their growing friendship. The next day, as they ventured toward the Crystal Glade, they faced obstacles that required both their strengths. A river, its waters rushing with a powerful current, blocked their path. Leora, with her agile wings, spotted a series of stepping stones that formed a path across. Kor, with his sturdy frame, helped steady the stones, ensuring Leora could cross safely. Once on the other side, they gazed in awe at the glade before them. The crystals sparkled in the sunlight, casting rainbows across the clearing. It was a sight that filled them both with wonder, a shared moment that deepened their bond. "Thank you for trusting me," Leora said softly, her wings shimmering in the light. Kor nodded, his heart warmed by their connection. And thank you for showing me that the warmth of friendship can melt even the iciest of barriers. As the days turned into weeks, Leora and Kor found that their differences enriched their friendship rather than hindered it. They learned from each other, Leora discovering the strength in Kor's steadfast nature, and Kor embracing the wisdom in Leora's gentle approach to life. When it came time for Kor to return to Xyron, both felt a pang of sadness. But as they stood by his ship, Leora reached out, her hand glowing with the soft light of Lumina. "You will always have a friend here," she promised. "And you in Xyron," Kor replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, a testament to the warmth he'd found far from the cold of his home. As Kor's ship lifted off, the bond they'd formed shimmered like the stars above, a testament to the beauty found in unlikely friendships and the adventures shared along the way. And as Leora watched him disappear into the sky, she knew they'd both been forever changed by the journey, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that true friendship knows no bounds. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the Guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the Guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the Guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the Guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the Guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. Story 51. Once upon a time, in a world where magic danced through the air like fireflies, there lived a young girl named Willow. She resided in a cozy cottage nestled deep within an enchanted forest, surrounded by towering trees that whispered ancient secrets. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat by the crackling hearth, she noticed something peculiar. The flames in the fireplace seemed to flicker with unusual patterns, almost as if they were trying to communicate. Willow rubbed her eyes in disbelief, but the flames continued their intricate dance. Perplexed, Willow sought guidance from her wise mentor, Oakley, the ancient oak tree. His gnarled branches swayed gently as he listened to her tale. "Ah, my dear Willow," he said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, "it seems the elements themselves have a message for you." Intrigued, Willow returned to her cottage, determined to unravel this mystery. Each night, she studied the fireplace intently, jotting down the patterns she observed in the flames. Soon she began to notice shapes forming, a swirling leaf, a flickering acorn, and other symbols of the forest. One evening, as Willow sat entranced by the dancing flames, a gentle knock sounded at her door. she opened it to find a tiny creature with gossamer wings and a warm, glowing aura. "Greetings, Willow," the creature said in a melodious voice. "I am Ember, a fire sprite, and I've come to shed light on the mystery that's been unfolding before your eyes." Ember explained that the flames were trying to communicate a message from the heart of the forest itself. A dark force had been slowly spreading, threatening the delicate balance of nature. The sprites, nymphs, and other magical beings needed Willow's help to restore harmony. With Ember's guidance, Willow embarked on a quest through the enchanted woods, deciphering clues hidden within the elements themselves. She listened to the whispers of the wind, observed the patterns in the flowing streams, and sought wisdom from the ancient trees. Along the way, she encountered a host of friendly creatures, playful pixies who showed her hidden paths, wise old owls who shared their knowledge, and mischievous gnomes who delighted in offering riddles and puzzles. As Willow's understanding deepened, she learned that the dark force was born from the fear and doubt that had taken root in the hearts of humans who had forgotten their connection to nature. With each step, she rekindled the bond between the natural world and those who had strayed, spreading hope and rekindling the magic that flowed through all living things. Finally, on the night of the autumn equinox, Willow stood before a great willow tree in a moonlit glade. With Ember's guidance and the collective power of the forest creatures, she performed an ancient ritual, calling forth the essence of balance and harmony. As the last notes of the ceremony faded, a warm, gentle light began to emanate from the willow tree, spreading through the forest like a radiant sunrise. The dark force dissipated, and the magic of the woods was restored, stronger and more vibrant than ever before. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the forest, working in harmony with the magical beings to ensure that the delicate balance was never again disrupted. And whenever she sat by her hearth, watching the flames dance and flicker, she knew that the heart of the enchanted woods beat strong, whispering its secrets to those who would listen with open hearts and minds. Story 52. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willow Tree, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words, she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. Story 53. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy wove a tapestry of emerald and gold, there was a hidden world known only to those who lived among the rustling leaves and the whispered secrets of the trees. In this enchanted realm, the natural creatures thrived in a delicate dance of harmony and balance, each playing their part in the grand symphony of life. The forest, vibrant and alive, was a place where sunlight trickled through the leaves like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor with patches of warmth and light. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a heady aroma that spoke of life both old and new. Here, every rustle of a leaf, every chirp of a cricket, and every babbling brook added its note to the soothing melody of nature. Amidst this serene setting, there lived a wise old owl named Orin. Orin's feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes were like pools of amber, deep and knowing. He was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a role passed down through generations of his lineage. Orin had watched over the forest for many years, guiding its inhabitants with gentle advice and stories of old. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of crimson and gold, a young fox named Finley approached Orin. Finley was a curious creature, with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with youthful wonder. He had heard tales of the magical phenomena that graced the forest with the changing of the seasons, and he was eager to learn more. "Wise Orin," Finley began, his voice a soft murmur in the quiet of the evening, "I've heard whispers of the magic that comes with the turning of the seasons. Can you tell me more about it?" Orin, perched upon a sturdy branch of an ancient oak, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, young Finley," he replied, his voice as smooth as the whispering wind, "the magic of the seasons is a wondrous thing indeed. It is the breath of the forest, the rhythm of life itself." Finley's eyes widened with anticipation, and he settled himself at the foot of the tree, ready to absorb every word. Orin gazed down at the eager fox, a gentle smile in his eyes, and began to weave his tale. "In the spring, when the world awakens from the slumber of winter," Orin said, "the forest is kissed by the gentle rains, and the earth rejoices with new life. Flowers blossom, their petals opening like tiny hands reaching for the sun, and the air is filled with the sweet fragrance of new beginnings." Finley could almost smell the spring blossoms as Orin spoke, and he imagined the vibrant colors painting the forest floor, a tapestry of nature's own making. "And then comes summer," Orin continued, "when the forest basks in the warmth of the sun, and the days stretch long and lazy. The leaves whisper secrets to one another in the gentle breeze, and the rivers sing a song of joy as they dance over smooth stones." The young fox imagined himself playing in the sun-dappled glades, the heat of the sun on his back, and the cool caress of the river against his fur. "But as the days grow shorter," Orin said, his voice tinged with nostalgia, "autumn arrives, painting the forest in hues of fiery splendor. It is a time of gathering, of preparing for the chill of winter. The harvest is bountiful, and the world is a patchwork of gold and scarlet." Finley's mind filled with images of leaves crunching beneath his paws, the crisp air carrying the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. "And finally, winter blankets the forest in a quilt of snow," Orin said softly. "The world is hushed, wrapped in a serene stillness. It is a time of rest, of reflection, when the forest dreams of the spring to come." Finley imagined the quiet beauty of winter, the snowflakes dancing in the air like tiny stars, the world wrapped in a soft white embrace. "But remember, dear Finley," Orin advised, his gaze meeting the young fox's, "with each season comes its own challenges and lessons. It is the balance of nature, a cycle that reminds us of the importance of harmony." Finley nodded, a newfound understanding settling in his heart. He realized that the magic of the seasons was not just in their beauty, but in the way they taught the forest and its inhabitants to live in balance with one another. "Thank you, Orin," Finley said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I will remember your words." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and lavender, Finley trotted back to his den, his mind alight with the wonders of the forest. He knew that he, too, was a part of this magical world, and he was determined to play his part in maintaining its harmony. In the days that followed, Finley shared Orin's wisdom with his fellow creatures, helping them prepare for the coming winter and reminding them of the beauty and challenges of each season. Together, they worked to sustain the balance of the forest, their lives intertwined in a tapestry of friendship and understanding. And so the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the wisdom passed down through the ages. Under the watchful eyes of Orin and the gentle guidance of creatures like Finley, the forest remained a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where nature and its inhabitants lived as one. As the seasons turned, the forest continued to sing its timeless song, a melody of life and light that echoed through the trees, whispering its secrets to those who took the time to listen. And in the heart of this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest found peace, knowing that they were part of something greater, a world where magic and nature danced together in perfect harmony. Story 54. Once upon a time, in a secluded glade nestled deep within an ancient forest, the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy, casting a warm glow upon the dewy foliage. A gentle mist clung to the air, veiling the world in an ethereal haze. It was in this enchanted realm that the hidden lives of nature's creatures unfolded, intertwined with the rhythms of the seasons and the whispers of ancient wisdom. As the rising sun bathed the clearing in golden light, a family of deer emerged from the undergrowth, their graceful steps leaving delicate imprints on the mossy ground. The majestic stag, his antlers adorned with intricate carvings etched by time, led his herd to a crystalline stream where they quenched their thirst. Nearby, a pair of rabbits frolicked amid the wildflowers, their fluffy tails twitching in delight. Overhead, a kaleidoscope of butterflies danced among the branches, their gossamer wings catching the sunbeams like stained glass. A family of squirrels scampered along the boughs, gathering acorns and chattering merrily, their bushy tails swaying in rhythm with the gentle breeze. In a secluded hollow, a wise old owl perched atop a gnarled oak, her amber eyes the embodiment of ancient knowledge. She watched over the forest's denizens, her feathers ruffling as she imparted the timeless wisdom passed down through countless generations. "Listen to the whispers of the wind, my friends," she hooted, "for they carry the secrets of harmony and balance." As the seasons danced their eternal waltz, the forest transformed, cloaked in the vibrant hues of autumn or blanketed in the pristine white of winter. Yet, through it all, the creatures adapted, their lives intertwined with the ever-changing tapestry of nature. When the first buds of spring unfurled, a chorus of birdsong filled the air, heralding the arrival of new life. The forest floor erupted in a riot of color as wildflowers bloomed, their petals unfurling like tiny beacons of hope. Nearby, a family of foxes emerged from their den, their kits frolicking amid the daffodils, their russet coats shimmering in the gentle sunlight. As summer's warmth enveloped the forest, the air hummed with the buzz of busy bees, their golden bodies darting from blossom to blossom, gathering nectar to sustain their hives. In a sun-dappled glade, a herd of majestic elk grazed peacefully, their antlers silhouetted against the azure sky. Yet, even in this idyllic realm, the forces of nature held sway, reminding all of the delicate balance that bound them together. When the first rumbles of thunder echoed through the canopy, the creatures sought shelter, their instincts guiding them to safety. As the storm unleashed its fury, raindrops danced upon the forest floor, nourishing the thirsty earth and replenishing the streams. In the aftermath, A vibrant rainbow arched across the sky, its prismatic hues painting the forest in a kaleidoscope of color. It was then that the creatures emerged once more, their eyes alight with wonder at the magical display. For in this enchanted realm, the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the natural world was imbued with an enchantment that transcended the mundane. As dusk fell, the forest stilled, and the creatures settled in for the night, their slumbers guarded by the watchful eyes of the ancient owl. Her gaze swept over the peaceful glade, and a contented hoot escaped her beak. "Remember, my friends," she whispered into the velvet night, "the true magic lies in the harmony we share with the world around us." And so the hidden lives of nature's creatures unfolded, woven into the tapestry of the seasons, guided by the wisdom of ages past. In this enchanted forest where reality and magic intertwined, the delicate balance was cherished, for it was the essence of life itself. Story 55. Story 56. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Lila said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the stone of harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 66. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," A voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Story 67. Story 68. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you've found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. In a lush and verdant valley kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering streams, lay the village of Bramblebrook. It was a place untouched by the rush of the outside world, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. The cobblestone paths wound gracefully between quaint, thatched-roof cottages, each adorned with vibrant flower boxes overflowing with blooms of every imaginable hue. The heart of Bramblebrook was its market square, a lively yet serene hub where villagers gathered to exchange goods, stories, and laughter. In the center stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide, offering shade and a sense of timelessness. Beneath this ancient tree sat an equally ancient bench, worn smooth by countless tales told and secrets shared. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of peach and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the twinkling lights of the fireflies, which usually danced merrily in the dusk, were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a soft, shimmering mist curled through the air, weaving its way like a silken ribbon through the village. The villagers, though curious, were not alarmed, for they were accustomed to the mysterious wonders of their magical world. However, the absence of the fireflies was indeed unusual, and so they turned to their beloved friend and guide, an elderly woman named Anwen, known for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Anwen lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden brimming with herbs and wildflowers. Her presence was as calming as a lullaby, and her eyes twinkled with the knowledge of 1,000 stars. The villagers approached her with their concerns, and she listened intently, nodding as they spoke. "It seems we have a little mystery on our hands," Anwen said with a soft chuckle, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Fear not, for mysteries are like puzzles, and every puzzle has its pieces." Intrigued, a small group of villagers offered to assist Anwen in uncovering the puzzle's solution. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and a thoughtful girl named Lila, who had a knack for noticing the smallest of details. Together, they formed a merry band, ready to explore the strange happenings. Anwen suggested they begin their exploration at the edge of the village, where the forest of Eldergrove began. Eldergrove was a magical place, home to many wondrous creatures, some known and some yet to be discovered. As the group made their way into the forest, the air filled with the soft sounds of crickets chirping and leaves whispering secrets. Finn and Lila, walking side by side, marveled at the beauty around them. The trees were wrapped in moonlight, their leaves shimmering like silver coins. They caught sight of a family of rabbits peeking curiously from their burrows, and a pair of owls hooting softly from a high branch. "Look," Elis, pointing to the ground where faint, glowing footprints appeared, leading deeper into the forest. Anwen, following their gaze, smiled knowingly. "We are on the right path," she said. "These are the tracks of the glow mice, gentle creatures who often know more than they let on." With renewed determination, they followed the luminous trail, which led them to a clearing bathed in the light of the crescent moon. There, amidst the clover and wild thyme, they found a gathering of glow mice, their small forms aglow with a soft, golden light. The glow mice chattered excitedly at the sight of the villagers, their tiny voices like the tinkling of bells. Anwen knelt down, her gentle presence calming the creatures, and asked them about the missing fireflies. The leader of the glow mice, a wise old creature with whiskers as white as snow, stepped forward. "The fireflies have taken shelter in the Whispering Cavern," he explained, drawn by a strange song that echoes through the night. "A song?" Finn echoed, his eyes wide with wonder. "What kind of song?" "It is a melody both beautiful and enchanting," the glow mouse replied. "But it is not of this world, and it unsettles the fireflies, drawing them away from their dance." The group thanked the glow mice for their help and set off towards the Whispering Cavern, a place known for its echoes and mysterious acoustics. As they approached, the air grew cooler, and the sound of the strange melody reached their ears, a haunting yet lovely tune that seemed to weave its way into their very souls. At the entrance of the cavern, they paused, listening intently. The song was indeed captivating, like the gentle lapping of waves upon a shore, and it seemed to come from deep within the heart of the earth. Anwen, ever wise, suggested they proceed with care. "Let us find the source of this melody," she said, "for it may hold the key to our mystery." With lanterns casting warm pools of light, they ventured into the cavern. The walls glimmered with crystals, capturing the light and reflecting it in a dazzling display. The melody grew stronger, guiding them deeper, until they reached a vast chamber where a small, luminous pool lay at its center. Hovering above the pool was a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a spirit of the water, its form shifting like liquid moonlight. It sang softly, its voice the very essence of tranquility. The spirit noticed the villagers and paused, its song fading into silence. "Welcome, kind travelers," it spoke, its voice echoing softly. "I did not mean to trouble the fireflies. I sang to remember my home, far beyond the stars." Anwen stepped forward, her heart full of compassion. "We understand," she said gently. "Perhaps you might share your song with the world above, where all can hear and join in your melody." The spirit considered her words, its form shimmering with thought. "That would be lovely," it replied at last, "to sing under the open sky, where the moon and stars can hear my song." With the villagers' encouragement, the spirit rose from the pool, its song swelling once more, this time with joy and gratitude. Together, they returned to the village, where the spirit's melody filled the air, a harmonious blend with the night. The fireflies, drawn by the new harmony, returned to their dance, their lights twinkling like stars fallen to earth. The villagers gathered in the market square, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the night. And so the mystery was resolved, not through force or fear, but with understanding and kindness. The spirit found a new home in Bramblebrook, where it sang each night, accompanied by the fireflies, the glow mice, and the whispers of the ancient oak. As the villagers retired to their homes, the world outside their windows was a symphony of light and song. Finn and Isla, nestled beneath warm quilts, closed their eyes, their dreams filled with the magic of the night. And in the heart of Bramblebrook, beneath the starlit sky, the spirit sang on, its melody a gentle promise of peace and wonder, weaving through the dreams of all who listened. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Once upon a time in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. Story 80. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the enchanted wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Ela noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Ela lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Isla felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Isla continued her journey through the enchanted wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Ela came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Ela's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Ela found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Isla felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Ela felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater." Ela felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Ela knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Lila stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Lila felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Lila finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Lila's adventures in the enchanted wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lila lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 86. Story 87. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. Story 88. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit meadow. Lila lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known by all as the keeper of old tales and forgotten lore. Every evening after the sun had dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the crackling fireplace, eagerly listening to her grandmother's stories. These tales spoke of enchanted forests, hidden worlds beneath the earth, and magical objects that held the power to transform lives. One chilly autumn night, as the wind howled softly against the windows, Lila's grandmother began a story about a peculiar object known as the Whispering Locket. This locket, her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire, was said to have the power to reveal truths and guide those who listened with an open heart. Intrigued, Lila asked, "Where is this locket now, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with secrets. Some say it lies hidden deep within the heart of the whispering woods, waiting for a worthy soul to discover it. That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story of the Whispering Locket lingered in her thoughts, weaving itself into her dreams. She imagined the locket glowing softly beneath the canopy of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the world to those who dared to listen. With the dawn came a newfound determination. Lila decided that she would embark on a journey to find the whispering locket. She felt a curious pull towards the woods, as if the very trees were calling her name with the rustle of their leaves. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a canteen of fresh spring water, Lila set off towards the whispering woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and squirrels scurried across the forest floor, pausing curiously to watch Lila as she passed. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moss and damp earth. Lila felt a tingling sense of excitement mixed with trepidation, for she knew she was entering a place where magic lingered in every shadow. Hours passed as Lila wandered deeper into the woods, guided by intuition and the occasional whisper of the wind. She paused to rest beside a gentle brook that babbled over smooth stones, its water clear as crystal. Here, she met a peculiar friend, a small, golden fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox approached Lila with a cautious curiosity, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Lila extended her hand, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled its nose against her fingers. "Hello there," Lila said softly. "Are you a guardian of these woods?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then darted off a few paces, pausing to look back at her with an inviting gaze. It seemed to beckon Lila to follow, and with a sense of wonder, she did. They journeyed together through the forest, the fox leading Lila through hidden trails and secret glades. Along the way, Lila marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate ferns that unfurled in the shade, the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the woodland, the fox led Lila to a clearing bathed in the golden light of dusk. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old sage. Nestled among the roots of this grand tree was a small moss-covered stone altar. Upon it rested a locket, its silver surface glinting in the fading light. Lila's heart leaped with recognition. This was the whispering locket from her grandmother's tales. With a sense of reverence, Lila approached the altar. The locket seemed to hum softly, resonating with a melody that only her heart could hear. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she held the locket, a soft voice echoed in her mind, warm and wise. "What truth do you seek, dear child?" Lila closed her eyes, allowing the calm of the moment to wash over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories and wisdom she'd shared. She thought of her own place in the world, and the courage it took to seek the unknown. "I seek to understand my path," Lila whispered, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The locket pulsed gently, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the woods embraced her. Images danced before her mind's eye, her grandmother's loving smile, the friends she had yet to meet, and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. In that moment, Lila understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the locket, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. The locket had guided her, but it was her own heart that had shown her the way. With newfound clarity, Lila opened her eyes and looked at the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. She smiled, and the fox seemed to nod in approval, its tail flicking contentedly. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lila returned the locket to the altar, feeling a sense of gratitude and peace. The fox led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the forest around her alive with the magic of the night. When Lila finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes full of pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, embracing Lila warmly. "I did, Grandma," Lila replied, her voice filled with the wisdom of her journey. "I found the whispering locket, but more importantly, I found myself." Her grandmother smiled, her heart full of understanding. Together, they walked back to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. As Lila lay in bed that night, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The forest had whispered its secrets, and she had listened with an open heart. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered. And so, Lila's story became one of many, passed down through generations as a tale of courage, friendship, and the timeless journey of self-discovery. In the quiet village by the Whispering Woods, the legend of the Whispering Locket lived on, inspiring those who dared to seek their own truths. As the night deepened, the village lay in peaceful slumber, the stars watching over all with their gentle light. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder that the world was full of wonder for those who listened with their hearts. Story 89. The Whispering Ferns and the Secret of the Silver Wood. In a village nestled at the foot of an ancient forest, where the morning mist hung like a soft veil over the dew-kissed fields, lived a young girl named Lila. She was known for her gentle heart and a curiosity that sparkled like the stars on a clear night. Her village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, was surrounded by the silver wood, a mysterious forest that beckoned with promises of secrets and wonders untold. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lila would sit by the warm hearth, listening to the crackling fire and the tales spun by the village elders. They spoke of the silver wood, a place where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the ferns danced in the moonlight. Yet no one dared venture too deep, for it was said that the forest had a life of its own, a hidden world that revealed itself only to those with a pure heart and a brave spirit. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves, Lila set out on a journey. With a satchel packed with bread, cheese, and a small flask of honeyed tea, she walked towards the forest edge, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The forest canopy loomed above, its leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. As she stepped into the forest, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, whispering a welcome that only she could hear. The path beneath her feet was soft, carpeted with pine needles and speckled with the golden light that filtered through the trees. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. Deeper into the forest she ventured, guided by an unseen hand. The trees stood tall and silent, their bark etched with the passage of time. Ferns lined her path, their fronds swaying as if in silent conversation. It was here, amidst the ferns, that Lila first sensed the magic, a gentle hum that resonated through the air, filling her with a warmth that chased away her fears. Hours passed unnoticed as Lila explored this enchanting world. She marveled at the brilliant tapestry of colors, the fiery reds and oranges of autumn leaves, the deep greens of the evergreens, and the soft blues of the sky peeking through the canopy. Each step carried her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the whispers grew louder, guiding her to a hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a shimmering object, a mirror, framed with delicate silver filigree, glinting in the dappled sunlight. The mirror seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its surface smooth and inviting. Lila knelt before the mirror, her reflection gazing back at her with wide, curious eyes. As she touched its cool surface, a gentle ripple spread across the glass, transforming her reflection into a scene of breathtaking beauty, a hidden world within the silver wood. Here, the trees were alive with luminescent creatures, their wings glistening like jewels. Flowers bloomed in a kaleidoscope of colors, and streams of crystal-clear water sang as they wound their way through the forest. Entranced, Lila watched as the scene shifted, revealing a pathway lined with glowing lanterns, leading to a grand hall carved from the living rock. It was a place of gathering, where creatures of the forest came together in harmony. But the most remarkable sight was the great oak, a tree of such majesty and wisdom that its very presence seemed to command the respect of all who beheld it. As the vision faded, Lila understood that the mirror was a gateway, a bridge between her world and the hidden realm of the silver wood. But it was also a key, a key that could unlock the secrets of the forest and reveal its wonders to those who dared to believe. Driven by a newfound sense of purpose, Lila rose to her feet, her heart aglow with the promise of adventure. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the challenges ahead would test her courage and resolve. Yet she also knew that she would not be alone. The forest itself would be her guide, its whispers her compass. As she turned to leave the glade, the mirror shimmered one last time, casting a soft light that enveloped her in a warm embrace. It was a promise that the forest would always be there, waiting for her return. With the sun setting behind the treetops, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila retraced her steps, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The path led her back to the village, where the hearth fire glowed warmly in the gathering dusk. That night, as she lay in bed, the soft rustle of leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep. The whispers of the forest, like a gentle lullaby, promised dreams filled with wonder and the promise of new beginnings. In the days that followed, Lila returned to the forest time and again, each visit uncovering new mysteries and deepening her bond with the hidden world. She learned to listen to the whispers, to understand their secrets, and to see the magic in the everyday. Through her journeys, she discovered that the heart of the forest lay not in its hidden treasures or ancient secrets, but in the connections she forged with its inhabitants. She befriended the creatures of the forest, learning their stories and sharing her own. Together, they wove a tapestry of friendship and understanding that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. In time, Lila came to realize that the true magic of the silver wood was not in the mirror or the hidden realm it revealed, but in the way it transformed her, fostering a spirit of wonder and a heart open to the beauty and mystery of the world around her. And so, with each passing season, Lila's journey continued. A journey of discovery and growth, guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the enduring light of friendship. As the years went by, the village at the foot of the silver wood became a place of wonder and inspiration, where the stories of the forest were passed down from generation to generation, a testament to the enduring magic of the natural world. And Lila, her hair now silvered with age, would often sit by the hearth, sharing her tales with the children gathered around her. Her eyes still sparkled with the same curiosity and kindness that had led her on that first journey into the forest, and her heart remained forever intertwined with the silver wood and the secrets it held. In the end, it was not the mirror or the hidden world that defined her story, but the journey itself, a journey of transformation, friendship, and the enduring magic of believing in the impossible. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars shimmered in the night sky, Lila's voice would carry through the quiet of the evening, weaving tales of wonder and adventure, of hidden worlds and the bonds of friendship that transcended time and distance. And though the stories would change with each telling, one truth remained constant. The magic of the silver wood was alive in every heart that dared to dream, and every soul that dared to listen. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, a gentle reminder that the magic of the natural world was ever present, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. And so the story of Lila and the silver wood lived on, a timeless tale of wonder and enchantment, forever etched in the hearts and minds of those who believed in the magic of the world around them. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of whispering leaves, a hidden world thrived in a delicate balance of harmony and magic. This was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time, and where the creatures, both seen and unseen, lived lives intertwined with the very soul of nature. One such creature was Neem, a gentle doe with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, a rich tapestry of amber and gold, blending seamlessly with the dappled sunlight that danced across the forest floor. Neem was a guardian of the forest's secrets, entrusted with the ancient wisdom passed down through generations of her kind. As the forest hummed with the vibrant energy of early autumn, the air tinged with the scent of earth and pine, Neem sensed a change. The whispers of the trees spoke of a disturbance, a ripple in the harmony that held their world together. The leaves rustled with urgency, and the brook that babbled over moss-covered stones did so with a note of concern. Curious and concerned, Niam set out to uncover the source of this disturbance. Her hooves were silent upon the soft earth, her presence a quiet whisper in the symphony of the forest. Along her path, she encountered Finbar, a wise old owl perched high in the branches of a towering oak. His feathers were the color of storm clouds, and his eyes gleamed with the light of countless moonlit nights. "Niam," he called in a voice like the rustle of ancient parchment. "The forest speaks of an imbalance. The clouds gather their strength, yet the rains do not fall. The rivers run low, and the creatures grow anxious. We must find the cause and restore the harmony." Niam nodded, her heart heavy with the responsibility she felt for her forest home. Together, she and Finbar set off deeper into the woods, following the subtle signs that nature left for those who knew how to read them. As they ventured further, the forest grew denser, the canopy above a quilt of green and gold. The sunlight flickered like 1,000 tiny flames, casting playful shadows on the ground. They were joined by Aisling, a rabbit with fur as soft as the morning mist and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She hopped alongside Niam, her nose twitching with determination. "I heard your call, Finbar," Aisling said, her voice as light as a breeze. "The forest is my family, too. I will help in any way I can." Together, the trio journeyed on, their path winding through groves of ancient trees and fields of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. They listened to the songs of the birds and the rustle of the leaves, seeking clues in the patterns of nature. Finally, they reached a clearing where the earth seemed to hold its breath. Here, the magic of the forest was palpable, a shimmering presence that danced in the air. In the center of the clearing stood a great stone, worn smooth by time and weather, its surface etched with symbols that told the story of the forest. As they approached, the stone began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, and a gentle voice spoke, seeming to rise from the very heart of the earth. "Welcome, guardians of the forest," the voice intoned, resonating with the strength of the mountains and the softness of the falling rain. "The balance of this world is delicate, and it is in peril. The seasons have shifted, their rhythms disrupted by the actions of those who do not understand their power." Niam, Finbar, and Aisling listened intently, their hearts united in purpose. They knew that the balance of the forest depended on the cyclical dance of the seasons, each playing its part in the grand tapestry of life. Without the rains of autumn, the seeds could not grow, and the rivers would not flow to nourish the land. The voice continued, its tone filled with wisdom and hope. "To restore balance, you must seek the heart of the storm. There, you will find the key to unlocking the rains. But remember, the true power lies not in force, but in understanding and harmony." With renewed determination, the trio set forth once more, their path leading them ever closer to the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of rain heavy upon the breeze. Above, the sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, pregnant with the promise of a storm yet to be unleashed. As they neared the source of the disturbance, the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the resolution that would either restore or unravel its delicate balance. Niam and her companions moved with purpose, their hearts guided by the wisdom of ages. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a great lake, its waters still and reflective like a mirror. In the center of the lake, a swirling vortex of clouds hovered, crackling with energy. This was the heart of the storm, the place where the balance must be restored. Niam stepped forward, her reflection shimmering in the water's surface. She closed her eyes and reached deep within herself, seeking the connection that bound her to this land. Finbar and Aisling stood beside her, lending their strength and faith to the effort. In the stillness, Niam heard the voice of the forest once more, a whisper of leaves and the gentle caress of the wind. "Remember, Niam, the key is in understanding. The storm is not your enemy, but a partner in this dance of life." With this wisdom, Niam opened her eyes and spoke to the storm, not with words, but with the language of the heart. She shared her love for the forest, her respect for the cycles of nature, and her desire to restore the harmony that had been disrupted. As her message resonated through the air, the storm responded, the clouds parting to reveal a sky painted with hues of gold and pink. Raindrops began to fall, gentle and life-giving, soaking into the earth and filling the rivers once more. The forest sighed with relief, its balance restored. The creatures emerged from their hiding places, their hearts light with gratitude. Neum, Finbar, and Aisling stood together on the shore of the lake, their spirits intertwined with the magic of the moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Neum turned to her companions with a serene smile. "We have done it, my friends. The forest will thrive once more, its harmony preserved for future generations." And so, under the sheltering canopy of the ancient forest, the hidden lives of its creatures continued in peace, their world a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As the stars twinkled above, the forest settled into a gentle lullaby, carrying the promise of new beginnings and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. Story 95. Once upon a time, there was a curious little girl named Lily, who loved nothing more than discovering new wonders in the world around her. One night, as she gazed out her bedroom window at the twinkling stars, she noticed a strange flickering light in the distance, dancing among the trees of the enchanted forest that bordered her village. Filled with a sense of adventure, Lily slipped out of her cozy cottage and followed the enchanting light deep into the woodland realm. The forest seemed to come alive around her, with towering trees that whispered ancient secrets and a carpet of mushrooms that glowed like tiny lanterns, illuminating her path. As she ventured deeper, Lily encountered the most peculiar sights. A family of miniature rabbits hopped by, their fur shimmering like moonlight, and a swarm of fireflies swirled around her, their lights flickering in a mesmerizing pattern. Even the air seemed to sparkle with magic, carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers and the faint sound of tinkling bells. Suddenly, a tiny creature fluttered before Lily's eyes, a fairy no bigger than her thumb, with delicate wings that shimmered like rainbows. The fairy introduced herself as Gwendolyn and explained that the flickering light Lily had followed was a trail of pixie dust, leading to a secret gathering deep within the forest. Despite her initial trepidation, Lily found courage in her curiosity, and she eagerly followed Gwendolyn deeper into the enchanted realm. Along the way, they encountered whimsical obstacles that tested Lily's resourcefulness and bravery. A babbling brook required her to construct a tiny bridge from fallen twigs, while a maze of thorny vines challenged her to find the path that led through without a scratch. With each challenge, Lily grew more confident in her abilities, learning to trust her instincts and embrace the wonders around her. And at every turn, Gwendolyn and the other forest creatures offered gentle guidance and encouragement, reminding Lily that true courage often lies in embracing the unknown with an open heart. Finally, they arrived at a breathtaking clearing, where hundreds of fairies and other mystical beings had gathered for a celebration. Lily watched in awe as they danced and sang under the stars, their laughter and joy filling the air with a magical warmth. As the night drew to a close, Gwendolyn approached Lily with a parting gift, a tiny vial filled with the shimmering pixie dust that had led her on this extraordinary journey. "Keep this close to your heart," the fairy whispered, "and let it remind you that even in the darkest of times, there is always magic and wonder to be found, if you have the courage to seek it out." With a grateful smile, Lily made her way back home, her heart brimming with the memories of her enchanting adventure. And from that day on, whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would gaze at the twinkling pixie dust and remember the valuable lessons she had learned in the whimsical forest, to embrace the unknown with curiosity, to face challenges with bravery, and to always keep her sense of wonder alive. Story 96. Story 97. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees wore cloaks of emerald leaves and whispered secrets with the wind, there existed a hidden realm teeming with life and magic. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and moss, and the ground was soft beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, gently crunching underfoot like a soft symphony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, creating patches of warmth that danced on the forest floor, while shadows played in the cooler, deeper parts. Here, amid the rustle of leaves and the melodious calls of forest birds, lived creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. Among them was a gentle doe named Lila, whose steps were as light as the falling leaves. Her coat was the soft brown of sun-dappled earth, and her eyes were as deep and warm as the forest itself. Lila was beloved by all the forest dwellers for her wisdom and kindness, always ready to lend an ear or share a piece of advice. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was painted in hues of amber and gold, a chill breeze carried the first whispers of winter. Lila sensed a change approaching, a shift in the balance of the forest's harmony. Concerned, she set off to consult Elder Maple, the oldest and most revered tree in the forest, whose branches stretched wide like arms welcoming the sky. As Lila approached Elder Maple, the tree's leaves rustled softly, a welcome and a promise of guidance. "Dear Lila," the tree intoned, its voice a deep, comforting rumble, "the winds of change are upon us, and with it comes the challenge of maintaining our delicate harmony." The doe listened intently, her ears twitching in earnest attention. "How can we ensure balance, Elder? What must we do?" she asked, her voice as gentle as a breeze through the leaves. Elder Maple's branches swayed thoughtfully. "Each season brings its own magic and responsibility," it explained. "The task of this season is to prepare for the coming winter. But more than gathering and storing, we must also ensure that every creature finds its place, its part in this cycle." With gratitude in her heart, Lila set off to spread Elder Maple's wisdom. She trotted through the forest where the air was sweet and crisp, sharing the message with every creature she met. She spoke to the busy squirrels, their cheeks full of acorns, and the songbirds, perched high above, their feathers ruffled against the cool breeze. Each listened and understood, knowing that their actions would weave the fabric of their shared home. As the days grew shorter and the nights cooler, the forest community came together in a flurry of activity. The squirrels gathered nuts with renewed vigor, guided by Lila's gentle encouragement. The birds, taking heed of her words, sang the songs of the changing season, their melodies a reminder of the cycle of life. In the evenings, when the sky turned to a tapestry of twilight colors, Lila would gather with her friends by a quiet brook. The water shimmered beneath the moonlight, and a gentle mist rose from its surface, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp leaves. Here, by the brook's edge, they shared stories of the forest, tales of old told by their ancestors. One such evening, as the stars twinkled like scattered jewels in the sky, a young fox named Finn approached Lila. His fur was a vibrant red, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and the eagerness of youth. "Lila," he began, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety, "as the forest prepares for winter, I find myself unsure of where I fit in. What is my role in this grand tapestry?" Lila smiled warmly, her gaze soft and assuring. "Dear Finn," she replied, "every creature has a place and purpose, just as every leaf has its branch, and every branch its tree. You are a guardian of stories, a keeper of our history. Share your tales, remind us of who we are and where we've been. In doing so, you strengthen the ties that bind us." Finn's eyes shone with understanding, and he nodded, feeling a deep sense of belonging. The gentle wisdom passed down from Elder Maple through Lila to Finn was like a thread weaving through the forest, connecting each creature in a tapestry of unity and purpose. As winter's breath finally settled over the forest, a hush fell upon the land. Snow blanketed the earth in a pristine quilt, and the air was crisp and invigorating. The creatures, nestled in their dens and nests, remembered Lyra's guidance and the stories shared by Finn. They felt the warmth of their community, the comfort of knowing they were part of something greater. In this enchanted forest, where magic and reality danced in harmony, the cycle of life continued, ever turning. And there, beside the crackling fireplace of their shared spirit, the creatures of the forest knew peace, each playing their part in the eternal song of the natural world. Story 98. Story 99. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, lived a young girl named Anwen. The village was a place where time seemed to stand still, with cobblestone paths winding through fields of lavender and cottages that wore ivy like a cozy shawl. The air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees served as a constant lullaby. Anwen was a curious soul with eyes like pools of warm amber, always reflecting the wonder she found in the world around her. She lived with her grandmother, Ira, in a small cottage that stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began its symphony of rustling leaves and birdsong. Ira was a storyteller, her tales as vibrant and colorful as the quilts she sewed during the quiet evenings. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Anwen sat by the flickering fireplace, listening to her grandmother recount stories of their ancestors. Ira spoke of a time when the people of their lineage were known as the Keepers of the Light, protectors of an ancient legacy that had been passed down through generations. Once, Ira began, her voice soft as the firelight danced in her eyes, our ancestors were entrusted with a sacred artifact, a luminous stone that held the power of unity and wisdom. It was said that the stone glowed when the people of the village were united in purpose and love. Anwen's heart swelled with a desire to learn more about this mysterious stone. What happened to it? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might chase the story away. Ira sighed, a sound like the wind through autumn leaves. Many years ago, during a time of discord, the stone's light faded and it was lost. Some say it still lies hidden within the forest, waiting for someone with a pure heart to find it and restore its glow. That night, as Anwen lay in her bed, the story lingered in her mind like a sweet melody. She decided that she would venture into the forest to seek the lost stone, feeling a strange pull towards this piece of her heritage. The following morning, a gentle mist wrapped the village in a silvery embrace. Anwen set out at dawn, her grandmother's stories guiding her steps as she entered the forest. The path was carpeted with fallen leaves, their crispness a soft rustle beneath her feet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Anwen felt a sense of belonging she had never known. The trees whispered secrets in the wind, and the brook bubbled with laughter, as if welcoming her into their ancient fold. Her heart beat in time with the forest, and she knew she was not alone. After hours of searching, Anwen came upon a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, their gnarled branches forming a protective circle. In the center of the clearing lay a small mound of stones, covered in moss and wildflowers. Something shimmered faintly beneath the earth, catching the light as she approached. With gentle hands, she uncovered the stones, revealing a luminous rock that seemed to pulse with a gentle inner glow. The stone was warm to the touch, and as she held it, Anwen felt a wave of peace wash over her. It was as if the stone sang a song only her heart could hear, a song of unity, love, and the strength that comes from togetherness. Returning to the village, Anwen felt a newfound connection to her home and her people. The stone's glow brightened with each step, and by the time she reached her grandmother's cottage, it shone with a light that seemed to come from the stars themselves. Era met her at the door, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. "You found it," she whispered, embracing Anwen tightly. "You've restored the light, my dear." Word spread quickly through the village, and soon everyone gathered around the stone, their hearts lightened by its gentle radiance. The people celebrated not just the return of the artifact, but the unity it represented. Under the starlit sky, they shared stories and laughter, their voices weaving a tapestry of love and kinship. As the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, Anwen lay in her bed once more, the stone resting on her bedside table, its glow a comforting beacon in the night. She realized that the true magic of the stone lay not just in its light, but in the way it had brought her closer to her roots, her community, and the legacy of wisdom and love that coursed through her veins. And so, in the heart of the village, beneath the watchful eyes of the ancient oaks, the stone continued to glow, a symbol of the enduring power of unity, the wisdom of the past illuminating the path to a brighter future. With a contented sigh, Anwen closed her eyes, letting the warmth of the story, the glow of the stone, and the love of her people lull her into a restful sleep, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lila. She was known for her curiosity and a particular fondness for stories that spoke of magic and wonder. Lila's favorite place was the village's small yet enchanting library, where she spent many afternoons among the dust-mottled shelves, lost in tales of faraway lands. One breezy autumn day, as golden leaves danced in the crisp air, Lila discovered a book unlike any she had seen before. It was tucked away in a forgotten corner, its cover worn with age but shimmering subtly in the dim light. Intrigued, she carefully opened the book, and to her amazement, a delicate silver key slipped from its pages, landing softly on the wooden floor with a gentle chime. The librarian, an elderly woman with twinkling eyes named Mrs. Wren, noticed Lila's find. "Ah," she said, her voice smooth as honey, "you've discovered the key of whispers. It is said to unlock secrets that lie beneath the surface of what we perceive." With Mrs. Wren's encouragement, Lila took the key home, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of apprehension. That night, as moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Lila examined the key closely. It felt warm in her hand, almost alive, whispering promises of hidden wonders. The following morning, with the key safely tucked in her pocket, Lila set off on a path through the woods behind her home. She walked for some time, guided by an inexplicable pull, until she reached an ancient oak with a gnarled trunk and sprawling branches. At its base, half buried beneath the carpet of fallen leaves, lay a small, intricately carved wooden door, just the right size for the key. Holding her breath, Lila inserted the silver key into the lock. With a gentle click, the door swung open, revealing a staircase spiraling downwards, illuminated by warm, flickering lights. Heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement, Lila descended into the unknown. At the bottom, she found herself in a vast, underground chamber filled with an array of curious objects. A globe that spun on its own, a harp playing a soft, melodic tune, and jars of swirling colors that danced in their containers. But it was the mirror at the far end of the room that caught her attention. Its surface shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake under the morning sun. As Lila approached, the mirror's reflection began to shift, showing not her own image, but a scene of the village she so dearly loved. However, in the reflection, the village was dull and colorless, the joy and life seemingly drained away. Beside the mirror stood two peculiar figures. The first, a tiny plump gnome with a bushy beard and a perpetual grin, introduced himself as Binkle. The second, a slender, graceful fairy whose wings sparkled like dew-kissed petals at dawn, was named Era. "Welcome, Lila," Binkle said with a jovial tone, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "This mirror reveals the heart of Willowbrook. It seems your village is in need of a little magic." Ira nodded, her voice soft and melodic. "Something has dimmed the spirit of Willowbrook, and only someone with a pure heart and wise mind can restore its light." Layla, feeling a sense of purpose welling within her, asked, "How can I help?" "The answer lies in understanding," Ira replied. "You must learn to see beyond the surface, to listen to the whispers of the world around you." With their guidance, Lila embarked on a journey through the chamber, each object a lesson in perception and insight. The globe taught her that the world is interconnected, each action creating ripples that affect the whole. The harp revealed the harmony in diversity, where different notes blend to create a beautiful melody. The jars of colors showed her the beauty in differences, how each shade adds to the richness of life. As Lila absorbed these lessons, the mirror's reflection began to change, colors slowly seeping back into the village scene. Yet, there was still a lingering shadow, a reminder of something unresolved. Binkle and Ira encouraged Lila to look deeper, to find the source of the shadow. With newfound wisdom, she realized the shadow was born of misunderstandings and fears that had crept into the hearts of the villagers, causing them to lose sight of the kindness and unity that once defined their home. Determined to dispel the shadow, Lila returned to Willowbrook, where she began sharing the lessons she had learned. She spoke with her neighbors, fostering conversations that brought to light hidden fears and misconceptions. Slowly, understanding blossomed, like a garden nurtured by the warmth of the sun. As the villagers opened their hearts, the shadow began to lift, and the mirror in the chamber below the oak reflected a vibrant, lively Willowbrook once more. The air was filled with laughter, and the village thrummed with the gentle pulse of community and love. With her mission complete, Lila returned to the ancient oak, where Binkle and Ira awaited her. The silver key glowed warmly in her hand, a symbol of the journey she had undertaken and the changes she had inspired. "You have done well, Lila," Ira said, her voice like a soft breeze. "Remember, the greatest magic lies within the heart, in kindness and understanding." Binkle added with a wink, "And never forget the wonders that can be found when you dare to look beyond." With a grateful heart, Lila bid farewell to her new friends, knowing that their lessons would stay with her always. As she walked back to her village, the sun setting in a blaze of colors, she felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The silver key, now a cherished keepsake, found its place on Lila's bedside table, a reminder of the extraordinary adventure that began with a single, unexpected discovery. And as she drifted to sleep that night, the warmth of friendship and the promise of new wonders cocooned her in a comforting embrace, the whispers of magic echoing softly in her dreams. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush, emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdanti had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there, the Crystalli. The Crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalli, named Lyra, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdanti named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lyra, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystallon to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystali stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. Joran, Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening. I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew. Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystalon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. Promise you'll come back, Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me. With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed blossoms and the sun filtered through the leaves like golden syrup, there lay a quaint little village called Moonberry Hollow. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, curling chimneys that puffed out gentle wisps of smoke, and gardens bursting with vibrant flowers and herbs. In this peaceful place, where the days seemed to drift by like lazy clouds, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious mind and a heart as warm as a summer breeze. She spent her days exploring the woods and fields, always eager to discover the secrets of her enchanting world. Her constant companion was a wise old owl named Orin, who perched on her shoulder and shared stories of the forest's mysteries. Orin had feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the chill began to weave its way through the branches, Lila noticed something peculiar. The villagers were abuzz with whispers and puzzled expressions. It seemed that every night, just after the moon had risen, a strange, gentle humming sound could be heard echoing through the village. It was a soothing melody, yet it left everyone curious and a bit bewildered. Determined to uncover the source of the mysterious hum, Lila set out to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite knitted shawl, as colorful as an artist's palette, and with Orin fluttering at her side, she ventured into the forest under the silvery light of the waxing moon. The woods were alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. The path beneath Lila's feet was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly with each step. Guided by the shimmer of moonbeams, they followed the sound, which grew clearer and more distinct as they ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, Orin shared his insights. "The melody is unlike any I've heard in my long years," he mused, his voice a gentle rumble. "It carries a warmth, a kindness. Perhaps it's a call from an old friend of these woods." Their journey led them to a small clearing bathed in silver light, where they found a circle of ancient stones. In the center stood a glowing figure, a creature of ethereal beauty with wings that shimmered like spun glass. It was a sylph, a guardian of the forest's secrets and a creature of pure magic. The sylph's song was the source of the hum, a melody woven from the threads of starlight and dreams. She looked upon Lila and Orin with eyes that sparkled like dew on morning grass. "Ah, the curious hearts have found me," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Lila stepped forward, her heart filled with wonder. "Why do you sing, dear sylph? Your song has enchanted our village, and we wish to understand its purpose." The sylph smiled, a gentle curve of lips that spoke of ancient wisdom. "I sing to awaken the forest, to remind it of the joy of life as the seasons change. My song is a gift, a lullaby for the earth and all who dwell upon it." "But why now?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Why at this time?" The sylph's wings fluttered softly, casting a shimmering light across the clearing. "This is a time of transition, a time for the world to prepare for the quiet slumber of winter. My song helps the creatures of the forest gather their strength and find their rest." Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn. The sylph's song was a gentle reminder of the cycles of nature, a call to embrace the changes with grace and serenity. It was a lesson in harmony, in living in tune with the world around them. Moved by the sylph's wisdom, Lila thanked her for the gift of understanding. "We will share your message with the village, so they too can find peace in the melody of the seasons." As the night deepened, the sylph continued her song, her presence a beacon of light and comfort in the heart of the forest. Lila and Orin made their way back to Moonberry Hollow, their hearts light with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. The next day, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila gathered the villagers and shared the sylph's story. They listened with rapt attention, their worries eased by the knowledge that the hum was a song of nature's love, a gentle reminder of the beauty in every change. And so, the village of Moonberry Hollow embraced the sylph's song, letting its soothing melody guide them through the shifting seasons with hearts full of peace and gratitude. In the whispering woods, where magic and wonder danced hand in hand, Lila's journey had brought a deeper understanding of the world, a lesson woven into the very fabric of their lives, like a timeless lullaby sung beneath a blanket of stars. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much. But tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the skies and streams danced over smooth stones, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here, in the gentle embrace of nature, the creatures of the forest lived in harmonious balance, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, while the ground was cushioned by soft layers of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and lending a golden glow to the world beneath. It was spring, the season of renewal, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber. The forest creatures were busy with the tasks of the season. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry through the air. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered nuts, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. And in the sheltered glades, the deer moved gracefully, their eyes soft and watchful. Among these creatures lived an old, wise tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a tapestry of lichen and moss, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Elder Mossback was known far and wide for his stories, which he shared beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. Creatures of all kinds would gather there, drawn by his gentle voice and the warmth of his tales. One particular spring morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first rays of sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Elder Mossback began to speak. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once, in a time long forgotten, the forest was threatened by a great imbalance. He began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. The seasons had forgotten their dance, and winter lingered too long, casting a chill over the land. A shiver ran through the assembled creatures, for they knew the importance of the season's dance, each one flowing into the next, bringing with it the changes that nurtured life. In those days, continued Elder Mossback, there lived a young fox named Fern. She was clever and kind-hearted, with a coat as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Fern had always been a curious soul, eager to learn the secrets of the forest and her inhabitants. The animals leaned in closer, captivated by the tale of Fern, who was known to them as a figure of legend. Fern was troubled by the endless winter, Elder Mossback said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She saw the hardship it brought to her friends, the struggle for food and warmth. Determined to help, she sought the wisdom of the ancient beings who dwelled in the forest's hidden places. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Elder Mossback spoke of Fern's journey. She traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and thick that they whispered only to the sky. There, in a grove untouched by time, lived the season's circle, ancient spirits who watched over the world. As Fern approached, the spirits appeared before her, he said, describing their forms, spirits of mist and shadow, of light and wind, each one embodying the essence of a season. Fern bowed her head respectfully, her heart full of hope and courage. The spirits listened as Fern spoke of the forest's plight, her voice steady and sincere. Winter, represented by a figure draped in frost and snow, stepped forward. "We did not realize our dance had faltered," Winter said, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. "We have become lost in our own rhythms." Fern, with her gentle wisdom, proposed a solution. "Perhaps," she suggested, "if you each share your gifts with us, the forest can remind you of your dance." The spirits considered her words, and slowly they nodded in agreement. Thus, a pact was made. Spring brought forth a rain of blossoms, new life unfurling in vibrant hues. Summer followed with warm breezes and sunlight that kissed the earth. Autumn painted the world in gold and crimson, while winter, now mindful of his place, brought the gentle hush of snow. Through Fern's courage and kindness, Elder Mossback concluded, the seasons found their balance once more, and the forest thrived in harmony. The creatures around Elder Mossback nodded, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood the lesson woven into the story, the importance of balance, of listening and understanding, and the power of a single kind heart to make a difference. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the forest, the animals slowly dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story with them. Elder Mossback watched them go, a gentle smile on his ancient face. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and peace, where the whispers of old stories lingered like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened of the beauty of balance and the magic of the natural world. Title: The Whispering Grove. Underneath the pale glow of the moon, nestled in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there was a grove known only to a few. Cloaked in mystery and enchantment, this grove was said to hold the secrets of the forest, whispered by the tall, ancient trees that stood like guardians around its periphery. It was here that the story of a young girl named Leora began, a tale spun with magic, friendship, and self-discovery. Leora was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of a clear summer sky, and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of golden leaves. She lived on the outskirts of the woods, in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, who often spoke of the wonders hidden in the forest. Though Leora had heard these tales countless times, she had never ventured beyond the familiar paths, until one fateful night when the winds carried a peculiar melody to her ears. It was a soft, haunting tune that seemed to call her name, weaving through the branches and rustling the leaves. Curiosity ignited within her, a flame that refused to be extinguished. So she wrapped herself in her favorite cloak, a deep green that matched the forest, and set out under the starlit sky, guided by the moonlight that danced across her path. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air around her began to change, filled with the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and elusive. The trees stood taller here, their bark rough and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets she could almost understand. Her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation, Leora followed the melody until she found herself standing at the edge of the whispering grove. Bathed in the moon's gentle glow, the grove was a sight to behold. Flowers of every hue blossomed in wild abundance, their petals glistening with dew like tiny jewels. A narrow stream wound its way through the clearing, its waters shimmering like liquid silver, and in the center of it all stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide, as if embracing the sky. As Leora stepped into the grove, the melody grew stronger, resonating through her very being. She felt a warmth spread from her heart, as if the grove itself welcomed her presence. It was then she noticed a small, curious object resting at the base of the oak tree, a locket, its surface etched with intricate designs that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Drawn to it, Leora knelt beside the locket, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns. As she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, and she felt a connection, as if the locket knew her. With a soft click, the locket opened, revealing a tiny glowing ember inside. The light was mesmerizing, a soft, golden glow that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. In that moment, the world around her shifted. The grove was no longer just a clearing in the woods. It was alive with magic. The trees whispered in a language she could almost grasp. The flowers swayed in rhythm with an unseen breeze, and the stream sang a tune of its own. Leora felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a hidden part of herself in this enchanted place. But as she marveled at the wonders around her, she noticed she was not alone. From behind the oak emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a fox, but not just any fox. Its fur was a deep, lustrous red with a tail tipped in gold and eyes that gleamed with intelligence and warmth. The fox regarded her with a gentle curiosity, as if assessing her worth. "Welcome, Leora," the fox spoke, its voice soft and melodic, echoing the grove's whispers. "I am Ari, guardian of the Whispering Grove. You have found the heart of the forest." Leora blinked in surprise. "The heart of the forest?" she repeated, her voice a hushed whisper. Ari nodded, stepping closer. "The locket you hold is the source of the grove's magic. It connects all things within the forest. It chose you, Leora, for you have a heart as kind and pure as the grove itself." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of purpose she had never known before. "But why me?" she asked, her voice laced with wonder and doubt. "Because you listen," Ori replied with a gentle smile. "Few hear the forest's whispers, but you do. You have a gift, Leora, and with it, you can help the forest and those who dwell within it." As the night wore on, Ori shared tales of the grove and its magic, of the balance that must be maintained, and the creatures that depended on it. Leora listened, her heart swelling with a sense of duty and determination. She understood now that the journey she had embarked upon was more than she had ever imagined. It was a calling. From that night forward, Leora visited the grove often, learning from Ari and the forest itself. She discovered hidden paths that led to secret glades, befriended creatures both great and small, and grew in wisdom and strength. The locket around her neck became a symbol of her bond with the forest, its glow a constant reminder of the magic she held within. But as with all tales, challenges arose. The forest, though vibrant and alive, was not without its shadows. One day, while exploring a distant part of the woods, Leora encountered a darkness she had never felt before, a creeping shadow that sought to consume the light of the grove. It was a presence that chilled her to the bone, a void that drained the warmth from her heart. She knew then that her true test had arrived. With Ori by her side, she delved into the heart of the darkness, guided by the whispers of the grove and the light of the locket. Through trials and tribulations, Leora faced her fears and doubts, drawing strength from the friendships she had forged and the wisdom she had gained. She learned that true power lay not in magic alone, but in the courage to stand for what was right, the compassion to heal, and the love that bound all creatures together. In the end, it was not a battle of force, but of heart. Leora reached out to the darkness, offering it the warmth of her spirit and the light of the grove. With a final, resounding whisper, the darkness relented, its anger and pain soothed by the love that surrounded it. As the shadows lifted and the light returned, the forest sang a song of renewal and hope. Leora stood at the center of the grove, the locket glowing with a radiant light, her heart full of peace. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the Whispering Grove, that even in the darkest of times, love and friendship could light the way. And so, with the forest thriving and the bond between them stronger than ever, Leora's journey of discovery came to a gentle, fulfilling end. The Whispering Grove, with its secrets and wonders, would forever be a part of her soul, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the enduring magic of the natural world. And as she returned to her cottage, the moonlight guiding her path, Leora knew that she was truly home. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trillfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. "We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season." Indeed, added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear. Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting, she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. "The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony," he explained. "The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life." Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. "But what can we do if the balance is disturbed?" he asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. "We must listen," he replied. "The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony." As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. "The forest is alive," she said with awe, "and we are a part of its story." Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. "Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth," she mused, "a new chapter in its ancient tale." Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, "but the forest's. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn." As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it, too, was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, they did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the emerald canopies danced with the gentle breezes and the streams sang lullabies to the moss-covered stones, lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always been content with the familiar rhythms of her life, the kind that came with knowing every trail by heart and every bird by its song. Yet a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first hints of autumn in the crisp air, whispering of change. The dawn of this new feeling left Lyra unsettled. She adored the predictable paths and the comforting rituals of her days. Change was like the sudden appearance of a storm cloud on a sunny afternoon, unexpected and unwelcome. She wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace in the ancient trees that had seen countless seasons turn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself by the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place where magic was said to be woven into the very ground. The glade shimmered under the twilight, its wildflowers glowing faintly like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. As she approached, a soft voice floated on the breeze, gentle and kind. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, and from the shadows emerged a figure draped in robes that seemed to be spun from moonlight. It was Eliana, the wise guardian of the forest, known for her gentle guidance and serene presence. "Why do you seek the glade tonight?" Eliana asked, her eyes twinkling with the light of understanding that only years of watching and waiting could bring. Lyra hesitated, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel a change coming, and I fear it. I do not know what it means or what it will ask of me." Eliana nodded, her smile as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. "Change is the song of life, dear Lyra. It can be frightening, but it is also the melody that brings new harmonies." With a flick of her wrist, Eliana conjured a small, shimmering butterfly. Its wings were a cascade of colors, shifting and changing with each flutter. "This is the butterfly of transformation. It mirrors the magic within you, the growth that waits to unfold." Lyra watched as the butterfly danced in the air, its flight a gentle reminder of the beauty and transformation. She felt a strange comfort, a sense of kinship with the tiny creature. "Can I become like the butterfly?" Lyra asked, her voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "You already are," Eliana replied, "but to truly embrace it, you must journey into the depths of your heart, face the shadows and the light." With newfound courage, Lyra returned to the village where her friends awaited her by the fireside. There was Thorn, the ever-optimistic woodcarver, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds, and Mira, the healer, whose hands brought comfort and whose stories wove dreams. They listened as Lyra shared her encounter. Mira placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We are with you wherever this path leads," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's anxious heart. Thorn nodded, his eyes bright. "Change is like carving a new figure from wood. It takes patience and care, but the result is always worth the effort." With her friends by her side, Lyra began to embrace the changes within. Each day she ventured a little farther, explored a little deeper. The forest seemed to respond to her courage, revealing hidden paths lined with blooms she'd never seen before, and streams that sang new songs. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Her fear of change melted away like morning mist under the sun. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a dance of creation and renewal. Returning to the enchanted glade one evening, she found Eliana waiting. "You have grown," the wise guardian said, her voice a gentle caress. "You now understand the magic that lives within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I do," she replied, "and I am ready to let it guide me." As the stars twinkled above, Lyra felt a peace she had never known, a quiet certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a beautiful unfolding of the self. With a final, joyful flutter, the butterfly of transformation landed on her shoulder, its wings a brilliant tapestry of color. Lyra knew it was time to spread her own wings, to soar into the future with the wisdom she had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra stepped forward into the embrace of her new life, her heart alight with the magic of personal discovery. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however, its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Once upon a time, in a forest as old as the mountains themselves, a world of wonder unfolded with each changing season. Here, the boundaries between the natural and the mystical blurred, revealing secrets known only to those who walked the ancient paths with open eyes and open hearts. As winter's icy grip loosened and the first tender buds emerged, a hush fell over the woodland. Deep within the hollow of a gnarled oak, a family of dormice stirred from their slumber, their whiskers twitching with anticipation. For it was in this sacred time of rebirth that the forest's most cherished rite took place. On the first night of the vernal equinox, when day and night stood in perfect balance, the dormice elders would gather the young ones close and share the ancient tales. Tales of the Great Spirit who breathed life into the forest, weaving its intricate tapestry of flora and fauna into a harmonious whole. As the elders spoke, their words carried the weight of generations past, echoing through the trees like whispers on the wind. They told of the delicate dance between all living things, each playing its part in maintaining the balance that sustained the forest's vibrant beauty. The young dormice listened raptly, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders described the magic that flowed through the woodland's veins. How the first spring rain carried the rejuvenating essence of renewal, nourishing the earth and coaxing forth a symphony of new life. They learned of the dryads, graceful tree spirits who tended the ancient boughs, their laughter like tinkling bells as they danced among the budding leaves, and of the sprites who rode the gentle breezes, trailing stardust in their wake, whispering secrets to those who knew how to listen. As the seasons turned, each brought its own enchantments. In summer, when the forest basked in the golden warmth of endless days, the elders told of the playful nymphs who frolicked in sun-dappled glades, their joyous laughter echoing through the canopy. They spoke of the wise old oak who stood as a guardian, its roots delving deep into the earth, drawing strength from the ancient stones below, and of the hidden groves where otherworldly creatures gathered on moonlit nights to dance and sing, their voices weaving intricate melodies that stirred the very soul. When autumn's vibrant cloak adorned the trees, the elders wove tales of the mighty stag who led his herd through the rustling leaves, his antlers a crown of majesty. They told of the crones who tended the sacred fires, their gnarled hands deftly coaxing forth the glowing embers that would nurture the forest through the long, cold nights ahead. And as winter's crystalline embrace descended once more, the elders would speak of the great bear who slumbered in his den, dreaming of the spring to come, of the silent sentinels who kept vigil over the frozen landscape, their boughs laden with pristine snow, awaiting the cycle's renewal. Through it all, the young dormice learned that the forest's true magic lay not in any singular wonder, but in the intricate tapestry that bound all life together. They understood that each creature, cata plant, cata stone and stream played its part in maintaining the delicate equilibrium that had endured for eons. And so, as the ancient tales concluded and the first pale rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the dormice elders would smile knowingly. For they knew that the wisdom they had imparted would echo through the generations to come, ensuring that the forest's secrets would never be forgotten, and its magic would endure forever. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The Sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Hills, lived a young girl named Marin. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, and her heart brimmed with the spirit of adventure. Marin often wondered what lay beyond the familiar fields and babbling brooks of her home, and it wasn't long before her dreams led her to a journey of discovery. One golden afternoon, when the sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced like gentle phantoms, Marin followed a path less trodden. It led her into a forest known as the Enchanted Glade, where stories of old spoke of wonders untold. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, and the leaves whispered secrets in the language of the wind. As Marin ventured deeper, the forest began to transform. The trees stood tall and wise, their bark etched with ancient runes that glimmered faintly in the dappled sunlight. She marveled at the luminescent flowers that bloomed in impossible colors, like tiny fireworks frozen in time. The ground beneath her feet felt soft and springy, as if the earth itself was cradling her steps. Suddenly, a soft giggle fluttered through the air, and Marin turned to find the source. There, perched upon a low branch, was a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a sprightly wisp, with wings as delicate as cobwebs and eyes that twinkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Welcome, traveler," the wisp chimed, its voice as light as a breeze. "I am Zephyr, guardian of this glade." Marin smiled, her heart warming at the friendly greeting. "I'm Marin," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I've come to explore the mysteries of this place." Zephyr fluttered closer, its wings leaving a trail of shimmering dust in the air. "You have courage in your heart, Marin," the wisp said, "and the glade welcomes those who seek with an open heart." Together they wandered through the forest, where Marin encountered creatures of whimsy and delight. She met a troop of playful squirrels that juggled acorns with unparalleled skill, and a family of rabbits that wove stories into the patterns of the grass. Each encounter left Marin more enchanted than the last, her heart swelling with joy and wonder. But as twilight began to weave its indigo threads through the sky, a gentle challenge awaited Marin. At the heart of the glade lay a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. Legends spoke of a hidden island at its center, only revealed to those who truly believed in the magic of the forest. Marin hesitated, gazing at the water that gleamed with the reflection of stars not yet visible. Zephyr hovered beside her, offering a reassuring glow. "Trust in yourself, Marin," the wisp encouraged. "The path will reveal itself to those who walk with courage." Taking a deep breath, Marin stepped forward. With each step, the water embraced her feet, cool and soothing. She walked with unwavering faith, her heart a compass guiding her toward the unknown. And as she believed, the pool began to shimmer and part, revealing a path of moonlit stones leading to the island. Upon reaching the island, Marin found a grove of ancient trees, their branches intertwined like friends in an eternal dance. In the center stood a single tree, its bark silvered with age and wisdom. Marin placed her hand upon it, feeling the pulse of the forest's heartbeat beneath her palm. In that moment, she understood that the true magic of the glade lay not in the wonders she had seen, but in the courage it had inspired within her. As she made her way back to the village, the forest whispered its farewells, promising that its magic would always be there for those who dared to seek it. Marin returned home, her heart forever changed by the beauty and wonder of the enchanted glade. She knew that the courage she had found within herself would guide her through any adventure life might bring. And so, under a sky sprinkled with stars, Marin drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle magic of the forest and the promise of new adventures yet to come. And in her dreams, the glade awaited, always ready to welcome her with open arms and the soft, soothing whispers of the trees. In the serene village of Willowgrove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willowgrove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the ancient trees swayed gently to the melody of the wind, there lay a quaint little village called Willowbrook. This village, nestled in a valley where the mist liked to curl around the cobblestones like a cat seeking warmth, was known for its peaceful charm and magical inhabitants. Each morning, the sun would peek over the horizon, casting a golden glow that shimmered through the leaves, painting the village in hues of warmth and wonder. Willowbrook was home to all manner of delightful creatures, from the chatty squirrels who loved to gossip about the latest happenings, to the gentle deer who wandered serenely through the meadows. Among these creatures lived a wise old owl named Hoot, who perched high in the great oak that stood proudly at the village's center. Hoot had seen many a season pass and was known for his wisdom and kindness, always ready to offer guidance to those in need. One crisp autumn evening, as the villagers gathered around the common bonfire to share stories and laughter, a peculiar event occurred. The moon, usually a steadfast companion in the night sky, began to flicker like a candle in the breeze. Gasps rippled through the crowd as everyone pointed skyward, eyes wide with wonder and a hint of worry. "Fear not," Hoot hooted reassuringly from his perch. "The moon is simply playing a trick, perhaps in need of a little attention. Let us find out why." The village's youngest inhabitant, a curious young hedgehog named Thistle, piped up. "I want to help solve the mystery, Hoot." Thistle was known for his keen sense of observation and a heart as warm as the hearth in the village inn. Hoot nodded approvingly, his feathers ruffling gently in the cool night air. "Very well, Thistle. Let us embark on this little adventure together." With the moonlight guiding their path, Thistle and Hoot set off through the forest. The leaves crunched softly under Thistle's tiny paws, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they came upon a clearing where the moonlight danced playfully upon a small pond. There, they met a shimmering water sprite named Lila, whose laughter sounded like the tinkling of silver bells. "Oh, I've been waiting for someone to visit," Lila exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement. "I might know a thing or two about your flickering moon." Thistle's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Do you know why the moon is behaving so strangely, Lila?" The water sprite nodded, her translucent wings shimmering in the moonlight. "The moon has lost its reflection, dear Thistle. Without it, the moon cannot shine as brightly. You see, the reflection is caught in a net of stardust up in the sky." Hoot ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "A net of stardust, you say? Well, we must find a way to set the reflection free." Thistle pondered for a moment, his little nose twitching with thought. "Perhaps we can use the wind to unravel the net," he suggested. Lila clapped her hands with delight. "Why, that's a splendid idea, Thistle. The wind sprites owe me a favor. I shall call upon them." With a graceful twirl, Lila summoned the wind sprites, tiny beings as light as feathers, who danced around her with glee. At her request, they soared into the sky, their laughter echoing like a gentle breeze. As the wind sprites worked their magic, the net of stardust began to unravel, releasing the moon's reflection back to its rightful place upon the pond. Slowly, the moon regained its steady glow, casting a serene light over the forest. The villagers, watching from afar, sighed with relief, their hearts warmed by the sight of their beloved moon restored to its full splendor. Thistle beamed with pride, and Hoot gave an approving nod. "Thank you, dear Thistle and Lila," Hoot said, his voice filled with gratitude. "Your clever thinking and friendship have brought light back to our nights." As the night deepened, the villagers returned to their homes, comforted by the familiar glow of the moon. In the whispering woods, Thistle nestled into his cozy burrow, the scent of fallen leaves and damp earth lulling him to sleep. And so, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, knowing that with a little wisdom and friendship, even the strangest mysteries could be unraveled, leaving behind a world filled with warmth and wonder. In the heart of the tranquil Vale of Luminara, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and the streams sang lullabies, lay the quaint village of Mosswood. The villagers often spoke of how the sun seemed to linger a little longer over their fields, painting the skies in hues of golden honey as it set each evening. Nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, Mosswood was a place where magical creatures and humans lived harmoniously, sharing tales and laughter by the fireside. One gentle spring evening, as the village was basking in the soft glow of twilight, something peculiar began to unfold. Each night for a fortnight, faint chimes echoed through the village, as if 1,000 tiny bells were ringing in the distance. The sound was soothing, yet its source remained a mystery. The villagers, though intrigued, were never alarmed, for they trusted the land and its enchantments. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a wise old owl named Headland and a young girl named Leora. Leora was known for her curiosity and kindness, her auburn hair always tucked under a sun hat, and her pockets often brimming with acorns and wildflowers. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and it was she who first decided to uncover the mystery of the nightly chimes. One evening, as Leora sat by the hearth with Headland perched nearby, she mused, "These chimes, dear Headland, they sound like a song the stars might sing. What do you think could cause such a melody?" Headland, with his deep amber eyes twinkling in the firelight, hooted softly, "Ah, young one, the world holds many secrets, and sometimes they choose to reveal themselves only to those who seek with a gentle heart. Perhaps we might find some answers in the forest." Thus, with a promise of adventure in her heart, Leora set off the next morning with Headland fluttering above her, his wings casting fleeting shadows on the sun-dappled path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the tall trees whispering secrets through rustling leaves, the ground carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they ventured deeper, the chimes grew clearer, guiding them like a silken thread through the tapestry of the woods. They soon came upon an ancient oak, its branches stretching proudly towards the sky, and at its base they found a peculiar gathering. A cluster of fireflies danced in the air, their glow weaving patterns of light, and in their midst a small gathering of woodland creatures sat in rapt attention. Rabbits, squirrels, and even a few curious foxes watched as a patch of violets seemed to sway to the rhythm of the chimes, a gentle breeze carrying the sound. "Look, Headland," Leora whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "The flowers are singing." Headland nodded sagely. "Indeed, it appears the violets hold the secret to this melody. But how and why, I wonder." As if in response to his musings, a delicate figure emerged from within the circle of violets. It was a sprite, her wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. She smiled warmly at Leora and Headland, her voice a soft melody of its own. "Greetings, seekers of mysteries. I am Lyra, guardian of the violets. The chimes you hear are a gift from the flowers to the forest, a lullaby to welcome the season of renewal." Leora, captivated by the gentle beauty of the sprite, asked, "But why now, dear Lyra? What has changed?" Lyra's eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "As the world awakens from winter's embrace, the violets have chosen this year to share their song with the village, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all. Yet there is more to this tale. A wise creature has foretold of a special star descending upon Mosswood, and the flowers wish to guide it safely home." Intrigued by this revelation, Leora pondered the meaning of a descending star. "A star, you say? How do we guide it, and what does it seek?" "The star," Lyra explained, "is a spirit of kindness and joy, seeking a place where its light can be most cherished. The violet's song will guide it, but the star needs a beacon, a heart pure and open, willing to show it the way." Leora felt a warmth blossoming within her, understanding that perhaps she was meant to be that beacon. She looked at Headland, who nodded in encouragement. "Lyra, I would be honored to help guide the star." With that, Lyra presented Leora with a delicate bracelet woven from violet petals and enchanted threads. "Wear this, dear Leora. It will help you connect with the star and lead it to its new home." As night fell, Leora and Headland returned to the village, where the chimes seemed to sing with a newfound clarity. Standing under the starlit sky, Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, a connection she could neither see nor touch, but that felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. Suddenly, from the heavens, a soft light began to descend, weaving its way through the tapestry of stars, drawn to the village like a moth to a flame. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with awe as the light approached, its glow embracing each corner of Mosswood with a warmth that rivaled the sun. Leora, her heart alight with the connection to the star, stepped forward. The star, a shimmering orb of light and joy, hovered before her, its presence a gentle caress against her skin. With a graceful nod, Leora led the star through the village, the chimes guiding them both, until they reached the ancient oak. The star settled among the violets, its light mingling with the glow of the fireflies. The chimes reached a crescendo, a symphony of gratitude and harmony, before gently fading into the night. The villagers, touched by the gentle magic of the evening, returned to their homes with hearts full of wonder and peace. Leora, her task complete, felt a deep sense of fulfillment as she and Headland made their way back to their cottage. As they settled by the hearth, Headland hooted softly, "You have done a great deed, Leora. The star has found its home, and the village its harmony." Leora smiled, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and purpose. "It was the violets and their song, dear Headland. They remind us that sometimes the answers to our mysteries lie in the most unexpected places." And so, as the fire crackled gently and the moon watched over Mosswood, Leora and Headland drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that the world was just a little bit brighter, thanks to the magic of friendship and the song of the violets. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Although her life seemed ordinary, she possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her home. From a tender age, Willow had felt a deep connection to nature, as if the very essence of the forest coursed through her veins. She would spend countless hours wandering through the trees, listening to their gentle whispers and marveling at the intricate tapestry of life that flourished beneath their boughs. One fateful day, as Willow sat beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, she heard a faint murmur that seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest. Intrigued, she followed the call, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of apprehension. As she ventured farther into the woods, the sounds of the world she knew faded away, replaced by a symphony of unfamiliar melodies, the rustling of leaves, the gentle trickle of a hidden stream, and the melodic trills of birds she had never encountered before. Suddenly, Willow found herself standing before an ancient, gnarled tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its twisted branches seemed to reach out to her, beckoning her closer. Without hesitation, she placed her hand upon its weathered bark, and in that moment, the world around her shimmered and shifted. Willow gasped as she found herself transported to a realm where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred. This was the hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where magic thrived and the impossible became possible. As she explored this wondrous realm, Willow encountered beings she had only heard of in fairy tales, playful sprites darting amongst the wildflowers, wise old tree guardians whose bark had been etched with the stories of centuries, and gentle creatures that seemed to be made of living leaves and petals. One such being, a kindly old willow tree named Rowan, took Willow under his gentle guidance, teaching her the ways of this enchanted realm and the secrets of the natural world. He revealed to her the existence of a powerful, ancient artifact, the emerald seed, which had the ability to restore balance and harmony to any ecosystem it touched. Rowan explained that the emerald seed had been stolen by a group of mischievous sprites who, in their playful ignorance, had disrupted the delicate balance of the forest. Without the seed's power, the once vibrant realm was slowly withering, its magic fading with each passing day. Willow, her heart filled with determination, vowed to embark on a quest to recover the emerald seed and restore the hidden world to its former glory. With Rowan's guidance and the friendship of a merry band of woodland creatures, she set off on a journey that would test her courage, her wit, and her unwavering connection to the natural world. Along the way, Willow faced challenges that seemed insurmountable: treacherous ravines, tangled briar patches, and cunning riddles posed by the trickster sprites. Yet, with each obstacle she overcame, her bond with the forest grew stronger, and her understanding of the intricate web of life deepened. In one particularly harrowing encounter, Willow found herself trapped in the lair of a fearsome wyvern, a beast whose very breath could wither the mightiest of trees. But it was her compassion and her ability to communicate with the natural world that saved her. She calmed the wyvern's rage by offering it a soothing melody woven from the songs of the forest, reminding the creature of its own connection to the living world. Finally, after countless trials and tribulations, Willow came face to face with the mischievous sprites who had stolen the emerald seed. To her surprise, they were not malicious beings, but rather playful and curious creatures who had simply underestimated the power they held. With patience and understanding, Willow explained the importance of the seed and the delicate balance it maintained within the hidden realm. Moved by her words and her unwavering friendship, the sprites agreed to return the emerald seed, vowing to be more mindful of their actions in the future. As Willow held the glowing seed aloft, its verdant light swept across the realm, restoring the vibrant colors and rejuvenating the withering plants. The hidden world within the forest was once again alive with magic and wonder. But Willow's journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart firmly rooted in the natural world and her spirit emboldened by the friendships she had forged. As she made her way back to the familiar paths of her village, Willow carried with her the lessons she had learned, the importance of balance, the power of understanding, and the unbreakable bonds that connect all living beings. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the hidden realm, serving as a bridge between the world of humans and the enchanted realm within the forest. She shared her wisdom with all who would listen, teaching them to appreciate the wonders of nature and to tread lightly upon the earth. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, Willow would sit beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, listening to the whispers of the forest and smiling at the memories of her extraordinary journey, a journey that had transformed her into a true child of the wild, forever connected to the beating heart of the natural world. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lucerian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Feronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lucerian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Feronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so, in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. In the heart of the ancient whispering forest, where towering oaks and graceful willows stretched their limbs towards the sky, a gentle balance had been maintained for centuries. The forest was a tapestry of greens and browns, dappled with sunlight that trickled through the canopy, painting patterns on the leafy floor. A soft, ever-present breeze carried the scent of pine and earth, and the melodic chirping of birds created a symphony that resonated through the woods. In this enchanted realm, every creature played its part in the grand orchestra of nature. The squirrels, with their bushy tails and nimble paws, darted among the branches, gathering acorns and seeds. Tiny beetles scurried beneath the fallen leaves, their iridescent shells glinting in the sunlight. And deep in the underbrush, a family of foxes made their home, their russet fur blending seamlessly with the forest floor. But perhaps the most enchanting inhabitants of the whispering forest were the Fey folk, the delicate, ethereal beings who danced on the breeze and sang with the birds. They could often be seen flitting between the flowers, their wings shimmering like droplets of dew catching the first light of dawn. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its golden cloak, a young Fey named Lumi awoke with a sense of eager anticipation. Her translucent wings quivered with excitement as she stretched, the cool morning air brushing gently against her skin. Today, she would learn the ancient ways of the forest from Elder Bramble, the wisest of the Fae, whose knowledge spanned the ages like the rings of a great oak. Lumi fluttered through the forest, her feet barely touching the ground, as she made her way to the clearing where Elder Bramble awaited. The clearing was a serene haven, surrounded by tall ferns and crowned by a canopy of intertwining branches. At its center stood Elder Bramble, his hair as silver as moonlight, and his eyes as deep as the forest itself. "Good morning, Lumi," Elder Bramble greeted her, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Today we shall speak of the balance that sustains our world." Lumi settled on a soft patch of moss, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Please tell me," she implored, eager to absorb the wisdom of the ages. Elder Bramble smiled, his gaze drifting to the sky where clouds meandered lazily. "The forest is a living tapestry," he began, "and every creature, every plant, is a thread in its weave. We Fae are the guardians of its harmony, ensuring that balance is maintained." He paused, gesturing towards the trees, which whispered secrets to one another in the language of the wind. "Each season brings its own magic," he continued. "Spring, with its blossoms and new beginnings. Summer, with long days and abundant life. Autumn, with its harvest and preparation. And winter, with its quiet rest and reflection." Lumi nodded, feeling the truth of his words resonate within her. She had always sensed the magic in the changing of the seasons, the subtle shifts that guided the forest's rhythm. "But what happens if the balance is disrupted?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Ah," Elder Bramble replied, his tone turning solemn. "Nature has ways of restoring itself, but it is the duty of all who dwell here to aid in that restoration. Through wisdom and friendship, we can overcome any challenge." As if to illustrate his point, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the scent of rain. The forest sighed in contentment, welcoming the promise of nourishment. "Come," Elder Bramble said, rising with the grace of a willow bending in the wind. "Let us walk, and I will show you how the forest speaks." Together they wandered through the woods, Elder Bramble teaching Lumi to listen to the stories carried by the wind, to understand the language of the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. He showed her how the animals communicated through subtle cues, and how the plants shared their wisdom through the changing colors of their leaves. As they walked, Lumi began to see the forest in a new light. She noticed the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. She heard the soft, rhythmic pulse of the earth beneath her feet, a heartbeat that echoed her own. Days turned to weeks, and under Elder Bramble's guidance, Lumi grew more attuned to the forest's rhythm. She learned to dance with the wind, to sing with the birds, and to feel the pulse of nature within her very being. One day, as winter approached and the first snowflakes began to fall, Lumi sat with Elder Bramble by a crackling fire. The flames cast a warm glow, illuminating their faces and painting the surrounding trees with flickering light. "You have learned well, Lumi," Elder Bramble said, his voice filled with pride. "You are ready to share your knowledge, to be a guardian of the balance." Lumi smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. She knew that, like the forest, she would continue to grow, to learn, and to cherish the harmony that surrounded her. And so, as the snow blanketed the whispering forest in a soft, white embrace, Lumi danced among the snowflakes, her heart filled with the magic of the seasons and the wisdom of the ages. The forest, in turn, whispered its gratitude, knowing that its secrets were safe in her hands. The crackling fire began to dim, but the warmth lingered, a reminder of the enduring cycle of life and the gentle balance that sustained it. As Lumi drifted into a peaceful slumber, the forest settled into its winter's rest, dreaming of the spring to come. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Leora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth." As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other.